Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
The world around him was white, an endless wasteland of ice and snow. The wind howled sharp as blades, cutting through his skin. Why am I here? His last memory was death. A mission gone wrong, betrayal, and then darkness. Yet now, he stood alive in a body that wasn't his. A stabbing pain split through his skull. Memories surged in like a flood, fragments colliding until they formed something whole. When the storm settled, Chun Fan's expression turned grim. This body belonged to the adopted son of Aokiji, a general under the Rocks Pirates. A teenager, already hardened by war, trained in Marine's 6 styles, and wielding both armament and observation hockey. But now captured, bound for Impel Down, the prison where monsters rot in silence. His so-called father's fate was unknown, last seen locked in battle against Garp. Chun Fan clenched his fists. To be reborn like this in chains. It was bitter irony, yet wasn't hopeless. The timeline was still early, before Roger's rise, before the future he remembered unfolded. That knowledge was a blade no one else carried. And beyond that, there was thunder, the fruit of the gods, hidden on the Sky Island, still untouched by Enel. Power enough to split seas and tear the world apart. But excitement never touched his eyes. He was in hell, impelled down. Not the 5th floor as he first thought, but the 6th, the deepest cage where the world buried those it feared most. To rise, he would first have to escape the abyss. There were only 2 paths. Wait until the Golden Lion was captured, then slip away in the chaos of his prison break. Or grow strong enough to shatter these chains on his own. Chun Fan weighed them both and found them almost laughable. The first? Years away. Roger hadn't even claimed the title of Pirate King yet. The second? Escaping the 6th floor of Impel Down with the strength of a colonel was no different than walking into execution. Without power on par with a Marine Admiral, there was no breaking free. In the end, everything came back to strength. Until then, he was caged. His stomach growled, sharp and hollow. Hunger clawed at him, reminding him that power meant nothing if he starved first. He scanned the endless white and remembered the predators of this frozen lair. Ice wolves, ice tigers. Meat enough to live another day. Sure enough, a massive tiger, 10 meters high, appeared from the snow. Its fangs gleamed, breath like frost. Chun Fan's lips curved, not with warmth, but with hunger. He wanted to test this body. Dark hockey rippled over his fists. His figure vanished. Shave. The tiger lunged, claws like blades. His fist met them head-on. Bone cracked. The beast was hurled backward, its paw shattered. Fear filled its eyes. It turned to run. Too late. His body blurred again. Fingers sharpened like daggers. Finger gun. 5 blackened claws pierced its skull, blood spraying into the snow. The giant collapsed with a thud that echoed across the ice. Chun Fan crouched beside the corpse. Fire was impossible here, but his hunger didn't wait for fire. He tore raw meat from bone, chewing without hesitation. As he ate, something stirred inside him, green light, faint but real, threading through his veins, knitting torn flesh, hardening muscles. Each bite strengthened him. This was no power of the boy he had replaced. It was his. Something carried over with his soul, hidden until now. Chun Fan's cold eyes narrowed. His prison break was no longer just a dream. With this, he would carve a path out of hell. Snow fell silently around him as he kept eating, crimson staining the white ground. After easily dealing with the giant tiger, Chun Fan did not stay where he was, but was going to look for the drainage outlet, because he remembered that there was a 5.5 level in the 5th level. This place is very suitable for training, and the entrance to the 5.5 TH floor is a drainage outlet. Although Chun Fan doesn't know the specific location, there is still a chance to find it if there are clues about the drainage outlet. 10 days later, the sun shines on the 5th floor, but it does not have much effect on this ice hell that is more than 10 degrees below zero. Chun Fan, who had just killed another animal, now had a smile on his face, extremely happy, because in 10 days, he had completely adapted to the power of this body. He also understood what kind of power he had now, the first level of 2-color domineering, the 6th form of Marine Grandmaster. In this world, 2-color domineering can be divided into 5 levels. Of course, what made Chun Fan even more happy was that after 10 days, he finally found the drainage outlet. During this period, he also encountered several pirates, and without exception, Chun Fan used them as whetstones to kill them all. After all, he did not want to take other pirates with him to the 5.5th floor. Moreover, although the pirates on the 5th level are not as powerful as the pirates on the 6th level, but there are still some strong men at the level of Major General. With Chun Fan's current strength being at the level of a colonel in his headquarters, he is no match for those strong at the level of Major General. Chun Fan looked at the drainage outlet covered with ice in front of him and thought, who would have thought that there was a space under this drainage outlet? Without any further hesitation, Chun Fan directly punched him. As the ice fragmented, Chun Fan collapsed directly, and then he saw a space that was almost several thousand square meters and almost tens of meters high. The most important thing is that there are some chairs made of ice cubes, stored meat cubes, etc. Then, when Chun Fan looked forward, his expression changed somewhat, because he found a huge middle-aged man who was almost as tall as the 5.5th floor of the Impel Down City. When he stood up, he was obviously a giant. Chun Fan also remembered that this place seemed to be built by a certain giant clan. The person in front of me should be the person who built this 5.5-story building. Who are you and how did you get here? Mori looks very honest and honest. In response, Chun Fan approached him step by step. Sorry, I fell in here accidentally. Did you build this place? It's amazing. Yes, I built this place, but this place is my private domain. Emoli was thinking with a simple and honest look on his face, as if he was considering whether to let Chun Fan stay here. He didn't want to in his heart, otherwise he wouldn't be the only one in this place all the time. But he didn't realize that Chun Fan was less than 5 meters away from him at this time. Marine 6 style. Shave. Chun Fan's eyes became fierce, and his body disappeared instantly. Armed. Pointer gun. The 5 fingers turned into claws and were covered with black gas. Chun Fan made a killing move when he made a move, grabbing Jasmine's head with his right hand. You. Mori quickly used his huge arms to block in front of him. There was a scratch directly on M.O. Lee's huge arm, and the bones were visible. Blood was flowing down, which looked particularly scary. UB asterisk 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 D. I'm going to kill you. No matter how honest M.O. Lee is, he still knows that this guy Chun Fan wants to kill him. The huge fist rushed out with the sound of airflow. Seeing this situation, Chun Fan didn't hesitate. Armed. Lanjiao. A black substance covered the right foot, and the right foot was suddenly pulled out like a knife. Bang! The collision of fists and feet caused a strong airflow, and Chun Fan and M.O. Lee took several steps back. Seeing this scene, Chun Fan thought to himself that it was no wonder that the giants were so powerful even if they were not armed and domineering. UB asterisk 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 D. Lousy is going to kill you. Mori was completely angry. He punched the ground. Chun Fan found that the original soil was changing and becoming winding. He even covered Chun Fan and saw this scene. Chun Fan immediately realized that this was the ability of the devil fruit. He also remembered who the person in front of him was. No wonder he was so familiar. He turned out to be Mori, one of the future captains of the Revolutionary Army, the owner of the push fruit ability. Looking at the soil that was about to be enveloped, Chun Fan did not hesitate and used his Lanko again, making several powerful slashes. Directly destroy the more than 10 meters of soil wall. Then, Chun Fan looked at the giant Mori in front of him, thinking that this guy was more difficult to deal with than he thought. But so what? Since you have offended, then you will die if you offend. The next second, Chun Fan's body disappeared again, and his hands were clawed, like a tiger, attacking Mori. Earth Wall Fusion. Mori shouted in a sharp voice, and then his fist touched the ground. The countless pieces of soil turned into huge balls and flew straight towards Chun Fan. Seeing this situation, Chun Fan had no intention of evading it. Bang, bang. The moment the ball formed by the soil touched Chun Fan's claws, the huge ball of soil was directly destroyed. However, this also directly blocked Chun Fan's attack. The next second, Mori's huge fist, containing terrifying power, blasted towards Chun Fan. Without hesitation, Chun Fan immediately blocked the black substance in his arms in front of him. A powerful impact came, and Chun Fan took several steps back. But the next second, he rushed forward again. The two of them were fighting together in close quarters. Every punch and every kick of Chun Fan was covered with the first level of arm domineering. But even so, they can only fight equally with Mori. After all, the giants are naturally powerful. Feeling the consumption in his body and the slight injury caused to Mori, Chun Fan knew that he could not continue to fight head-on like this. Immediately, Chun Fan started to use shaving. Wanted to win with speed, the battle really paid off. Chun Fan no longer chose to fight head-on and kept dodging Mori's violent attacks and the earth walls that came at any time. 10 minutes later, sweat continued to flow from Mori's forehead. Mori kept breathing heavily, and his eyes, when he looked at Chun Fan, were blood red. UB****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ite Stop and confront me head-on. Mori swore again in his high-pitched voice. Chun Fan ignored this. In his eyes, as long as he could win, it would be fine. The fists, like a violent storm, kept bombarding him. No matter how thick-skinned Mori is, under this continuous attack, his whole body is full of scars, and it looks like he has been seriously injured. However, Chun Fan was not much better. He had to dodge the attack while also avoiding the attack of the earth wall. Chun Fan's physical strength was also greatly consumed. The two were fighting fiercely again, blood spurting out, and the surrounding ground was destroyed. As time passed, the scars on Mori's body became more and more serious, and the same happened to Chun Fan. The great consumption of physical strength made him feel that he was approaching his limit. Fortunately, over the past few years, the heat generated by swallowing food has been constantly nourishing his body and enhancing his physical fitness. Otherwise, I may not be able to survive. Chun Fan looked at Mori, who was covered in blood, with fierce eyes. He felt that it was time to decide the winner. Armed, secret, collapse fist. Chun Fan picked up the veins in his right fist and concentrated all his strength on one point, which was covered with a black object. This punch was like a cannonball, carrying unparalleled power and blasting towards Mori. This move is the secret of the 6 marine styles that Chun Fan has understood. He mobilizes his whole body strength at one point and punches it out. D. You finally dare to confront me head on. Feeling the power of this punch, Mori was not afraid at all. He didn't feel that he would lose in a competition of strength. Dozer punch. At this moment, all the soil on the ground where Mori was sitting was concentrated. Then he completely wrapped Mori's huge fist and blasted it forward. Boom! The two fists collided like dragons, causing a huge sound. Everything around them was destroyed. Countless gravel flew across, and dust was everywhere. M.O. Lee's huge, soil-covered fist was directly shattered by Chun Fan's punch until it touched his fist. The terrifying power made Mori feel a powerful shockwave, and his face twitched. This powerful force directly impacted his internal organs and bones. After a while, Mori felt that his bones were broken and his internal organs were also broken. One can imagine how powerful Chun Fan's punch is. Impossible. How can you be stronger than me? Mori's face was full of disbelief, and then he fell to the ground in pain and made no sound. Looking at this scene, there was no kindness in Chun Fan's eyes. He only needed to know this place. Then, he first went to the drainage outlet and covered it with ice and snow the same way Mori did before. Unless someone like Chun Fan carefully looks for the drainage outlet, basically no one can find it. After doing all this, Chun Fan looked at the stored food and began to enjoy it. With so many pieces of grain and meat, Chun Fan no longer had to worry about food in a short period of time, all thanks to the big guy. In the following time, Chun Fan started training just like he did on the 6th floor. He carried a boulder several meters high on his back and began to do push-ups. One step at a time, he kept doing it, and the sweat kept flowing down. Chun Fan felt that he was slowly increasing his strength all the time. I felt extremely excited 99 times, 10,000 times. Chun Fan continued training until noon before he stopped and had a quick meal. The tiny heat flow spreads out in the body, constantly moisturizing the internal organs and restoring physical energy. In this unknown space, Chun Fan was training alone, sweating. It was not until half a year later that Chun Fan chose to suspend training. He felt that his strength had greatly improved. Prepare to go up and find an opponent. At this time, he glanced at the black object in his hand. He was only one step away from the 2nd level of arm domineering. The same goes for seeing, hearing, color, and domineering. They're only one step away from the 2nd level. If I continue training, it will be the same as before. I don't know how long it will take to break through. Therefore, Chun Fan decided to go up and find some opponents. He left the 5.5th floor and looked at the vast white area. Like a hunter looking for his prey in these 5.5 floors. Chun Fan did not dare to do this before, because at that time his strength was only at the level of a colonel in his headquarters, but now he has a strength close to that of a major general. In this 5th level of Ice Hell, there are very few pirates with the strength of a major general. This is why Chun Fan has to rush out as a hunter at this time. Time passes day by day, the sun and the moon rotate, and the ice bites to the bone. At this time, Chun Fan had a corpse at his feet. This was the 10th pirate he had killed. However, Chun Fan is not satisfied because he has not yet encountered a pirate with the strength of his major general, making him feel that his life is threatened. His armed haki and wisdom haki have never been able to break through to the 2nd level. Shaking his head, Chun Fan sat down on the ground to rest. He did not choose to go on a killing spree on the 5th floor. Although Marine doesn't care about the life and death of pirates in the prison, if the number of pirates on a certain level decreases significantly, it will still arouse suspicion. What's more, killing those weak pirates will not bring any improvement in strength to Chun Fan. After taking a rest, Chun Fan was preparing to go back and go out to look for prey tomorrow. Suddenly, a burly middle-aged man with short hair appeared. The two looked at each other, and Chun Fan actually felt a hint of danger in them. At the same time, Agil also discovered the body beside Chun Fan. He glanced at Chun Fan warily and prepared to leave. After finally encountering an opponent who could put his life in danger, Chun Fan was struggling to break through the bottleneck. How could he let him go? Shave? The next second, Chun Fan's body disappeared from the place like a ghost. Armed, meaning gun. The 5 fingers turned into claws, covered with black gas, and they grabbed at Agil at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this scene, Agil didn't expect that this guy would take action so decisively. However, since he had been wary for a long time, he would not be caught off guard. Armed. Straight punch. Agil's wrist was as thick as a basketball. Veins popped out in his right arm, and his fist was covered with armed domineering energy, and he blasted directly towards Chun Fan. Boom! For a moment, the fists and claws collided with each other like boulders. Countless ice fragments flew everywhere, and cracks began to appear on the ice surface. Chun Fan took 5 or 6 steps back, while Agil only took 3 steps back. Obviously, Agil's power is stronger than Chun Fan. Come again. In this regard, Chun Fan not only did not have the slightest fear, but his face was full of excitement. He leaned forward again, his fists containing powerful power, attacking Agil. Looking at Chun Fan, who was unwilling to give up. Agil's face was also full of anger. He was a pirate and not a good man. Naturally, he couldn't stand being provoked like this. You want to die? Lousy will help you. Agil's fist was also covered with black gas, and his body quickly disappeared in place, heading straight up. Bang, bang. For a moment, the two collided with each other, fighting with fists and bloody fists like wild beasts, using all possible means. The battle continued, and the speed of the two was so fast that ordinary people could only see two afterimages colliding. That powerful force caused scars to appear on Chun Fan's body, and blood continued to spill to the ground. However, in this regard, Chun Fan was full of excitement, because Agil on the opposite side was also injured. The two kept fighting, and Agil looked at Chun Fan, who was like a madman, even though he was stronger. However, he still cursed in his heart that he was unlucky. He just went out to look for food. How could he meet such a madman? Bang, bang. Chun Fan didn't care what Agil thought. His fists were covered with armed, domineering energy, and he kept blasting away. The clay figures all had 3 points of fire, and Agil showed no sign of weakness. His fists were extremely dark, and he kept blasting out. Time passed minute by minute, and the blood stained the earth red. The two were still fighting in close quarters. Both of them were pure physical experts. Although Agil was a little stronger, he was still unable to crush him. For a while, there was no way to tell the winner. "You madman, Lousy wants to kill you?" Agil cursed angrily. "This is best. I am here today and just want you to kill me or me to kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Fan saw that the darkness above his right foot was like a giant pillar holding up the sky, carrying terrifying power and whipping towards Agil's waist and abdomen. With an angry look on his face, Agil moved his arms forward to block. A powerful force came, and Mori couldn't help but feel a burst of pain. However, he still blocked the blow. Then, Agil suddenly grabbed Chun Fan's right foot, and he had no time to dodge. Chun Fan could only watch as his right foot was caught. The next second, his whole body was grabbed by his right foot by Agil, and he was thrown into the air. After a while, he was thrown out after the world was spinning. Bang! A deep hole was created on the ice. Chun Fan stood up and wiped the blood that overflowed from the corner of his mouth. "Come again. Shave." Chun Fan's body disappeared from the spot, and he attacked Agil again. Seeing this situation, Agil rushed forward with armed, domineering energy covering his fists. Boom! The two collided together in a bloody fight, with fists, feet, heads, all becoming their weapons at this moment. They clearly know who can persist to the end in this battle, who can survive. There's only one outcome for the loser: death. Time passes minute by minute. Chun Fan and Agil were both breathing heavily at this moment, and their bodies were full of scars. The next second, the two punched each other again and stepped back. "Boy, let me send you to death." Agil stared at Chun Fan with blood-red eyes. "I will also give you this sentence." Chun Fan looked extremely ferocious. Armed, Overlord Fist. Agil's body was full of energy and blood. His chest was beating, his right arm swelled, and his veins seemed to explode completely. The right fist is condensed with armed, domineering energy. It is extremely dark and contains terrifying power as it attacks. Armed, secret, collapsed fist. Chun Fan didn't look panicked at all. All his strength was concentrated on one point, his energy and blood condensed, and his body was burning like a red furnace. The right fist was covered with black material, and a punch containing all the power was thrown out. Boom! In an instant, the two fists collided like dragons. Everything around them was destroyed. Countless ice fragments flew everywhere, and cracks began to appear on the ice surface and extended outwards. Circles of air waves spread out in all directions. Agil's powerful power seemed to suppress Chun Fan, forcing Chun Fan to keep retreating. "You're going to lose. It seems that I will be the final winner." Agil looked at Chun Fan with a ferocious face. Feeling the powerful force and huge impact, blood flowed from the corner of Chun Fan's mouth. "Am I going to lose like this? Am I going to die here? No, I haven't become the strongest in the world. I haven't climbed to the top yet. How could I fail here?" The next second, Chun Fan's eyes became extremely determined, and the black substance on his fist actually became material. Chun Fan's arm domination reached the second stage at this moment, and his strength increased. All of a sudden, Agil was suppressed. Feeling this huge power, Agil couldn't believe it. How is it possible? Your armed, domineering energy has broken through the second level. How is this? Before he could finish speaking, Agul directly heard a click, his fist was broken, his face twitched, and his whole body was shaken by the powerful impact. All the bones were broken. Then, under the look of disbelief on Agul's face, his body fell heavily, his eyes widened, and before he died, he stared at Chun Fan closely. After finishing dealing with his opponent, Chun Fan collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. He could clearly feel that winning this battle was very dangerous. If he hadn't made a temporary breakthrough, he would probably have died. However, it was this battle between life and death that successfully allowed Chun Fan's arm domination to break through to the second level. Holding back the severe pain in his body, Chun Fan quickly left the place. With his current physical condition, he would definitely die if he encountered other pirates again. After a while, Chun Fan returned to the 5.5th floor. As soon as he returned, Chun Fan began to devour the food. He felt a weak flow of heat in his body, pouring into his internal organs, like nectar after the rain, constantly repairing Chun Fan's injuries. After eating a full 30 kilograms of meat, Chun Fan had exhausted himself. Only then did the wounds inside his body recover a little, and the wounds on the outside began to scab. One can imagine how seriously injured Chun Fan was this time. However, the successful breakthrough of armed color hockey to the second level shows that it is all worth it. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Chun Fan felt that his injuries had almost recovered, so he continued to practice as usual. Put the stone on your back and start doing push-ups. After completing 20,000 push-ups, eat food to replenish energy. Then he started squatting. His squatting was the same as push-ups, with a huge boulder directly on his back. Only in this way can Chun Fan feel sore and tired. This shows that Chun Fan's strength and physical fitness are many times stronger than when he came here 3 years ago. Until evening, Chun Fan continued to train armed color hockey and wisdom color hockey. Just such boring days, day after day, month after month. Time flows by like white sand. 2 years later. At this time, Chun Fan had just finished doing push-ups. He threw away the boulder on his back and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The muscles and bones roared together, and the thunder of tigers and leopards sounded. Chun Fan could wave his fist casually and cause a burst of fist wind. His strength has increased by an unknown amount compared to 2 years ago, and both his knowledge-based domineering and arm-based domineering have reached the peak of the second level. It's just one step away from breaking through to the third level. Moreover, the secret of Marine 6 form was also developed by him, the second move. At this moment, there was a corpse beside him, which belonged to a pirate on the 5th floor. His bounty outside is more than 100 million, and he has the strength of a major general in his headquarters. But he was still killed by Chun Fan. It is conceivable that Chun Fan's current strength is close to that of a lieutenant general. Originally, Chun Fan was not very confident about escaping from prison because he was only close to the strength of a lieutenant general in his headquarters. However, he recently heard from other pirates in the 5th level prison that the warden of Impel Down City resigned a month ago. Magellan took office as warden. After hearing this news, Chun Fan decided to escape from prison. Magellan's current strength has not yet reached its peak and is definitely not at the level of a general. No Shilio has also not reached its peak. It can be said that the current Impel City is at its weakest. If Chun Fan does not take this opportunity to escape from prison, it will be really difficult to find an opportunity. Impel Down will be called the myth that no prisoner can escape. The main reason is that the warden of Impel City is generally equivalent to a strong general, and he also has 2 or 3 lieutenant general level experts under his command. The most important thing is that Impel City is very close to Marine headquarters if someone wants to escape from prison. In less than an hour, Marine headquarters will be able to provide support. Therefore, if you want to use hard power to escape from prison head-on, you will need at least general-level combat power, and there is a high probability of failure. After all, the warden of Impel Down City is not a vegetarian. After a brief thought, Chun Fan felt that it was the best time for him to complete the replacement of old and new in Push City. Without hesitation, Chun Fan prepared to escape from prison. With his current strength, he was already on the 5th floor and could not find an opponent who could make him feel that his life was threatened. Moreover, his strength has also fallen into a bottleneck period. Whether it is physical fitness or domineering power, it is impossible to break through in a short period of time. If it continues like this, I don't know how long it will take before I can carry out my jailbreak plan. The most important thing is that in a few years, Magellan and Aim no Shilio will also grow up. By then, jailbreaking will be harder. As soon as he said it, Chun Fan actually made a plan in his heart. He did not hesitate and sat on the 5.5 th floor to rest and adjust himself to the best condition. Half an hour later, Chun Fan felt that he had almost reached his best condition in terms of physical fitness and strength. Then, he left the 5.5 th floor directly and came to the ice. Chun Fan did not choose to stay on the 5th floor, but went directly to the 5th floor stairs. He did not go down, but was preparing to go up because he wanted to release the criminals on the 6th floor. In this way, he would create chaos and have a chance to escape. Moreover, Chun Fan also wants to go to the 6th floor to save one person, that is, the master of the original owner of this body. It's not that he has a kind heart, but his master also has the strength above the general level, and the two have a close relationship, and they have an assistant with the strength above the major general level. The probability of breaking out will be greatly increased. Chun Fan didn't hesitate and immediately came to the door of the 5th floor. This door was made of sea-floor stone and could not be destroyed even with his strength. Moreover, there's a videophone bug on top. It can be said that as soon as a pirate wants to destroy this gate, Marine will know about it in a short time. Looking at the door in front of him, Chun Fan really couldn't smash it, but he could match the key. He had sneaked in once before and quietly observed the keyhole. Without wasting time, he opened the iron door with his homemade key. Click, click, click. As the iron door opened, Chun Fan entered the room directly. The two jailers who were dancing around were a little surprised when they saw a pirate who dared to barge in directly. Just when they were about to sound the alarm, Chun Fan directly used Shave, disappearing in place at an extremely fast speed. With their horrified expressions, Chun Fan punched their heads one by one, with blood spurting out. The two jailers turned directly into two corpses. Afterwards, Chun Fan got a bunch of keys on the table. Those keys were filled with numbers corresponding to each cell on the 6th floor, even the handcuffs and chains of every pirate. After getting the key, Chun Fan did not choose to go down, but went directly to the 6th floor through the stairs. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Suddenly, an alarm sounded in the prison, and Chun Fan knew that the Marines had discovered something was wrong in the room through the videophone bug. He immediately picked up speed as he pushed open the door. A flash of light entered the 6th floor. Many pirates were attracted by this look because they also heard the siren. They were a little surprised when they saw a man wearing prison uniform opening the door. Did I see it wrong? Is that guy also a criminal? Yes. How did this guy get here? Many pirates had doubts on their faces. Boy, why are you here? Did you cause that alarm sound? You were trying to escape from prison. Good guy. I didn't expect someone to really dare to escape from prison. Let me out quickly, and I will escape from prison with you. Yes, let me out. I'm outside. But for a big pirate worth 400 million, if you let me out, I will be your crew member. That's it, little guy. Let me out, and I will follow you from now on. Those pirates looked at the bunch of keys in Chun Fan's hand, thinking that he would let them out, and even did not hesitate to give Chun Fan a cake. However, Chun Fan ignored them as he had his own plan. He immediately came to Budek and threw the key in his hand. Teacher Budek, this is the key. Open it immediately and follow me out. How did you get here? You're going to start a jailbreak, are you sure? Budek looked at Chun Fan, coming here with surprise on his face, but no one wanted to escape. He opened the cuffs with the key, hope in his eyes. There's no time to explain. Teacher, I'm not completely sure, but I have to give it a try anyway. After Chun Fan finished speaking, he took Budek directly to the door. Seeing that Chun Fan was about to leave like this, the pirates immediately shouted, Boy, where are you going? Let me out together. I can help you escape from prison together. That's right, little guy. Don't run away. You can't escape by yourself. Unlock the cuffs and let me out. I can help you out. Let me go out with you, and I will give you all my wealth. Please don't go. Let me out. I want to get out. The pirates looked at Chun Fan, who had already reached the door, and immediately panicked. They see hope and want to go out. They don't want to be trapped here for the rest of their lives. Some people say they want to become Chun Fan's crew, and some have even begun to beg Chun Fan. However, Chun Fan didn't care about this. He had a greater role for these pirates. He wanted these pirates to help him escape. Chun Fan, let's go. After Budek opened the door, he quickly urged Chun Fan to leave quickly. No rush. Trust me, just wait a few seconds. Chun Fan stood there and heard the sound of the elevator stopping and the chaotic footsteps on the stairs. Budek's face was full of anxiety, but he could only choose to believe Chun Fan. 3, 2, 1. After Chun Fan silently counted for 3 seconds, he accurately threw the keys in his hands into the corresponding cells. The pirates were extremely excited when they saw the key thrown over them. Most of them didn't even bother to thank Chun Fan and directly started to open the handcuffs that restrained them and prepared to escape from prison. Let's go and take a gamble. Chun Fan said something and walked directly towards the stairs. Budek, who had been extremely anxious, immediately followed him. Chun Fan naturally wanted to release these pirates. He had to create chaos so that he could take advantage of the chaos and escape. As for why he deliberately waited for a while before releasing him, it was because he wanted to ensure that he was the fastest runner. The most important thing is that the theoretically strongest person in this prison is Magellan. As the warden, if he encounters such a thing, he will definitely come to the rescue as soon as possible. There are only 2 places to go up, stairs and elevators. That's why Chun Fan said he would take a gamble. He chose to bet on the stairs and bet on not meeting Magellan. With Chun Fan's speed, they quickly arrived at the stairs. At the same time, the big pirates in the 6th floor of Eternal Hell all broke free. When Chun Fan and Hayden reached the 4th floor, they encountered the jailer rushing towards them. Looking at these jailers, Chun Fan smiled because he made the right bet. Magellan was not here, not even Yuji Shilio. It was just a bunch of miscellaneous soldiers. Teacher Budek, kill them and rush out together, Chun Fan said to Budek. Then, the 2 of them took action together and rushed directly towards the crowd of jailers. On the other side, Magellan and Yujishio led a group of jailers to the 6th floor. When they arrived on the 6th floor, the first thing they saw was the pirates who had just broken free and ran out. Oh, isn't this our new warden? Is there also a warden? Are you here to welcome us when we escape? Don't talk nonsense to them. Kill them and escape. The pirates looked at Magellan, no Shiryu, and others with murderous expressions on their faces. Looking at all the pirates being released, Magellan's face was full of anger. He encountered such a big accident as soon as he came up. Then he looked around, trying to find Chun Fan, the culprit of this incident. But he searched for a long time and couldn't find it. He immediately realized that Chun Fan had definitely escaped from the stairs. No Kiryu, when you go to the stairs, you must stop Achiku's son. Leave this to me, Magellan said to Yuzik Siliu with a serious face. Yuji Shilio, who had always disliked Magellan, did not refute him for the first time because he also knew what this incident represented. There's so many pirates, are you sure? You don't want to die here. No Shilio did not choose to chase him immediately because the pirates on the 6th floor were not vegetarians, and he felt that Magellan might not be able to hold on. Believe me, you must not let the culprit escape. I order you as the warden, Magellan said seriously again. Damn it, Lousy will barely listen to you just this once. Gilio also knew in his heart that he could not let that guy leave Impel Down City. Did you hear that? The new warden said he could stop us all. That's too arrogant. After all, we are also famous pirates in the New World. Come together and kill the newly appointed warden. Dozens of pirates attacked Magellan directly. Most of their bodies were covered with armed hockey. It could be imagined that none of these pirates were weak. On the other side, Magellan's face was full of seriousness, and his venom completely erupted, covering the entire prison. Let's go together and catch these pirates again. If we can't catch them, we'll kill them. For a time, dozens of pirates fought against the jailers led by Magellan. At the same time, just as the alarm was sounded, Marine headquarters also received the news. A figure full of lava left the Marine headquarters and flew towards Impel Down City. However, the figure had bandages on it. Apparently, the injury had not yet healed. Originally, warring states wanted to send Lieutenant General Porcellino. After all, he was the fastest among the three Logia. It's a pity that he and Kuzan just went out on a mission and couldn't come back at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent Sakazuki, who was still injured there. On the other side, Chun Fan and Budek directly killed these jailers. After all, ordinary soldiers were no match for them. Chun Fan's strength is at the peak level of a major general. As for Budek's strength, Lieutenant General in the headquarters, although he has been imprisoned on the 6th floor and his strength has declined, he is still in his prime, and the time he has been imprisoned is not 7 or 8 years, but more than 10 years. No matter how much he declines, he still has the peak strength of a major general. The journey was smooth, and the two of them directly opened the door on the 1st floor and rushed out. Smelling the long-lost air and looking at the bright sun, Chun Fan and Chun Fan felt extremely relaxed in their hearts. But they didn't dare to waste time and immediately prepared to hijack a small warship and leave the Impel City. Both of them knew very well that they would only be safe if they completely left Impel Down City. Just as they were preparing to board the small warship, a figure wearing a white hat and holding a famous sword stood in front of them. It was no Kiryu who came here. Looking at this scene, Chun Fan's eyes were full of fierceness and he clenched his fists, as did Budek on the other side. They knew that this Uziliu was the obstacle to their escape. Be good. Let me kill you here. No Shilio had no intention of catching the two of them back. He just wanted to kill them here. Come together. Chun Fan shouted. In an instant, the two figures disappeared from the spot, and they attacked Uzilio from the left and the right. That fist is covered with armed, domineering, and terrifying power, and there is no doubt that it can shake gold and crack rocks. However, there was no fear on Uzilio's face, but instead he was full of excitement. He held Thunderstorm in his hand, which was also covered with armed, domineering energy, and headed straight forward. If you look carefully, it is not difficult to find that no Kiryu's armed domineering has also reached the 2nd level. Clang! The two black fists caused intense fire the moment they collided with a thunderstorm. Not bad power. I hope you can give me some stimulation. Yuji Shilio's face was full of arrogance, and he waved the famous sword in his hand, which contained terrifying power. Chun Fan and the other two did not dare to be careless and mobilized all their strength to attack. Constant collisions, fierce fighting, punches to the flesh. With 1 against 2, Uzilio was not at a disadvantage at all, and even felt vaguely suppressed. Budek's face was a little ugly. His understanding of armed domineering was the shallowest, only the 1st level. He knew that if it continued like this, the longer time passes, the more dangerous they become. Without hesitation, Budek's body expanded instantly, from his original height of more than 2 meters to 5 or 6 meters, and brown hair began to grow on his body. Turned into a giant bear. This is his fruit ability, the animal-type bear fruit. The huge bear paw smacked directly towards Yuji Shilio. The powerful force made Uzilio unable to react for a while, and he fell back. He is far from his prime now. Yuji Shilio's current strength is only slightly stronger than Chun Fan's. Budek's power doubled when he used the fruit's ability, and for a while, only one person was able to suppress Yuji Ziryu. Chun Fan on the other side also attacked with all his strength, his arms covered with black substance, and he punched Uzilio one after another. Faced with the full siege of the two men, no Shilio suddenly fell into a disadvantage. They fought fiercely, punching to the flesh, and the only sound left in the entire Impel City port was the sound of the 3 people constantly colliding. As time passed by, 10 minutes later, no Kiryu's body is full of scars. He kept breathing heavily, and facing the siege of the 2 men, he was completely suppressed. Although the 2 Chun Fans on the opposite side also had sword wounds on their bodies, their condition was much better than that of Aim no Shilio. But even so, Chun Fan and the other two didn't look excited at all, because they clearly know that this place is too close to Marine headquarters, and it has been 10 minutes now. If this continues, they won't be able to hold on until reinforcements from Marine headquarters arrive. Let's deal with him together. Chun Fan glanced at Budek beside him. Budek meant the same thing. You are a pirate and a Marine traitor. You are so shameless and want to kill me. After being beaten like this, Aim no Shilio's expression was naturally filled with anger. One sword in the sky. The next second, Yu Zhilio's breath belonging to the swordsman burst out, and the terrifying sword power rose into the sky. He clenched the famous sword Leiyu with both hands and swung the sword forward. A white sword energy of several meters, carrying terrifying power, slashed directly towards Chun Fan and the other two. Budek and the two did not hesitate at all and used their strongest move. The 6 forms of Marine. Mysteries. Overlord Fist. In an instant, Chun Fan's whole body turned red, and the internal organs in his body were beating continuously. On his right arm, veins popped out, and his fists were clenched, and it was extremely dark. The terrifying power was concentrated at one point, and the whole body was constantly boiling. A punch containing powerful power blasted directly towards the white sword energy, accompanied by a whistling sound. Iron Palm. At the same time, Budek also mobilized his whole body's energy and blood, all converging on his arms. The huge bear's paw was covered with black material, and his body instantly disappeared from the spot and shot towards the white sword energy. Boom! In an instant, the two men's terrifying attacks collided with the white sword energy. In an instant, gravel flew everywhere, dust rose everywhere, and everything around was destroyed. The white sword energy forced Budek back, but before Yuji Shilio could be happy. The next second, Chun Fan's pitch-black fist directly shattered the white sword energy. With a face full of surprise and no time to escape, Aim no Shilio could only hold the famous sword in front of his chest. Clang! Chun Fan's punch, which contained all his power, hit Yuzuki Shilio's famous sword firmly. The powerful impact directly caused Yu Zhilio to fly backwards. Bang! A deep pit was made on the ground, and Aim no Shilio fell to the ground with a face full of pain, and the famous sword in his hand fell aside. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He wanted to stand up, but found that his internal organs were surging. Chun Fan's punch directly caused him to lose the ability to fight in a short time. With a fierce look on his face, Chun Fan rushed forward, preparing to hit the target. Seeing Chun Fan charging straight towards him, his face full of anger, Yuji Shilio wanted to stand up and resist, but he made no move. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and he couldn't stand up at all. He fainted directly. Now Yuzuki is a lamb to be slaughtered. Just when Chun Fan was about to rush in front of Yuji Shilio and kill him. Hurry and get out of the way. Be careful. Budek shouted from behind. At this time, Chun Fan, relying on his domineering power, sensed the danger and quickly retreated. A blazing magma fireball hit the place where Chun Fan was just now. Boom! A deep pit instantly appeared on the ground, with some flames still remaining on it. If Chun Fan hadn't dodged in time just now and was hit solidly by this blow, it would definitely be uncomfortable. Chun Fan and Budek both looked up into the air. After seeing who was coming, their expressions were extremely serious. Sakazuki. Chun Fan and the two said the name in unison. You are the mastermind of this jailbreak, right? If you surrender obediently and let me catch you, you will be less aggrieved. At this time, Sakazuki's whole body was transformed into magma, and he looked at Chun Fan with an indifferent expression. Aha, you said I'd let you catch me, so I'll just stand there and let you catch me. Although Chun Fan knew how powerful Sakazuki was, it was obvious that Sakazuki was not at his peak now and was still capable of fighting. If it were Sakazuki during the general period, then Chun Fan could really surrender directly. And the most important thing is that Chun Fan saw that there was still a bandage on his abdomen. It was obvious that he had been injured and was not recovering yet. Since you don't want to surrender obediently, then I will severely injure you and arrest you. No one can challenge Marine's majesty. As soon as Sakazuki finished speaking, his whole body was covered with lava, his fists were extremely black, and he attacked directly towards Chun Fan and the two of them. Knowing how powerful Sakazuki was, Chun Fan and Budek did not hesitate. The fist contains armed, domineering energy, which bursts out with powerful force and goes straight forward. Boom! The fists of the three collided like boulders, strong winds blew up, and gravel flew everywhere. Sakazuki, who was 1-against-2, directly suppressed Chun Fan and the two. He forced the two of them back several meters, but he stood still. The rolling lava covered the whole body, and the strong pressure made Chun Fan and the two of them feel a little pressure. But they had no choice. Chun Fan knew very well that for them, failure would probably lead to death. Shave. The two of them used Shao at the same time, and their bodies disappeared instantly, attacking Sakazuki at an extremely fast speed, really looking for death. Sakazuki's expression was full of indifference, and the hot magma seemed to swallow everything. For a moment, the three of them collided together, lava splashed everywhere, and their fists hit the flesh. The battle was one-sided, and Chun Fan and the two of them could only struggle to hold on under Sakazuki's hands. Time passed by, and the hot magma covered everything around it. Every punch of Sakazuki can cause injuries to Chun Fan and the other two. On the other hand, Chun Fan and the others have only caused minor wounds to Sakazuki so far. An injury of this magnitude was of no concern to him. The constant panting and long-term high-intensity fighting greatly exhausted Chun Fan and Budek's physical strength. At this moment, Sakazuki was facing the siege of the two men, looking completely at ease. You must know that Chun Fan and Chun Fan major in physical arts. But even so, in close combat, Chun Fan and the two still could not gain the upper hand, and were even suppressed. You must know that Sakazuki was still injured and could only use 70% of his strength. It is conceivable how powerful Sakazuki's physical skills are. This is why he will be called a monster in the future. Logia fruit, powerful attack power, powerful physical skills, and powerful domineering. Facing such a monster, Chun Fan and the two had no chance of winning. This seemed to be a dead end. The appearance of Sakazuki was like a big mountain, blocking their hope of escape. Chun Fan was constantly thinking about how to escape, but he still couldn't think of a good way. And could Sakazuki on the opposite side give him time to think? The pitch-black fist was covered with hot magma and blasted forward. Facing this powerful punch, Chun Fan's veins popped out in his right arm, and his fist was covered with armed domineering energy, and he also punched out. Bang! The two black fists collided like dragons, causing the surrounding gravel to fly up. At the moment of the collision, Chun Fan felt a strong force. He felt pain in his right hand and was forced back more than 10 meters. At the same time, Budek's right foot was as dark as ink, and the kick that looked like an Optimus pillar suddenly struck Sakazuki directly from top to bottom. With an indifferent expression, Sakazuki just blocked the kick with force on his left arm, containing arm domineering force. Then his right fist contained hot magma and punched out with terrifying power. Seeing this situation, Budek, who turned into an animal, quickly tried to escape, but it was too late. Bang! The terrifying force caused Budek to fly for more than 10 meters, hitting the ground directly, creating a small crater and causing dust to fly everywhere. Sakazuki, Lousy is going to kill you. Seeing this scene, Chun Fan was a little angry. Blood rage. The blood in his body was boiling, his internal organs were beating crazily, and the aura in his body was rising continuously. This is the strongest move he has developed in the past 6 years, and it is also his final trump card. After a while, Chun Fan's whole body was exuding vitality, and his strength increased by 1.5 times. Armed. Collapsed fist. Chun Fan's right hand was covered with armed, domineering energy, surrounded by blood, and the power of his whole body was concentrated on one point. This powerful punch directly hit Sakazuki at an extremely fast speed. Darkhound. Sakazuki's expression remained the same, without any panic. The hot magma covered his right fist and spurted out, turning into a giant magma dog and drowning towards Chun Fan. Boom! For a moment, two terrifying attacks collided like dragons. Everything around them was destroyed, rubble flew everywhere, and circles of air waves spread out. Under the strong collision, Chun Fan retreated a full 5 meters. Sakazuki, on the other side, also took a step back. This is the first time since the battle that Sakazuki has been forced to retreat head-on. Interesting, you pirate. But being a pirate is your biggest mistake, and this place will be your grave. Sakazuki was also a little surprised that Chun Fan's strength suddenly improved so much, but he still looked arrogant. Really? I think I still have a long way to go in life, so you should leave this grave to yourself. Chun Fan's expression was indifferent, and his body disappeared in place again. Blood and energy erupted all over his body. This was a move to squeeze the energy and blood, and naturally it could not last for long. Therefore, Chun Fan had to make a quick decision. His fist was extremely dark, and he was attacking Sakazuki. Seeing this situation, Sakazuki's whole body was covered with hot magma, especially his fists, which were steaming. His body disappeared in place, leaving a small pit in the ground, and he walked straight up. Bang, bang. For a moment, the two collided and fought fiercely, with fists hitting the flesh and drops of blood dripping to the ground. At the beginning of the battle, Chun Fan was still at a disadvantage. He looked a little unwilling. Even though he had revealed his trump cards, he was still suppressed by Sakazuki. There was no way. Although Sakazuki had not yet reached the strength of a general at this time, he definitely possessed the strength of an elite lieutenant general of the unit, or even stronger. Chun Fan, who revealed his trump card, only possessed the strength of a lieutenant general in his headquarters for a short period of time. It can be said that if Sakazuki had not been injured, this battle would not have to be fought at all. As time passed, Chun Fan became more and more impatient, because he knew that the longer he delayed, the more dangerous he would be. But he had no choice, because he couldn't beat Sakazuki at all, and even now he was just struggling to death under Sakazuki's hands. It can be said that when Chun Fan's blood rage disappears, that is when he will be defeated. Your sudden power-enhancing move is quite interesting, but it seems that it won't last long. Do you have any more cards? Otherwise, it's over. Sakazuki said slowly that he was in complete control of the battle situation. Don't worry, I'll show you. Chun Fan's expression was filled with reluctance. He had planned this until now and didn't want to be caught again. And if he was caught escaping from prison, he would most likely face immediate death. Thinking of this, Chun Fan prepared to fight to the death. Armament. Secret technique. Overlord Fist. In an instant, Chun Fan's aura expanded to the extreme. His blood boiled. The veins on his right fist bulged and turned extremely black, and all the strength of his body was concentrated on one point. The black fist flew straight towards Sakazuki at an extremely fast speed. Sucker Punch. Dog Bites Red Lotus. In response to this, Sakazuki's expression was still so arrogant. The hot magma condensed on his right hand. His fist was as black as ink, and then the magma-like arm blasted forward. The boiling magma shot out and transformed into a giant dog in midair, drowning everything. Boom! The blazing magma dog and the black fist collided in an instant. Countless pieces of rubble flew everywhere, and everything around was destroyed. Ripples spread out in circles. The terrifying force made Chun Fan feel powerless. After only a few seconds of resistance, his entire body was blown away by the giant magma dog. Bang! A big hole appeared on the ground, and Chun Fan fell heavily to the ground. His body was charred and covered with hideous wounds. Obviously, Chun Fan was seriously injured by this attack, and given Sakazuki's character, he would naturally not let Chun Fan go. You could go to hell now, you evil pirate. Along with the sound came the figure of Sakazuki, his fist covered with boiling magma, and he blasted directly towards Chun Fan. Chun Fan stood up tremblingly and wanted a punch to block the attack, but he felt powerless due to the severe injuries in his body and the huge consumption of physical strength. It can be said that Chun Fan could not block Sakazuki's punch no matter what. At the critical moment, when Sakazuki was less than 5 meters away from Chun Fan, a huge body appeared in front of him. Bear waved palm. It was Budek, who had just fainted and now woke up. His huge bear paw was pitch black and contained terrifying power. He blocked the scorching lava fist with his strength. Hurry up, or we'll both die here. One of us must escape. When you get out, remember to kill Henry David. After Budek became a marine trader and a pirate, he actually didn't want to live anymore. But thinking that his enemies had not been killed yet, he insisted on living. Even if he was caught and put in prison, he had to live. Now he felt that he had no hope of escaping, so he might as well let his disciples escape and avenge him. He shouted to Chun Fan behind him. After staying for half a second, Chun Fan knew that the two of them together would definitely not be able to defeat Sakazuki. If they don't leave, neither of them will be able to leave. Without any further hesitation, Chun Fan immediately used shaving and ran towards the sea. Do you think you can run away? Naturally, Sakazuki could not let Chun Fan escape. There was hot magma in his right fist, and he punched out with terrifying force, forcing Budek back several meters. But just as he was about to catch up with Chun Fan, Budek immediately followed up and smacked Sakazuki's back in the darkness above the bear's paw. Seeing the situation, Sakazuki had no choice but to turn around and throw out a punch containing hot magma, forcing Budek back again. As long as I'm here, you can't even chase him. Budek's eyes were full of determination, but blood was already overflowing from the corners of his mouth. One can imagine how seriously injured he was at this moment. A marine trader dares to stop me. I'm really looking for death. Sakazuki was stopped and was a little angry. The hot magma erupted in an instant. The surrounding temperature increased, and the surface was covered with magma. The body instantly disappeared on the spot. His right fist was swung forward, and the hot magma dog flooded towards Budek. Facing this terrible blow, Budek's two huge bear paws were covered with armed domineering force. The veins in both arms popped out, and they were shot forward suddenly. The next second, the moment the huge bear paw touched the giant magma dog, it was completely submerged. The hot magma swallowed Budek, and a large crater appeared on the ground. At the same time, Chun Fan also jumped into the sea. He did not dare to take a boat. He knew that even if he took a boat, Sakazuki would catch up with him. The only way to escape is by jumping into the sea. As a devil fruit user, Sakazuki is afraid of seawater. Seeing that Chun Fan had jumped into the sea, Sakazuki immediately wanted to catch up, but when he was about to disappear into the elemental form, a hand that was completely blackened grabbed him. As long as I'm here, don't even think about chasing this little guy. Run. You will be free for the rest of your life. Budek, who was still breathing, grabbed Sakazuki's right foot with both hands and shouted at Chun Fan. At this moment, Chun Fan was swimming while turning around to look at Budek, who was only breathing. His heart was touched, and his face was filled with unwillingness and anger. You guys are really looking for death. How can you say you used to be a Marine? You actually joined the ranks of pirates. Sakazuki's eyes were full of coldness, and the fist containing hot magma was blasted directly towards Budek's body. No! Chun Fan yelled angrily, but he was powerless. He could only watch helplessly as Sakazuki punched Budek through the chest. After his breath dissipated and his chest was pierced, Budek looked at Chun Fan, who had swam nearly 100 meters out of the coast, and said slowly, "Run." Then he closed his eyes, dropped his hands feebly, and became completely silent. Budek! Watching this scene, Chun Fan roared loudly, his eyes filled with anger, and he clenched his fists. He swore in his heart that he must kill Sakazuki and that David Henry to avenge Budek. Originally, Chun Fan really wanted to use Budek to increase his chances of escaping, but Brook fought to the death to help Chun Fan escape. No matter how indifferent Chun Fan was, he was still a little touched in his heart. Even in his heart, Budek can truly be regarded as his master. Full of anger, Chun Fan dived into the water. He knew clearly that only by escaping could he have a chance to avenge Budek. At the port, Sakazuki looked at Chun Fan, who had swam out several hundred meters and dived underwater without seeing anyone. Sakazuki was a little angry. He couldn't believe that he took action in person and let this pirate run away. However, it was not Sakazuki's style to give up. He instantly transformed into an element and came to midair above the sea. Big fire breathing. The hot magma exploded to the extreme, and the fiery breath continuously gathered on his hands. Sakazuki raised his hands high. The countless hot magma shot out, bombarding the sea surface like a volcano erupting. Boom! The sound of explosion sounded instantly. The sea water exploded, and the originally calm sea surface was exploded by countless fireballs. Whirlpools appeared one after another. At this moment, Chun Fan, who was lurking below, also felt that the temperature on the surface was increasing. He immediately speeded up and swam forward. Seeing that Chun Fan was not blown up, Sakazuki's expression became a little ugly. If he becomes a general in the future, he can naturally blow up the entire sea surface nearby. It's a pity that he doesn't have this strength now, and as a devil fruit user, he has no choice but to enter the seawater. The Sakazuki above is very useful when used. Want to find out where Chun Fan is? Although his power of knowledge and color has reached the 3rd level, he still couldn't explore it in a large area, and searched to no avail. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 6th floor of Impel Down City. At this moment, the 6th floor, which is an endless hell, is filled with corpses, as well as unconscious pirates and jailers. Most of the big pirates on the 6th floor were dead, and a small number were unconscious. Similarly, Magellan, who exploded with strength beyond his limit, was now paralyzed on the ground, his body covered in blood. The venom around him had also dissipated. He now no longer even had the physical strength to maintain his devil fruit ability. Can you imagine how serious his injury was this time? Of the nearly 200 jailers, less than 10 were left at this time. Although Magellan and the others won this battle, it could only be said to be a narrow victory, and it was a narrow victory at a great cost. This is thanks to the fact that there are no real big pirates on the 6th floor at this time, such as golden lions and the like. In addition, they are too lazy to practice most of the time, and some of them are old. The strength of most pirates has dropped significantly, and they're not even half as strong as when they were first captured. Of course, part of the reason is that Magellan's fruit ability allows him to exert 120% of his combat effectiveness in this small space. Otherwise, this battle may not be a narrow victory, but a mutual defeat. At this time, Chun Fan at the bottom of the sea was full of anger, and he wanted to kill Sakazuki very much. But he knew that his current strength was definitely not enough. Continuously diving to the bottom of the sea, although my hands and feet are already feeling a little tired, and my physical strength is about to reach its limit. But even so, Chun Fan did not dare to surface. He had to reach his limit before resurfacing. Otherwise, if Sakazuki finds him, all his efforts will be in vain. After swimming for nearly 10 minutes, Chun Fan felt that he could no longer hold his breath and could only slowly swim out of the sea. He looked around and found that there was no trace of Sakazuki. Then he took a breath and glanced at the blue sky. He knew that he was not out of danger yet. I have to find a small island and hide. I'm still in danger now. Marine will definitely send warships out to look for it. Moreover, Sakazuki will never go back that easily. When Chun Fan thought of Sakazuki, his face was filled with anger. It was the first time that he wanted to kill someone. He secretly swore in his heart that he would kill Sakazuki to avenge Budek. At night falls. Chun Fan arrived at an island in the Sabaody archipelago. At this time, both his injuries and physical strength were about to reach the limit of his body. It can be said that if this continues, Chun Fan will die even if he is not caught by Marine. Without hesitation, Chun Fan immediately broke into a house. Inside, there lived a strong man with a scar on his face. Who are you? You dare to break into my house. Do you know who I am? Lousy belongs to the giant tiger pirates. The strong man held a big sword and looked at Chun Fan with a fierce expression. No nonsense. Chun Fan's body disappeared instantly. Under the shock and fear of the strong man, blood spurted out, and his head instantly turned into a pile of brains. Afterwards, Chun Fan began to look for food in his house, and soon he saw a lot of food. Chun Fan, who already felt his head was dizzy, immediately ignored it and started eating. Along with the weak heat flow, it emanates from a body, first enters the blood, and then pours into the internal organs. Like the dew after the rain, it is constantly repairing Chun Fan's body. His body, which was about to collapse and reach its limit, barely stabilized at this moment. At the same time, Marine's warships were constantly searching for traces of Chun Fan on the sea. In the Marine Fleet Admiral office, Cyborg Kong also learned at this moment that a little guy actually escaped from the 6th floor of the Impel city. His hair, which was already standing on end, looked like it was blowing up at this moment. Cyborg Kong looked at Zifa, Sengoku, Garp, and others who were in the office at this time with an angry expression. It's a shame for us Marine to let a little guy escape from the 6th floor. Seize the last chance, except for Garp, you stay. Everyone else, be sure to catch that son of Achiku. Looking at the angry Cyborg Kong, everyone looked very serious. Only Garp was still eating donuts with a smile on his face. This little guy is quite interesting. However, his father is also very strong. He lasted for an hour before he was defeated by me. The atmosphere in the city was extremely gloomy. At this time, both Magellan and Uziliu were covered with bandages. One could imagine how seriously injured they were. At this moment, neither of them spoke, including the jailer under them, because they all knew that the myth that no one could escape from Impel Down City was shattered on this day. It was broken under their hands. The pirate who was less than 20 years old broke the myth of Impel Down. 1 month later, a young man appeared on a small island in Qinghai. This man was Chun Fan. The day after he recovered, he immediately left the Sabaody Islands. After the Marine headquarters searched for Chun Fan nearby for 2 days with no results, they also knew very well that Chun Fan had probably left here. They also had to accept the reality that the myth of Impel Down was shattered by a boy less than 20 years old. Marine headquarters also announced Chun Fan's bounty 10 days ago. The most important thing is that they even learned Chun Fan's name from the pirates who survived on the 6th floor. As the only pirate to break the myth in decades, the Marines offered a bounty of 800 million Baileys. This is such a terrifying number. You must know that Chun Fan's current strength does not even reach that of a lieutenant general. As soon as this reward order came out, in 10 days, the news that the myth of Impel Down City was shattered spread throughout the sea. The pirates in New World were all greatly surprised. I read that right. Someone actually broke the myth of Impel Down City. It's really scary. This guy looks like he's less than 20 years old, but he was able to escape from Impel Down. I think that myth that can never be broken was touted by Marine. Otherwise, how would it be possible for a guy with no hair to escape from prison successfully? It's just that these Marines are just losers and a bunch of trash. The pirates in the New World were not only surprised that Chun Fan broke the myth of Impel Down. He even felt that Marine was such a loser that he would successfully escape from Impel Down by a young man under 20 years old. At the same time, in the second half of New World, Roger, who had just become One Piece, saw the news and smiled. It's really interesting that this little guy was able to escape from Impel Down. With young people like him here, I really look forward to what the world will be like in the future. However, I may not be able to see it anymore. One Piece Roger looked forward. No one knew what he was thinking at this time. On the shore of Gaia Island, Chun Fan appeared here. He had been here for 2 full days, looking at the endless sea. Some villagers looked at this scene and felt very strange, thinking, who is this guy? Where did it come from, and why did it stay on the shore for 2 days? This caused Chun Fan to attract many people's attention. However, Chun Fan didn't care at all about the crowd watching. He was waiting for a wave of waves to rise into the sky. He came here with only one purpose, which was to obtain the Thunder Fruit. Chen Fan must get the Thunder Fruit, which is known as Logia's most powerful attack power. As long as he gets the terrifying power of thunder, Chen Fan will be sure to catch up with Sakazuki as quickly as possible. After he came out, he only had 2 goals for the time being. The first was to kill Marine Lieutenant General Henry David, and the second was to kill Sakazuki. For the first goal, Chen Fan is confident that it will not take long before he has the strength of a lieutenant general in his headquarters. But as for Sakazuki, with his monster-like talent, Chen Fan will improve, and he will definitely improve too. Therefore, Chen Fan needs to obtain the Thunder Fruit to quickly enhance his strength. The breeze kept blowing on the sea surface, causing ripples and circles. Chen Fan just closed his eyes and rested, waiting slowly. Suddenly, Chen Fan opened his eyes because he found that the entire sea had become extremely manic. The next second, the water rose into the sky, and the entire sea surface looked like an upside-down waterfall. Some of the villagers who were watching had shocked expressions on their faces, but most of them were accustomed to it. Obviously, as villagers who have lived on this island for decades, they have seen the upside-down waterfall more than once. Although this is like a miracle, are there still few wonders in the world of One Piece? Looking at the water flow that looked like a huge pillar holding up the sky, Chen Fan didn't hesitate at all. He wanted to use this water flow to rush straight up. Rush directly to Nakhorn Island. Afterwards, Chen Fan directly used Moonwalk and headed towards the water flow. I saw the faces of the villagers behind were full of surprise. Am I right? Is this young man flying? You read that right. He is indeed flying. Is he the legendary Devil Fruit user? Look, he seems to be rushing directly into the water. No way. Isn't this looking for death? I saw with my own eyes a huge wooden boat being swept into the current. Then, in less than a few seconds, it was broken into pieces and turned into pieces of wood. The people inside were all turned into pieces of flesh and blood, and no one could survive. Under the shocked and incomprehensible expressions of the villagers, Chen Fan had already rushed into the giant pillar of water flow. As soon as he entered, Chen Fan felt a tearing sensation in his body. He did not expect that the impact of the sky-high river was so strong, and the iron blocks were immediately deployed. After strengthening his body's defense, Chen Fan felt a little better, and then his whole body was rushed upward by the sky-high river. The villagers at the back shook their heads at this time, with expressions full of regret. They couldn't figure out why this young man would go into this water column to seek death when he clearly had a great time. In their sight, Chen Fan had been submerged by the river like an upside-down waterfall, and he could not be seen at all. Chen Fan, who was in the sky-high river, constantly felt as if his body was being cut by a knife. This is also thanks to his strong physical fitness. If an ordinary person wants to reach the empty island by relying on the soaring river with only his physical body, he may be torn into pieces as soon as he enters. In less than a moment, the soaring river directly brought Chen Fan to the sea. He looked towards the White Sea above. If I remember correctly, Sky Island should be above the White Sea. Chen Fan did not hesitate and immediately swam upstream. 2 minutes later, he swam out of the sea. Looking at the vast expanse of white, Chen Fan couldn't help but sigh at the miraculous craftsmanship of nature. Standing up, Chen Fan looked around. There were no buildings, only a vast expanse of white. His expression instantly became a little ugly, because the purpose of his trip was Burka Island, but he did not know the specific direction of Burka Island. Chen Fan thought for a moment and decided to walk straight ahead. Whenever he met an Sky Islander, he could ask him the specific direction. Without hesitation, Chen Fan immediately used Moonwalk. He would rather spend more energy and move forward on this empty island than run on this white cloud. Because in this ocean that looks like white clouds, some places are empty and invisible. Ordinary people will step in if they step on it accidentally. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours later, Chen Fan went down to rest every half hour, and then continued to use Moonwalk to fly in midair. At this time he stopped, because Chen Fan discovered that in front of him was no longer the vast white ocean, but a strange building in the shape of a huge six-pointed star. As he flew faster and faster, he found that the buildings in front of him became more and more familiar. Chen Fan thought about it. Isn't this the gate of heaven above the White Sea? Entering this door will also lead to an empty island. Without hesitation, Chun Fan ran towards the gate of the Kingdom of Heaven at extremely fast speeds. As soon as he entered the gate of Heavenly Kingdom, he saw a tunnel with a radius of several meters, but more than hundreds of meters long. Without stopping, Chun Fan continued to run forward, and after running for almost 1,000 meters, he saw a gate appearing in front of him. I was about to rush up and open the door. The door that was several meters high opened on its own initiative, and an ugly old woman who was just over 1 meter tall, like a dwarf, with purple hair wrapped up and her face covered with wrinkles, appeared in front of Chun Fan. Sky Islander. Chun Fan slowly said these 3 words because he saw that this old woman looked the same as the person above the sea, and the most important thing was that she had a pair of white wings on her back. At this moment, Amazon was holding a camera in her hand, and she glanced at Chun Fan. Then, before Chun Fan could react, he pointed the camera at him and started taking random pictures. After taking about a dozen pictures, the old woman looked at Chun Fan and said slowly, "People from Qinghai, welcome to our empty island. I am a supervisor of the empty island, Amazon. If you want to enter our empty island, you must pay 15 billions of extol." Amazon's voice is a little hoarse. Chun Fan vaguely remembered that he had to pay money to enter the Sky Island, and 1.5 billion extol sounded like a terrifying number. But converted into Baileys, it's only a few 100,000. Really? But I can ask you a question. Where to go to Burka Island? Chun Fan had a sneer on his lips. Needless to say, he had no money. Even if he had money, he would not pay it. Chun Fan looked at the Amazon behind him and the pair of wings behind her. Go all the way to the right, and you can see Angel Island. If you go straight back from Angel Island, you'll find Burka Island. People from Qinghai, do you have any money? If not, I can't let you in. Amazon looked at Chun Fan with a somewhat fearful expression. After getting the answer you want. Of course I have it, but you don't have the life to take it. The second after he finished speaking, Chun Fan's body instantly disappeared from the spot. His fists were covered with armed, domineering energy, and he blasted towards the Amazon. Seeing this scene, Amazon's face showed panic. She prepared to fight back, but it was too late. With the blood spurting out, Chun Fan punched the Amazon's head into pieces. Looking at the body, Chun Fan first searched her body and got a money bag which contained currencies that Chun Fan had never seen before. The denominations were very large, and the smallest one was worth 100,000. This should be extol. Afterwards, Chun Fan was about to leave, but he stopped after taking just a few steps. Chun Fan looked at Amazon's pair of white wings. In fact, the biggest difference between Qingdao people and Kongdao people is the white wings on their backs. Although Chun Fan is not afraid of the 4 God-tier officials and Gonfuer, he does not want to cause trouble for himself. Before finding the Thunder Fruit, Chun Fan wanted to avoid all the troubles that could be avoided. After a while, he ripped off a pair of wings from the Amazon's back. Then he stuffed it into his clothes. If you don't look carefully, Chun Fan is no different from Sky Islander now. After doing all this, Chun Fan was about to use Moonwalk when he saw another good thing. In front of him, a seahorse like a shrimp appeared. Chun Fan immediately recognized it. This should be Kongdao's unique express shrimp. After thinking for a while, Chun Fan jumped directly onto the express shrimp and grabbed its 2 beards as if grabbing the reins. Ride it toward the east. Express shrimp is worthy of its name. It is so fast that even compared to Chun Fan's moonwalk, it is not slower at all. As time goes by, Chun Fan gradually saw a hole appearing in front of him, and the hole was shining with white light. Without thinking much, he immediately drove the express shrimp in that direction. Boom! The moment he drove out of the cave, Chun Fan found himself in midair and then suddenly fell. Chun Fan quickly grabbed the express shrimp's beard with both hands to prevent him from being thrown out. Bang! After falling heavily on the island cloud, Chun Fan stabilized his body and looked forward. Not far in front of it, there is a beach, and in front of the beach are piles of buildings. No need to think this should be Angel Island. Afterwards, Chun Fan immediately jumped off the express shrimp and ran towards Angel Island. He was too lazy to waste time. After all, Angel Island was not the destination of his trip. His destination was Burka Island. In fact, Chun Fan didn't know where the Thunder Fruit was exactly. In his previous life, he only read some information on a certain bar. Chun Fan guessed that the Thunder Fruit might be in the temple on Burka Island. Therefore, Chun Fan was prepared to go directly to the temple, if the temple did not have one. There's only the second way, which is to find Enel and follow him in the dark until Enel finds the Thunder Fruit and snatch it himself. However, this method is too slow, and Enel is only in his early teens at the moment. Chun Fan also didn't know when exactly Enel obtained the Thunder Fruit. However, now he can only take one step at a time. Chun Fan was thinking as he walked into Angel Island, where there were buildings. On the street, no one noticed Chun Fan. After all, Chun Fan also has a pair of wings behind his back at this moment. He is thinking about whether to use moonwalk or use transportation to get to Burka Island. After hesitating for a few seconds, Chun Fan decided to use transportation. After all, before getting the Thunder Fruit, Chun Fan wanted to keep a low profile. Then, he came to a shop where vehicles like motorcycles were parked. This is also one of Kongdao's unique products, Wei Ba. The owner of this shop is a middle-aged man with a beer belly. "Boss, how did you sell this car?" Chun Fan pointed to the car closest to him and asked. 7 billion extras. The boss replied, "Okay, take it." Chun Fan happily took out 700 million extras from the bag. After all, this was the money he had just snatched, and he wouldn't be able to use it down there, so he didn't care. Seeing Chun Fan paying for it so readily, the boss was a little surprised, but he didn't say much. After all, isn't it bad to have customers who don't bargain? After paying the money with one hand and delivering the goods with the other, Chun Fan drove directly away in Megatron. Driving all the way, feeling the speed of the wind, Chun Fan felt almost like driving a motorcycle. After a while, he drove the Megatron to leave Angel Island and headed directly towards Burka Island. Along the way, waves splashed in circles. But there is a bad thing. Every half hour, Chun Fan has to stop because the air in the exhaust shell is used up and he has to stop to replenish it. Until the next morning, when the morning light dawned. Chun Fan just saw a small island. When he looked over, he saw a white coastline with towering trees standing on it. The entire island was deep in the white ocean. No need to think this should be Burka Island. 2222. Chun Fan did not hesitate and immediately grasped the handle in front of him as tightly as possible. He seemed to have seen the Thunder Fruit actually waving towards him. After entering the coast, Chun Fan threw Megatron on the side of the road, ignored it, and then walked directly into the island. Walking into this street, Chun Fan wanted to find someone to ask where the temple was. As he was walking, he saw a group of people gathered in one place, and some of them were very excited and seemed to be cursing. Being somewhat curious, Chun Fan also used his observation haki to look over. When he saw clearly what was inside the crowd, Chun Fan's expression changed. There was a child in there who looked to be about 10 years old. Why did Chun Fan feel familiar with him? Because this isn't Enel as a kid. At this moment, Enel was surrounded by people, and in front of him was a baker holding a bread. "How dare you come to my bakery and steal my bread?" The baker pointed at Enel and started cursing. "I didn't. Someone threw it to me. I just happened to come over here." Enel looked frightened. "Huh? Who would believe you when you say this?" The baker looked incredulous. "That's right, disgusting Qinghai people. I would drive them off the island." "I think so too. How can a humble Qinghai person who doesn't even have wings live on our Burka Island?" Disgusting. It turns out that only people from Qinghai would do such petty theft. Except for the baker, no one among the onlookers believed Enel. After all, in their eyes, Enel was just a Qinghai native different from them. I really didn't." Enel looked aggrieved. "You still dare to say no? Do you mean that I have wronged you?" The burly baker showed no sympathy for Enel at all. Instead, he stretched out his right hand and slapped him. "Pa!" You know, the baker's thick arms are almost as big as Enel's head. This slap made Enel dizzy, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he half fell to the ground in pain. Chun Fan, who was watching this scene, had no intention of going up to help. In his eyes, as long as Enel's life was not in danger, it was none of his business. As for the onlookers, they showed no mercy at all, and instead smiled. Akru, your slap was too light. It didn't knock the little guy unconscious. That's right, this evil Qinghai man, he dared to steal things this time, and he will dare to kill people next time. Your slap is too light. If I were you, I would definitely beat him up badly. Not only did the onlookers not feel the slightest bit of sympathy for Enel, they all started to mock him, and some even thought that the baker had beaten the dough too lightly. I don't want to be put in jail because of a Qinghai man. Kid, I'll let you go this time. Next time, if you dare to steal bread again, I will beat you half to death. Akru said to Enel in a threatening manner, then left with a big laugh. Those who were watching also felt that there was nothing interesting to watch and left one after another. Enel kept his head down and said nothing until they left. He didn't dare to speak because it was obviously not him who stole it, but these guys thought they stole it just because they didn't have wings behind them. Enel clenched his fists. His eyes were extremely gloomy. He roared in his heart. If he had the chance to stand up, he would make these people pay the price. He would make everyone in the entire Sky Island pay the price. Chun Fan, who was watching this scene from behind, also knew why Enel would be so cruel in the future and enslave the people of Sky Island. Anyone who was treated like this when they were a child would do the same. However, Chun Fan didn't care what Enel was thinking at the moment. After watching the show, Chun Fan prepared to head towards the temple. He randomly found someone and asked him. The middle-aged man who was selling food looked at Chun Fan strangely, because normally people on Burka Island should know where the temple is. You came from Angel Island, right? The middle-aged man looked at Chun Fan. Yes. Chun Fan replied. Why are you asking for the direction of the temple? It's a forbidden area. None of us can go there. The uncle looked at Chun Fan with some suspicion. Nothing. I'm just curious. How much do these things cost? Chun Fan pointed to a few items of food. Well, how many of these? It adds up to 10,000 Ixtal. When the middle-aged uncle heard that Chun Fan wanted to buy something, he immediately became enthusiastic. Okay, then please help me wrap everything up. Chun Fan said slowly. Okay. The middle-aged uncle immediately wrapped the food. Seeing Chun Fan pay the money so readily, he continued, well, the temple is at the end of this street. Just keep going to the left. However, it is a forbidden area and can only be seen from a distance, not close. After thinking for a while, the middle-aged uncle told Chun Fan the location of the temple. After all, he bought something from him, and the location of the temple on Burka Island is no secret. Thank you very much. Chun Fan smiled, then took all the food and left. When he went to the temple, there was already someone ahead of him. It was Enel. In the street, Chun Fan did not use moonwalk or hurry up, but walked normally. Before he got the thunder fruit, he didn't want to attract other people's attention. Enel, who ran quickly, arrived outside the temple. He hid in a bush and kept looking at the temple. He seemed to know something, but there were guards patrolling around the temple with spears, so there was no way he could get close to the temple. You know, even people from Angel Island can't get close to the temple, let alone a Qingdao person without wings. It can be said that as soon as Enel gets close to the temple, he will definitely be caught by the guards, and he may even be killed directly. He stared firmly into the temple, his eyes full of unwillingness. At this time, Chun Fan also arrived outside the temple. He saw a temple that was very large and similar to ancient Egyptian architecture. The walls of the temple were also carved with murals that Chun Fan couldn't understand at all. There were even guards patrolling around. As soon as Chun Fan walked over, he attracted the attention of the guards. Who are you? Don't get close here. Leave quickly. One of the guards came up to warn. This is because Chun Fan has a pair of wings behind his back. If he were from Qinghai, he might just take action. Chun Fan did not reply, nor did he leave. He stood there without any movement. Seeing this scene, the guards gathered around. I'm warning you again. This is a forbidden area of the temple. If you don't leave, I will kill you here on the spot. At first, the guard warned again. This time Chen Fan moved, but with his fist. He swung his right arm in extremely fast speed. The fist struck directly at the guard's head. The guard was so fast that he couldn't react at all. He could only enlarge his pupils, and then blood shot out. The guard completely lost his breath and fell to the ground. The guards watching this scene from behind immediately understood. What was Chen Fan here for? Kill him together. One of the guards shouted, and then more than a dozen guards rushed towards Chen Fan. But how could these miscellaneous soldiers, who at best only have school-level strength, be Chen Fan's opponents? Shave? Chen Fan's body disappeared in an instant. His fingers turned into claws, and every attack took away a life. Those guards just screamed and were killed by Chen Fan, leaving no room for them to fight back. In just 2 minutes, Chen Fan killed all the dozen guards guarding the temple. Looking at the corpses on the ground and his hands stained with blood, Chen Fan didn't care and walked straight towards the temple. Enel, who had been hiding in the grass, was so surprised when he saw this scene that his mouth opened in an O shape. Looking at the devil-like Chen Fan, his eyes were full of fear, but he was more worried because he saw this man walking straight into the temple. He thought to himself, could it be that this guy came for that thing as well? Seeing that Chen Fan had completely entered the temple, Enel also came out from the bushes and followed him in stealthily. Inside the temple, Chen Fan looked at the several-meter-tall golden statue placed in the front of the temple. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, and he could not recognize who it was. His pupils slightly dilated, and Chen Fan's gaze was now completely directed at the golden statue's right hand, which held a spiral, sky-blue fruit. Isn't this the thunder fruit that he's been dreaming about? Looking at the thunder fruit, Chen Fan could no longer hide the joy in his heart and was about to rush forward to get it. At this moment, an old voice sounded in the temple. You have trespassed into the forbidden area and killed the temple guards. This is a great disrespect to God. Boom! As soon as the vicissitudes of life voice fell, Chen Fan looked in the direction where the voice came from, and suddenly a terrifying shock wave was emitted, deafening. Immediately, a white shock wave shot towards Chen Fan, and without hesitation, his body rolled backwards. Chen Fan dodged the attack easily. Boom! All of a sudden, a hole several meters high was blasted out in the wall of the temple, and bricks fell to the ground. It can be imagined that the power of this blow was enormous. At the same time, Chen Fan turned around and looked to the right with fierce eyes. An old woman wearing a white robe and with a pair of white wings on her back appeared in front of him. Her expression was filled with anger. She was not afraid of Chen Fan's cold gaze, but warned him, "Trespasser, leave now. This fruit represents sin and curse. Leave immediately, or I will punish you on behalf of God." As she spoke, the old woman held a shock shell in her hand and faced Chen Fan. Seeing this scene, Chen Fan sneered, a smile like the devil's smile from hell. You think you can stop me? What curse? What God? It's really ridiculous. The next second after he finished speaking, Chen Fan immediately used the shaving technique, and his body instantly disappeared from the spot. His fists were covered with armed color domineering, and he attacked the old woman at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this, the temple guardian picked up the shock shell, and in an instant, shock waves were launched, destroying everything around. Boom! The sound of explosions continued, and gaps were smashed into the temple. But even so, she had no way of aiming at Chen Fan, who possessed the observation haki. He dodged these attacks easily, and in just a few seconds, Chen Fan had arrived in front of the old woman. Seeing this scene, the temple guardian wanted to use the shock wave again and fired it close to the face, but Chen Fan punched out with powerful force. Blood spurted out, and a scream of "ah" was heard. The temple guardian's right hand was directly broken, and the shock wave also fell to the ground along with his right hand. With a look of fear and surprise on his face, Chen Fan grabbed the temple guardian's neck with his right hand and lifted him up. Give it up. Although that thing brings power, it is also an ominous thing. Before the old woman died, she still wanted to persuade Chen Fan to give up. It's ridiculous. I have such a powerful force, but I don't master it. Then this power will belong to me. What curse? I only believe that power is the only thing. Chun Fan sneered, then exerted force with his right hand. Crack! The Temple Guardian's neck was pinched directly by Chun Fan. On the other side, Enel had sneakily arrived in front of the Thunder Fruit. His face was full of excitement, thinking that he would finally have power. When the time comes, he will make everyone on the empty island pay the price, and he will become the king of the empty island. Just when he was about to reach out for the Thunder Fruit. But the next second, Chun Fan immediately picked up the impact shell on the ground and threw it in the direction of the Thunder Fruit. Enel, who was still laughing wildly, instantly felt a sharp pain in the back of his head, and the shell was directly embedded in the back of his head. After a few seconds, blood flowed out, and Enel fell to the ground unconscious. Even though he was dead, his eyes were still staring at the Thunder Fruit. He was very unwilling in his heart, because he was just one step away from getting this thunderous fruit and gaining powerful power. At this moment, Chun Fan slowly walked towards the Thunder Fruit. Chun Fan had already discovered Enel when he entered the temple. It's just that he wants to deal with the Temple Guardian first. You alone dare to steal something from me. Chun Fan glanced at Enel's body, and then picked up the sky-blue Thunder Fruit. Without hesitation, Chun Fan immediately took a bite. In an instant, a very unpleasant taste fermented in his mouth. After swallowing it, I felt that the intestines in my body were turning over. This smell is worse than shit. No wonder even Luffy can't eat devil fruit. Forcibly enduring the nausea, Chun Fan took it for a while before he recovered. He felt the inside of his body carefully, and, after a few seconds, Chun Fan's appearance is covered with wisps of blue thunder, and he seems to be able to use it at will. Chun Fan stretched out the fingers of his right hand and pointed forward. In an instant, a bolt of lightning as thick as a finger burst forward and directly penetrated the wall. Looking at this power, Chun Fan thought that it was indeed a thunder fruit, and then he began to try to elementalize his body. Just a few seconds later, his entire body turned into wisps of thunder and then floated in mid-air. Although Chun Fan can only use the thunder fruit in some superficial ways now. However, he believes that as he continues to develop, this Logia fruit with the strongest attack power will shine brightly on the sea. The next second, Chun Fan did not intend to stay and disappeared instantly. The elemental body was extremely fast. Feeling the power all over the body, the thunder fruit not only gave Chun Fan the power of thunder, but also improved his physical fitness to a higher level. After getting the fruit, Chun Fan was ready to start his next plan. Rule the Sky Island. You must know that whether you're creating a pirate group or a force, in addition to strong power, funds are also essential. This is also why Chun Fan had to go to Sky Island as soon as he escaped. First, of course, it's because of the Logia Devil Fruit Thunder Fruit. The second reason is that there is a large amount of gold on the empty island. It can be said that as long as Chun Fan owns the gold on the empty island, that way, you most likely won't have to worry about money in the future. Standing proudly in the sky, Chun Fan's whole body was covered with destructive thunder, and wisps of blue thunder flashed around him. The atmosphere keeps roaring, and the whole sky seems to change color. At this time, Chun Fan was like a thunder god in charge of heavenly punishment. The next second, his body disappeared instantly. Heading towards the center of Burka Island, Chun Fan arrived at the top of the palace in less than 10 minutes and looked at the magnificent palace below. Chun Fan's expression was full of indifference. At the same time, the soldiers patrolling outside the palace also discovered Chun Fan. Am I right? Is there someone flying? Yes. Why is there thunder around that person? Who is this person? Whoever it is. Everyone, be careful. It is not a good thing for such a person to appear above the palace. Most of the guards were extremely surprised when they saw a man flying with thunder in his body. However, the captain of the guard at the front had a serious look on his face, reminding everyone to be careful. Who are you? Why are you here? The muscular captain of the guard walked to the front and looked at Chun Fan above him and asked. His expression was still so indifferent. Chun Fan raised his hand slightly and answered that the guard had a thick ray of thunder. Boom! Blue thunder fell from the sky at an extremely fast speed, like a divine punishment, and flooded towards the guard captain. His face was full of fear. The guard captain wanted to avoid it, but couldn't. The next second, the thunderbolt, which was as thick as a basketball, completely submerged it. Bang! A small crater was made on the entire ground, and the captain of the guard lay on the ground with his whole body scorched black and made no sound. At this moment, the guards all knew that this was the enemy. Everyone fire arrows. Fire arrows quickly. The deputy guard chief quickly stood up and gave instructions to his subordinates. In an instant, the soldiers also reacted and raised their arrows one after another. These were the unique cloud arrows of Kongdao. Then aim upward, pull the bow in a semicircle, and shoot. Call out. In an instant, hundreds of cloud arrows shot towards Chun Fan at extremely fast speeds like a waterfall. Thunder punishment. Facing this overwhelming attack, Chun Fan looked calm and raised his right hand high. In an instant, dark clouds appeared in the sky. Streams of terrifying thunder rushed down, turning into a thunder spear in midair, containing extremely terrifying power, and headed towards the clouds covered with arrows. Boom! The sound of explosions sounded, and in an instant, the terrifying thunder spear swallowed up all the cloud arrows. Seeing Chun Fan defusing their attacks so easily, the guards below were filled with surprise and fear. Is this still a human being? How could he use such a terrifying attack? How is it possible that someone can master the power of thunder? This is too scary. How can we be the opponent of such a person? This is a god. Otherwise, how can we master the power of thunder? The guard below looked panicked, and for a moment, he even forgot to continue shooting. Everyone, please be quiet. Anyone who disturbs the morale of the army will be killed. Everyone will then shoot arrows for me. The deputy guard chief shouted loudly, although he also felt fear in his heart. But he knew that he absolutely couldn't show it at this time. After being shouted by the deputy guard captain, everyone also reacted, then filled their hands with bows and arrows, and fired out arrows like clouds. This time, Chun Fan refused to hide. His whole body was completely covered by blue thunder, and he allowed the arrows from the clouds to shoot at him, but unfortunately they all passed through his body. There is absolutely no way to cause any harm to the elementalized Chun Fan. At this moment, he was floating in mid-air, his whole body shining with thunder of destruction, just like a thunder god. Seeing the scene in front of them, the guards completely collapsed. They had never seen such an opponent before. Why could their arrows not cause any harm to him? This was impossible. Looking at everyone's expressions, Chun Fan, who had just obtained the thunder fruit and finished playing it, was too lazy to waste time anymore. The ultimate thunder punishment. I saw him raising his hands high, and in an instant, dark clouds appeared in the sky, and the blue clouds kept flashing. Along with this, Chun Fan waved his hands down, and wisps of thunder from his thick arms fell from the sky. At this moment, it was like a thunder punishment, roaring towards the thousands of guards below. Seeing this all-destroying attack and this shocking scene, those guards didn't dare to think about resisting. They immediately abandoned their armor and tried to escape. It's a pity. How can they outrun the thunder? Help! Help! I don't want to die yet. Who's going to save me? Who's going to save me? Is this the devil? Is this the devil appearing to destroy our country? Screams and calls for help continued to sound from below. The thousands of guards, under the power of this destructive thunder, had no resistance at all. One by one, they turned into charred corpses, and some even turned directly into ashes and dissipated in the world. The deputy guard captain fell to his knees directly on the ground. The spear in his hand fell. He looked at Chun Fan above and was stunned. He doesn't know who the person above is. Is it a god? Is it a demon? Is this coming to destroy their country? Under his desperate expression, a bolt of thunder struck his head. Boom! A small pit appeared on the ground, and his body disappeared between the sky and the earth. After doing all this, Chun Fan acted as if nothing had happened. He didn't care about the ants' lives at all. The next second, Chun Fan's body dissipated directly on the spot and turned into wisps of thunder, heading towards the interior of the palace at an extremely fast speed. The king's army inside the palace rushed out, trying to block Chun Fan's progress. It's a pity that Chun Fan is in this sea of people, as if he's in a deserted land, and the wisps of thunder are as easy as Shinigami, harvesting the lives of the king's army. The tens of thousands of king's troops could not even stop Chun Fan. Within the palace, the power of this destructive thunder had long since attracted the king's attention. I saw the middle-aged man wearing a crown walking out of the palace, but when he saw the wisps of destructive thunder, his eyes were filled with a trace of fear. Guys, what are those? What should we do next? William George III looked at the ministers below him. They also witnessed the miracle just now. For a moment, no one spoke. No one knew what to do. You trash. Don't you have anything to do at the critical moment? Then what's the point of raising trash like you? William George III roared angrily at the ministers under his command. King, I think you should escape from the palace first. The guy is too scary. He is simply a demon. If he comes, we have no confidence in stopping him. At this time, a noble stood up and said, Yes, King, let's leave here first. Otherwise, if that guy comes over, it will be too late. King, please leave quickly. Leave the palace first. We will think of countermeasures later. The noble ministers behind also stood up one after another and advised William George III to leave here first and think of countermeasures later. Listening to these words, William George III's face was extremely pale. He didn't expect that as a king, he would be forced to flee the palace by himself. Moreover, none of the guys under my command can come up with a solution alone. Ellen, what can you do? Or are you sure you can deal with him? William George III turned his last hope to an officer in armor at the front. This is the strongest general in his royal army. Without any thinking, Ellen said directly, King, I am not sure about dealing with him. If we really fight, I may not be able to survive 3 moves. So, the best thing to do now is to ask the king to leave the palace temporarily. Hearing even the strongest officer under his command say this, William George III's face instantly filled with despair. He also knew that the only way to escape now was to escape first. Everyone escort me out of the palace. Just after William George III weakly announced this order, a thundering figure appeared in front of everyone. When they felt this terrifying power and looked at this figure, they couldn't help but feel fear. Chun Fan just stood here, without saying a word or making a move. But just the thunder that covered the whole body with destruction made everyone feel other pressure. Even William George III couldn't help but take a few steps back. Who are you? Why are you massacring my army? William George III suppressed his fear and asked Chun Fan. There is no reason the law of the jungle should be the way it is. This island belongs to me from now on. Chun Fan's tone was so cold. The next second after he finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand and pointed his finger forward. A blue thunderbolt as thick as an arm, carrying terrifying power, was launched towards William George III at an extremely fast speed. Ellen, who had been standing by, was afraid when he saw this scene, but in order to protect the king, he did not hesitate. Holding a spear in his hand, he stood in front of William George III. The tip of the spear, made of ebony, directly faced the destructive thunder. Boom! The terrifying power directly forced Ellen to retreat continuously. As Ellen roared, he waved the spear in his hand and blasted away the thunder. Looking at this scene, Chun Fan had an interesting expression on his face. Yes, you can actually block my attack, but that's it. Anyone who blocks me will die. The next second, thunder flashed, and Chun Fan's body disappeared directly on the spot, very fast. At this moment, everyone in the palace could only see an afterimage, including Ellen, who could not see clearly. 2 seconds later, Ellen's expression showed fear, and he was about to wave the spear in his hand to attack. Chun Fan's fist containing thunder appeared directly on his forehead. As the thunder flashed, brains and pulp spurted out, and Ellen turned into a headless corpse and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the people who were already frightened all stepped back in fear. No one dared to go up and stop Chun Fan. Who are you? As long as you let me go, I am willing to give you everything, including this country. William George III was frightened, and his body could not help but tremble. He looked at Chun Fan, who was flashing thunder in front of him, and felt that this man was like a devil from hell. Kill you, and all this will be mine too. Chun Fan had no intention of letting him go. He stretched out his right hand and just moved forward slightly. A destructive thunder ray spurted out and directly hit William George III's chest. Under his frightened expression, bang! William George III's body fell heavily to the ground, completely silent. Then, Chun Fan turned around and looked at the ministers and nobles. I give you a choice, surrender to me or die. Chun Fan looked at everyone with a smile on his face. But in the eyes of these ministers and nobles, this smile seemed like the smile of a Shinigami. It was so oppressive that they didn't even have the courage to say no. Knock, knock. All of a sudden, all the princes and ministers knelt down in unison. We are willing to call you king. We are willing to call you king. They lowered their heads, their eyes filled with fear, and no one even dared to look directly at Chun Fan. Chun Fan, who easily ruled an island, did not feel satisfied. The purpose of his trip was to rule the entire Sky Island, not just one island. Why Burka Island first? Of course, it is because Burka Island is closest to him. The next day, I woke up at dawn. Chun Fan randomly picked a noble yesterday to represent him in all matters concerning the island. He wanted to use the resources of Sky Island to develop his own power, not just to become the king of Sky Island. Chun Fan's main goal now is to increase his strength, so he can't let other trivial matters disturb him. Looking at the sunlight pouring down from the sky, Chun Fan did not hesitate. He turned into wisps of lightning, and his body instantly disappeared from the spot. He was now going to deal with the 4 god-tier officials and Gonforal. If it weren't for the Logia Thunderfruit, these guys might have caused some trouble for Chun Fan. But now, on this island without armament hockey, Logia is basically invincible. Otherwise, Enel would not have been called a god before. After leaving Burka Island, Chun Fan's body turned into wisps of lightning, soaring in the sky. He headed towards the Island of God at an extremely fast speed. In less than 5 minutes, Chun Fan crossed tens of thousands of meters and arrived above the Island of Gods. This speed is even faster than the airplanes in the previous life. You can imagine how fast he is at this moment. Standing proudly in the air, appearing in front of Chun Fan was a huge island on which grew towering trees, giving people the feeling of a primeval forest. The most important thing is that this island is full of soil, unlike the other islands whose surface is composed of island clouds. This is Arpiado, known as the Island of Gods. No longer admiring this sight, in an instant, thunder flashed, and just a few seconds later, the figure of thunder appeared on the island. The thunder dissipated, and Chun Fan walked on the soil of this divine island. Boom! The roar of thunder instantly attracted the attention of the guards on the Island of Gods. However, Chun Fan did not leave, but walked forward slowly. Soon, hundreds of guards holding spears surrounded Chun Fan. These are the Gods' Guardians from the Gods' Island. It is said that each of them can fight 10 enemies at once. However, for Chun Fan, this is no different from being an ordinary guard. Qinghai people, you actually dare to trespass into the Gods' Island. You are so bold. The captain of the guard in the front, who was wearing silver armor, looked at Chun Fan fiercely. Noisy. Chun Fan raised his right hand slightly and pointed his finger forward. A ray of blue lightning, carrying terrifying power, shot straight towards the captain of the guard at an extremely fast speed. For a moment, there was no time to react. Under the horrified expression of the guard captain, his head was directly pierced. Bang! His body fell heavily to the ground without a sound. The hundreds of remaining guards looked at this scene with fear on their faces. You can go die. A smile appeared on Chun Fan's lips, and streaks of blue thunder appeared on his hands. Before the guards could react, he pushed his hands forward. In an instant, the wisps of blue thunder turned into thunder arrows, shooting straight towards the guards of the gods. Help! Or have those guards seen this person who can control thunder? Their eyes were full of fear and terror, and they did not dare to resist at all. They thought to themselves, is this still a human being? Is this not a god? They all ran backwards like crazy. But how could they outrun Thunderbolt at their speed? Along with screams, the hundreds of God's guards were easily dispatched by Chun Fan and turned into charred corpses. This is the terrifying thing about possessing the most destructive thunder fruit. This is also why those with natural fruit abilities are said to be nearly invincible in the first half of the sea. The elemental body and the terrifying power of nature are immune to most physical attacks. After Chun Fan easily dealt with these divine guards, his whole body was shining with thunder, and he left the place directly, came into the air, and headed towards the center of the Island of Gods. Galloping like lightning, Chun Fan's speed was extremely fast, like lightning. After a while, he saw a huge palace in the deepest part of the island, standing there, with divine guards guarding it all around. Boom! A sky-blue light beam fell from the sky, and all the guards were attracted. When they saw clearly the people inside, they were all stunned for a moment, because they saw Chun Fan's whole body surrounded by wisps of blue thunder. Gonfuel, come out and see me. Chun Fan's strong voice spread throughout the palace. For a moment, Gonfuel, who was in the palace, was full of doubts. He was thinking who on earth dared to come to his own place and call him that. Who are you? A middle-aged man flew out of the palace in an instant and looked in the direction of Chun Fan. After seeing Gonfuel come out, Chun Fan was too lazy to waste time with these miscellaneous fish. With a flash of thunder, his body instantly disappeared from sight, and the guards of God who were stunned in place only felt a thunder passing by. In less than a minute, Chun Fan arrived at the palace and appeared in front of Gonfuel. Behind him, there were 4 God-tier officials standing. Who are you? Gonfuel asked Chun Fan. He felt a great threat from the destructive thunder. Surrender or die. Chun Fan's whole body was shining with thunder, giving people a great sense of oppression. What qualifications do you have to make me surrender? Although Gonfuel felt a fatal threat from Chun Fan, as a god on the empty island, how could he surrender easily? Then face death. Chun Fan looked indifferent. In the next second, thunder covered his body and disappeared. A thunder spear appeared in his hand and stabbed straight towards Gonfuel. Gonfuel, who possesses the domineering spirit of seeing and hearing, barely felt Chun Fan's attack and swung his sword forward. Clang! The sharp sword and the thunder spear collided like boulders in an instant. The terrifying force directly caused Gonfuel to take several steps back, and he even felt his right hand numb. Before he could regain his balance, you made the stupidest choice in your life. A voice appeared, and accompanying this voice was a fist containing terrifying thunder. There was no time to resist, and with a horrified look on his face, Gonfuel was thinking, who is this guy? Why does he have the power of natural disasters? Why is he so fast? Even I can't see clearly. Boom! Along with the flash of thunder, Gonfuel's entire head was blown to pieces by Chun Fan. Bang! Then he fell heavily outside the hall, and blood was still flowing from the connection between the body and the head. The 4 God-tier officers behind him looked at this scene with fear and surprise on their faces. You must know that they are the ones who know Gonfuel's strength best. Even if the 4 of them join forces, they cannot be Gonfuel's opponent. This is why Gonfuel is called the god on the Sky Island. But such a strong person, in front of this mysterious man who suddenly appeared, only survived 2 attacks and was killed. Can they not be shocked and afraid? Surrender or die. Chun Fan looked at the 4 of them with a smile. But in the eyes of the 4th God-tier officer, this smile is like a devil's smile, representing death. We are willing to surrender to you. We just ask you to spare our lives. The 4 God-tier officials who reacted quickly knelt down. Most of them were afraid of death. Okay, very good. You foreknow more about current affairs than this guy. I am not killing innocent people indiscriminately. Chun Fan looked at the 4 people with a smile on his face. If the 4 God-tier officers hadn't just seen Gonfuel and a kind of divine guard dying outside, they would have really believed it. From now on, you will be the king of this empty island. You only need to obey my orders, and the rest will be under your control. Chun Fan pointed at the man at the front of the 4 god-tier officers, who had hair like antennae and was wearing purple clothes. Gaeda's face was full of surprise. He thought to himself, has he been promoted? However, he did not dare to smile and kept a respectful look on his face. After all, he did not know what kind of character the man who suddenly appeared in Kill Gonfuel had. Do you understand? Chun Fan looked at Gaedas. Seeing this cold look, Gaedas felt fear and quickly Kaido. I know, God. That's good. A satisfied smile appeared on Chun Fan's lips. He cannot waste time on an empty island. His goal is the new world. He does not want to imagine that Enel will be on an empty island in the future, just like being a frog at the bottom of a well. As for promoting his confidence to become the king, Chun Fan naturally does not have any confidence, and there's no need. His strength is the strongest guarantee. 15 days later, the sun was blazing. At this moment, Chun Fan was sitting on the palace of the Island of Gods. In these 15 days, he not only completely ruled the entire Sky Island, but also obtained a large amount of gold. I also got good news from Gaedas. That is, Gaedas got the drawing of the Ark's motto. Looking at the drawings in front of him, Chun Fan couldn't help but show an excited expression. How is this a ship? This is completely a spaceship. It has an unparalleled weapon system. Its outer body is made of gold, and can fly as long as it continuously releases thunder and lightning. This is an Ark tailor-made for Chun Fan. Gaedas, your most important task now is to lead the people of Sky Island to help me build this Ark as quickly as possible. Chun Fan ordered to Gaedas below. Understand, Lord God King. Gaedas could say that these 15 days have been a blessing. He originally thought that this new god would be very difficult to get along with. As a result, he discovered that this god trained every day in addition to training and basically decided all matters big and small by himself. The most important thing is that the 3 god-tier officials who had the same status as him now all obey his orders. This made Gaedas feel very comfortable and happy. The next day, when he woke up at dawn, in an open space, Chun Fan's whole body was shining with the thunder of destruction. He had spent the past few days training the ability of the Thunder Fruit. As he continues to develop, his control over thunder has become stronger and stronger, but it is not that easy to make qualitative changes. After all, Chun Fan only had 16 days to obtain the Thunder Fruit after all his calculations. Being able to use such a powerful thunder power is because Chun Fan's own physique is strong enough. Just when Chun Fan was about to continue practicing, a figure appeared and interrupted his practice. It was Gaedas. Has the research been completed? How long will it take at the fastest to build that Ark? Chun Fan asked Gaedas in an indifferent tone. He looked a little scared. He didn't know why Gaedas felt that he felt a great sense of oppression when facing Chun Fan, which made him feel fear. Report, Lord God King, I have asked several shipbuilding masters on the empty island. It will take at least 2 years to complete the construction of this Ark. Gaedas said slowly. Hearing this answer, Chun Fan's expression changed slightly. He originally thought about driving this Ark to leave the empty island. The result would take 2 years. It was naturally impossible for Chun Fan to stay on the empty island for 2 years, and it would take 6 years for him to know clearly in the city. There is no way to become a strong person by practicing blindly. Only by experiencing battles and fighting between life and death can you become a strong person faster. Okay, I understand. I will leave Sky Island for a period of time, ranging from a few months to a few years. During this period of time, you have full control over Sky Island. Remember, your first priority is to build the Ark with all your strength. Do you understand? Chun Fan looked at Gaedas. I understand, Lord God King. Although Gaedas was very confused that Chun Fan was about to leave like this, he did not dare to ask any more questions. As for Chun Fan, he is not worried about Gaedas betraying him, unless his strength exceeds his own. On the Sky Island, there is a way to practice the hegemony of seeing and hearing, that is, the heart guide, but there is no armed hegemony. Practice methods. This is also why Enel can become a god on this empty island, even though he is not very strong in physical skills. Afterwards, Chun Fan did not intend to continue practicing. He prepared to leave the Sky Island, accompanied by flashes of thunder. His entire body disappeared instantly, leaving only Gadaz in the open space. An hour later, the sun shines on the earth. Chen Fan came back to the White Sea. With the thunder fruit, he did not hesitate. Thunder flashed all over his body, and he fell directly from mid-air, falling downwards and crossing the White Sea. The rapid impact made Chun Fan feel that his body was being torn apart as it transformed into a series of thunder elements. The tearing feeling disappeared. Chun Fan easily passed through the several kilometers of White Sea and arrived at the sky above Qinghai. Look at the blue ocean below and the endless sky in the distance. Chun Fan clenched his fists, and thunder flashed around him. He must become the king of this world and have supreme power. This world is one where the weak eat the strong, and the strong make a living. Only in this way can we control our own lives. Thunder flashed, and Chun Fan disappeared instantly, and a blue light appeared in the sky, continuously crossing the sky. One day later, Chun Fan appeared on a pirate ship heading to West Blue. Even if Chun Fan possesses the Logia fruit and can fly into the sky, if he doesn't know the specific direction on this endless sea, he will be like a headless fly, losing his direction. Therefore, Chun Fan appeared on this pirate ship. The captain of this pirate ship was just a guy with a bounty of 70 million and the owner of the Nyo fruit ability. The day before, after Chun Fan knew that he was going to West Blue, he took the initiative to follow him, because Chun Fan is going to West Blue to find a navigator. After casually showing off his strength, Chun Fan successfully boarded the ship and became the captain of the combat squad. He said he was the captain, but in fact he was the only one. The entire pirate group now only has 15 people, including Chun Fan, because this captain has been encircled and suppressed by Marine before, and only 3 of his people survived. The remaining crew members, including Chun Fan, were all recruited on the spot. Is this why Chun Fan became the captain as soon as he came over? On the mast, Chun Fan was practicing with an iron block on his back, while the crew members looked at him in surprise. After a day, they clearly understood that their combat squad leader was definitely a cultivator. During the day, apart from seeing Chun Fan eating, they spent the rest of the time training nonstop, as if he was not tired. At this moment, Idila, who was eating, looked at the captain of his new combat squad who trained so hard and couldn't help but think that he had really found a good helper for himself. However, before he could be happy for long, the lean man next to him with green hair said to him with a nervous look on his face, "Captain, look, there is a warship in front of us." Hearing these words, Idila quickly looked over nervously. The warship was very large and looked very luxurious. Obviously, this warship is not something that an ordinary captain can own. "Captain, what should we do now? That warship seems to be coming in our direction." The navigator anxiously asked Idila beside him. The pirates also had panic on their faces. Looking at such a large warship, they knew very well that this was definitely not something they could handle. Among all the people, only Chun Fan stopped practicing and looked at the warship calmly. "Hurry up and change direction and retreat at full speed," Idila hurriedly ordered. Soon, their small boat with the giant bull flag turned around and tried to retreat. Unfortunately, the huge warship was too fast. By the time they turned around, the warship had already appeared less than 100 meters behind them. Chun Fan looked over, and when he saw a man on the deck, wearing a marine cape, yellow clothes, and a cigar in his mouth, he looked not very tall. Chun Fan recognized it immediately. "Isn't this the future Marine alternate general, the T-Dolphin? It seems that I am quite lucky. When I met Marine for the first time, I met such a good opponent." Chun Fan had a smile on his lips, but the pirates on the ship with him had panic on their faces. They wished they could escape on their ship's behalf. But no matter how anxious they were, this ordinary pirate ship was not as fast as that warship at all. "What should we do?" "Captain, it seems we can't escape." Dablin, the navigator with green hair, asked Idila beside him with a panicked look on his face. At this moment, Idila also knew that their pirate ship was not as fast as this warship at all. when he looked at the Marine on the deck and the general at the front. Idila looked a little panicked. He didn't recognize this general at all. After all, this is not New World, just West Blue. There's a lot of information about the pirates here, but they don't know it. Otherwise, they would not be able to recognize Chun Fan, who was not deliberately disguised. Although Idila didn't know who this general was. However, he knew very well that the general's strength would definitely not be weak if he owned such a large warship. Coupled with the fact that he had just been beaten so badly by a branch major general that he abandoned the ship and fled, Idila already had a psychological shadow. Pirates ahead, just surrender and capture them. We are Marine headquarters, subordinates of Lieutenant General Brown Dolphin. If you don't want to be killed by us, just surrender and capture them. On the deck of the Marine warship, an adjutant standing next to the Brown Dolphin held a loudspeaker and said to Idila and others. Upon hearing that it was Lieutenant General Marine, the dozen or so pirates of the Giant Ox pirates immediately panicked. The same goes for Idila, who thought that he had just faced a branch major general before and was beaten and fled. Now this guy turned out to be a lieutenant general. So how could he possibly defeat him? A look of hesitation appeared on Idila's face, wondering whether he should surrender. He felt that it would be too embarrassing if he surrendered now. Moreover, what that guy said may not be true. What if he was bluffing me? However, such a large warship does not seem to be bluffing me. What to do, Captain? Yes, Captain, what are we going to do? Surrender? When Idila hesitated, the other pirates on the pirate ship asked with panic on their faces. At this time, on the pirate ship, Chun Fan was the only one standing there with a calm face and an expression of indifference. At this time, Adela also noticed Chun Fan's calm appearance, thinking that he had some good ideas, and immediately asked, Chun Fan, do you have any good ideas? Of course there is. Just kill them all, Chun Fan said with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Idila and others were filled with surprise, and some even thought Chun Fan was crazy. Chun Fan, stop joking. How can we beat him? At this moment, Idila felt that the newly recruited captain of the combat squad would not be a lunatic, right? On top of the Marine warship. Lieutenant General, why don't we take action directly? The burly adjutant suggested to the Brown Dolphin beside him. The Brown Dolphin, who was yawning, suddenly became interested when he saw a figure. Interesting, this guy actually appeared here. It seems that I am very lucky. After saying that, the Brown Dolphin directly used moonwalk and arrived on the pirate ship at an extremely fast speed. The Marine on the warship watched quietly, thinking that their Lieutenant General would personally deal with these pirates. As for the pirates on the pirate ship, when they saw the arrival of the Lieutenant General, they all panicked instantly. They all felt a great pressure. Especially Idila felt the pressure was even stronger. He now clearly knows that these Marines are not lying to him. This guy may really be a Lieutenant General. Captain, let's surrender, Navigator Dabulin quickly suggested. Lieutenant General Marine, we are willing to surrender. In fact, we did not deliberately want to be pirates. Let us survive. Adela didn't have any dignity as a pirate and knelt down directly. When the pirates behind saw their boss kneeling down, they did not hesitate and knelt down in unison. However, the Brown Dolphin didn't pay attention to them at all, but looked at Chun Fan with his hands in his pockets and a cigar in his mouth. Breaking the myth of Impel Down City, Blood Tiger Chun Fan, I didn't expect that I would be so lucky to meet you here. It's such an unpleasant title. I also think I'm lucky. I met a Marine Lieutenant General just after I went to sea. Chun Fan looked at the Brown Dolphin calmly, as if he was sure of him. The pirates on the pirate ship didn't seem to understand what was going on. They were all confused, thinking, what are these two guys talking about? Especially Idila. Watching the Brown Dolphin talking directly to Chun Fan, he wondered if the captain of his newly recruited combat squad had any special identity. On the warship, the expressions of those Marines changed. As Marines who came from Marine headquarters, they naturally knew the name Chun Fan. Did I hear you right? That guy is the Blood Tiger Chun Fan, who has a bounty of 800 million. Yes, I have seen the reward notice. The guy looks like this, but he looks younger than the reward notice. What a scary guy. He is so young and actually did such a sensational thing. No matter how scary it is, If he meets our brown dolphin lieutenant general, he will be finished. And our capture of this bloody tiger Chun Fan is definitely a great achievement. Yes, let's put it this way, we are quite lucky. We can encounter such a big fish just by going on a mission. The Marines first marveled at Chun Fan's identity, and then felt that they were very lucky. After all, they all know that the former Chun Fan can be said to be the most powerful pirate with a bounty of 800 million. After all, his strength is not as strong as the Marine Headquarters Lieutenant General. It's just that as the only guy who broke the myth of advancement, he has such a high bounty. It's a pity that they don't know that in just this month, Chun Fan's strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. As for the pirates on the pirate ship, they also heard the conversations of those Marines. They don't know what's the point of breaking the myth that Impel down will not be escaped. They only know what the 800 million bounty represents. They looked at Chun Fan, their eyes full of surprise and disbelief. Especially Dila just stayed where he was. He didn't expect that he would actually accept a big pirate with a bounty of 800 million as a crew member. Then you may have to hear this unpleasant title for a long time, and I will push you into the city quickly. The brown dolphin showed a lewd smile, pulled out his 2 guns, covered with armed and domineering bullets, and shot straight at Chun Fan. Yeah. A sneer appeared at the corner of Chun Fan's mouth. His fists were extremely dark and sparkling with thunder. A terrifying force was born, and he blasted his fist forward. Boom! It actually blasted the 2 bullets into pieces with ease. Seeing this scene, Brown Dolphin was a little surprised, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. Without hesitation, he fired more than a dozen bullets in a row. The densely packed bullets shot straight towards Chun Fan with terrifying power. The next second, Chun Fan's whole body was shining with thunder. He grabbed his hands forward, and the extremely powerful bullets were easily restrained in midair by the blue thunder and thrown to the side. Boom! All of a sudden, waves exploded all over the water. Afterwards, Chun Fan's body disappeared from the spot and came into midair, with endless blue thunder surrounding him. Seeing this scene, Brown Dolphin confirmed his guess. Is this the legendary Thunder Fruit? Brown Dolphin also used Moonwalk and came into the air, looking directly at Chun Fan, his wretched face full of seriousness. He knew that when Chun Fan escaped from prison, his strength was almost at the peak of the Major General of the headquarters. But now that he has obtained the Thunder Fruit, he will definitely break through to the strength of the Lieutenant General of the headquarters. In this battle, he must go all out, otherwise, it is very likely that he will die. Many pirates on the pirate ship were completely stunned. They couldn't believe what they saw. Here, am I wrong? Is the captain of our combat team so awesome? His whole body is wrapped with thunder. Yes, is this the terrifying thing about the 800 million pirates? My dear, I actually accepted a guy like this as a crew member. These pirates who have never been to the New World have no idea what the Thunder Fruit represents, nor the horror of the Logia Fruit. They only know that Chun Fan is awesome. As for the captain, his face is full of shock. On top of the Marine warship, the Marines were stunned when they heard the Thunder Fruit. After all, the reputation of the Thunder Fruit was too great. That was said to be Logia's most powerful fruit, but it had disappeared for hundreds of years. Originally, they were extremely confident, thinking that their parents would be able to defeat Chun Fan. They no longer have this kind of confidence. After all, they also know the horror of the Logia Fruit. Midair, the title of Blood Tiger is too unpleasant. I think the title of Thunder God is good. Thunder. Finger gun. Chun Fan sneered at the corner of his mouth. His whole body turned into thunder and disappeared instantly. His 5 fingers turned into claws, and his right hand, which contained terrifying thunder, grabbed the brown dolphin at an extremely fast speed. Okay, after I take you back, I can help you change your title. Sandstorm Bombs. The brown dolphin still had a wretched look on his face, and the bullets from both guns were fired forward. 2 bullets made of quicksand gathered together in midair and turned into a huge ball of quicksand, covering Chun Fan. Boom! The thunder of destruction collided with the giant ball of quicksand in an instant, and the terrifying power of thunder easily penetrated the giant ball of quicksand. But at the same time, the brown dolphin also opened its distance, and the bullets covered with the third stage of arm domineering kept firing towards Chun Fan. Facing the bullets that were densely packed like a violent storm, Chun Fan transformed into thunder, flashing with blue thunder, and easily dodged all the attacks. "Is this all you have, Marine Headquarters Lieutenant General? Why don't you surrender? Are there still people who say you look really vulgar?" Chun Fan looked at the brown dolphin with a mocking look on his face, his whole body covered with thunder. "Shut up, you will die here." Brown Dolphin is a little angry. He is most annoyed by others talking about his appearance. Water bullets. The two guns were fired forward, and two sky blue bullets were fired out, gathering together in the air, turning into a river that seemed to swallow everything and covered Chun Fan. Thunder punishment. His expression was still so calm. On Chun Fan's hands, a steady stream of blue thunder gathered. After reaching a peak, he swung forward. In an instant, a thunder grid covered the several meters of river. With the flash of thunder, the river in the sky turned directly into droplets of water, falling into the sea, causing waves of waves. Then, Chun Fan's body disappeared instantly like a ghost and rushed straight towards the brown dolphin. The speed was too fast, and the brown dolphin couldn't dodge at all, so it could only rush forward with its body covered with weapons and aura of domineering. For a moment, the two of them were fighting in close quarters, bloody fights, punches to the flesh, thunder of destruction, and extremely black fists. The speed of the two was so fast that everyone below could only see two afterimages attacking. Although Brown Dolphin's armed domineering power is slightly stronger than Chun Fan's, the terrifying destructive power of thunder coupled with Chun Fan's powerful physical skills. At the moment of the battle, the brown dolphin was completely at a disadvantage. Blood continued to spill on the ground, and scars began to appear on the brown dolphin's body. The terrifying thunder even kept leaving dark wounds on his body, constantly paralyzing his body. On the other hand, Chun Fan only had minor injuries on his body. If you compare him like this, you will be able to tell the difference. The Marines below couldn't help but start to worry when they saw that Chun Fan had easily eliminated the moves of their superiors, and that they were still at a disadvantage in close combat. "What do you think we should do now? Lieutenant General Brown seems to be at a disadvantage. Should we go up and help?" "Yes. I always feel that if this continues, Lieutenant General Brown Dolphin will lose. Let's find a way to help." "How can we help?" "They are all at the level of Lieutenant General, and none of US can help. If you force yourself to help, you may become a burden and hold back the Lieutenant General." The adjutant immediately called the Marine soldiers who wanted to help. He knew very well that apart from Vice Admiral Brown Dolphin, the only strongest person on this warship was his colonel. "However, even I am not qualified to help at all, and others will only be a hindrance." Compared to the worried faces on the warship, Idila and the others on the pirate ship were full of excitement, thinking that Chun Fan had actually suppressed the Marine Vice Admiral. And they don't have to be captured by Marine. At this time, the battle in midair was still going on, and the thunder in the sky kept flashing. Brown Dolphin, who had been suppressed, knew very well that his physical skills were not as good as Chun Fan. Originally, what I was good at was not physical skills. If I didn't keep the distance, I would definitely lose. The brown dolphin thought that he must find a way to distance himself. However, Chun Fan would not give him time to think. The terrifying thunder fist contained terrifying power, carrying a sonic boom, and struck directly towards his face. The pupils were enlarged, and the brown dolphin quickly weaponized its arms. Bang! He blocked the punch forcefully. However, under this punch, Brown Dolphin felt his arms tremble a little, as if half of the bones inside were broken. Before he could recover, in the next second, Chun Fan's dark, thunderous right foot was like a giant pillar, whipping straight towards his head. Not daring to hesitate, the Brown Dolphin quickly took a step back to avoid this powerful and heavy leg, and then pulled the trigger with his right hand. A bullet containing white smoke was fired, and in an instant, the smoke filled the air. Taking advantage of this opportunity, The brown dolphin did not dare to waste time and immediately retreated. When he had just stepped back a dozen meters, Chun Fan rushed out from the smoke, his whole body shining with thunder, and he was holding a spear turned from thunder in his right hand. At an extremely fast speed, he attacked directly towards the brown dolphin. With a solemn expression, Brown Dolphin quickly pulled the triggers of the two guns in his hands, continuously firing bullets covered in armed domineering. The densely packed bullets with powerful power made Chun Fan have no choice but to stop his attack. He waved his thunder spear forward in a circle, like a hot wheel, easily sweeping away the bullets the size of pebbles. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, bullets fell into the sea one after another, causing waves of waves. Seeing Chun Fan being stopped by him, Brown Dolphin breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he had finally distanced himself. "What a monster, but I will still take you back," Brown Dolphin said with a vulgar expression, and then there was an extremely powerful force on the muzzles of the two guns. Water Dragon Bomb. In a moment, two water bullets were fired, and then they gathered together, and a powerful water dragon of several meters was born, carrying powerful power, and drowned towards Chun Fan. Weak people really like to tell jokes. 80 million volts. Brontosaurus. Chun Fan's expression was still so calm. The thunder of destruction all over his body shone, and as he raised his hands upward, in an instant, dark clouds filled the sky. Then, out of the dark clouds, a giant thunder dragon descended from the sky, carrying extremely terrifying power. Boom! For a moment, the giant water dragon and the giant thunder dragon collided together, and the sound of explosion sounded instantly. The two terrifying forces seemed to destroy everything. Circles of ripples spread out, and the sea water below continued to rise into the sky, forming water columns. The soldiers on the marine warship and the pirates on the pirate ship all felt the strong wind. In midair, the giant thunder dragon and the giant water dragon were still fighting, and the blue thunder all over Chun Fan's body became violent. The thunder dragon actually grew in size again and completely destroyed the water dragon. Under the shocked expression of the brown dolphin, the thunder dragon rushed towards him at an extremely fast speed, unable to avoid it at all. The next second, the thunder dragon completely submerged the brown dolphin. An explosion occurred in the sky, and thunder flashed around it. As the thunder dissipated, the brown dolphin's whole body was scorched black, and he fainted, falling heavily like a boulder. Seeing this scene, the Marine on the warship had panic on his face. The adjutant immediately cast Moonwalk and rushed forward to catch the brown dolphin. As for the pirates below, they looked excited and even felt like they were dreaming. They didn't expect that Chun Fan really defeated Vice Admiral Marine. They really didn't need to be caught. They might even be able to take Marine off this warship. Get rid of it. The Marine adjutants looked at Chun Fan, who was just a little physically exhausted at the moment, with a hint of fear in their expressions. They looked at Chun Fan above, who was shining with thunder. They knew clearly that Chun Fan at this moment was only injured and physically exhausted. They were no match for Chun Fan in this state. Of course, Chun Fan couldn't let them go. He had already offended Marine to death. How could he let him go now that he met Lieutenant General Marine? Thunder flashed all over his body, and he was about to rush off the warship to kill them. Suddenly, Chun Fan stopped in midair and looked to the right. A tall man wearing a white suit vest and a dark blue shirt appeared on a bicycle above the sea. The sea where he rode continued to form ice. Seeing the person appearing, the eyes of the Marines were full of hope, no longer the despair they had before. Chun Fan also looked a little solemn, thinking that he seemed to have bad luck. "Oh, I think I met a big fish." Kazan, who happened to be rushing back after completing his mission, first looked at the seriously injured brown dolphin on the warship, and then looked at Chun Fan in midair. He, who had always had a calm expression, was surprisingly surprised. As the target of Kong Fleet Admiral's wrath, Kazan also knew what Chun Fan's strength was like when he escaped from prison. But now only 1 month has passed, and the brown dolphin, who is Marine Lieutenant General, has been seriously injured. It seems like this guy has improved tremendously in just 1 month. My luck seems to be a bit bad, but I also want to give it a try. How strong is Lieutenant General Kazan, who is called the Three Monsters by Marine? After saying that, Chun Fan looked at Kazan below. He was naturally not arrogant enough to think that his strength could now compare with the Three Monsters of Marine. However, the person who came over was Kazan, so there was no need to retreat so quickly. After all, he was not Poliusolino. Thunder speed is not something that Hanbing can catch up with. Oh, you want to try it? Kazan also raised his head and looked up, and cold ice erupted all over his body, but he was not in a hurry to take action. Just give it a try. After all, it would be a pity not to give it a try. A sneer appeared on Chun Fan's lips, and destructive thunder erupted from his body. 80 million volts. Thunder. As he raised his hands, the sky was covered with dark clouds. In an instant, a roaring sound sounded, and a thunder dragon several meters long fell from the sky and rushed straight towards Kazan. Seeing this terrifying scene, Kazan's expression changed again. Thinking to himself, no wonder the thunder fruit is called the most powerful attacking fruit in Logia. However, he actually met Chun Fan here, and he must give it a try. Can he be captured back? Puck. Kazan's arm was covered with ice, and then 5 icicles were released from his palm to form a huge ice ball, which shot straight up. Boom! In an instant, the terrifying thunder dragon collided with the huge extreme ice ball. The two powerful forces formed a violent explosion. Circles of air waves spread out, and water columns exploded on the sea surface. Then, the two powerful forces of nature dissipated in the air together, and the wisps of ice scattered on the sea surface, forming patches of ice. Chun Fan was panting heavily in midair and used Thunder Dragon twice in a row, which greatly reduced his physical strength. Watching Kazan block his strongest blow, and the third stage of his arm domineering materialization, Chun Fan clearly knew that he should not be Kazan's opponent now. If he persisted in fighting, he would be courting death. Looking forward to our next meeting. Chun Fan smiled, his thunder flashed, and he was ready to leave. Kazan below saw this scene. How could he let Chun Fan leave so easily? Cold ice covered his whole body, and he instantly wanted to elementalize to catch up. However, Chun Fan had already guessed that Kazan would not let him go so easily. Immediately, the thunder of destruction gathered on his right hand, forming a thunder spear. I'll give you a gift before I leave. Chun Fan looked at the rushing Kazan with a smile on his face, and then he swung his right hand downwards, and a thunder spear stabbed at the seriously injured and unconscious brown dolphin underneath at an extremely fast speed. The adjutant on the side looked nervous when he saw this scene. He felt the powerful force, and he didn't know if he could stop it. But he did not hesitate, and held out his long knife in front of the brown dolphin to block the thunder spear. Kazan, who was watching this scene, did not hesitate, immediately changed direction, and blocked the brown dolphin at the fastest speed the moment the thunder spear attacked. He raised his hands forward to form an ice shield several meters long. Clang. The thunder spear continuously bombarded the ice shield, trying to penetrate it, but did not last long before the thunder spear lacked stamina and dissipated between the sky and the earth. Kazan, who had taken down his ice shield, looked up into the sky. Where could he find Chun Fan? At this time, apart from the Marines, only the trembling pirates were left on the sea surface. They looked at the angry Marines, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. With despair on their faces, Idila and others thought they had gained hope, but they didn't expect to face despair again. Catch them all, and let Lieutenant General Brown Dolphin go down for treatment. Although Kazan has always had a good personality, he was a little angry when he saw Chun Fan escaping from under his nose and immediately ordered the Marine soldiers to arrest the pirates. Seeing the terrifying strength Kazan displayed just now, the pirates didn't even dare to resist, so they obediently surrendered and were caught. Watching the pirates being imprisoned one by one, as well as Lieutenant General Brown Dolphin being pulled down to be treated by military doctors, Kazan stopped paying attention, walked aside, picked up the phone, and dialed the number of Fleet Admiral's office. Marine Headquarters, Fleet Admiral, Office. Gulu Gulu. Cyborg Kong, who was working on documents, saw the phone ringing and picked it up. I heard the voice from the other side. "What's wrong with Kazan?" "Report Fleet Admiral. I have something to report. I met that bloody tiger, Chun Fan. Before I came, he seriously injured Lieutenant General Brown Dolphin, fought with me, and then left. By the way, he seemed to have swallowed the Logia thunder fruit, which made it impossible for me to catch up with him." Kazan finished reporting the situation in a lazy tone. After listening to the report, Cyborg Kong's expression changed instantly, and he even said with a little excitement in his tone, "You mean the guy who escaped from Impel Down City not only defeated the Brown Dolphin, but also ate the thunder fruit?" "Yes," Kazan replied in the affirmative. After hearing Kazan's affirmative answer, Cyborg Soraya, the Marine Fleet Admiral, hammered the table with excitement. This era was originally very turbulent. Roger became one piece. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and the Red Earl and other emperors were all difficult to deal with. As a result, this little guy came out again. Not only did he escape from Impel Down and make Marine lose face, he also got the Logia Thunder Fruit. If he is allowed to develop like this, he will become another terrible enemy. After Cyborg Kong hung up the phone, his expression was full of trouble. He was thinking of making the highest level buster call to Chun Fan, but a buster call of this level would require sending a general to specifically hunt down Chun Fan. The general will not perform other tasks until Chun Fan is killed. And now that the New World is still in turmoil, Marine has no spare general-level combat power to send out. After thinking for a long time, Cyborg Kong decided to increase Chun Fan's bounty to 1 billion and use the second-level buster call. Under this level of buster call, as long as traces of Chun Fan are found, unless the nearby Marine Lieutenant General is fighting or it is related to the Tianlong people. If you're just performing a mission and the battle has not started yet, give up the current mission and pursue Chun Fan with all your strength. One can imagine how much Cyborg Kong wanted to strangle Chun Fan in the cradle. However, Cyborg Sora will later regret why he did not use the highest specification buster call. 3 days later, the scorching sun was shining in the sky, and the sun was shining on the earth on an island in West Blue. Chun Fan saw that his reward order had become 1 billion, and his title had also been changed to Thor. He smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, Marine Headquarters was quite sensible and really changed his title. Originally, the Marine Headquarters did not want to change it, but in order to make it clearer to the Marines that Chun Fan was the owner of the Thunder Fruit, they finally decided to change the title to Thor. Walking on this medium-sized island called West Mobile Island, Chun Fan crossed the street and headed directly towards the Marine branch. The purpose of his first stop here was for one person, Lafitte, who was working as a prosecutor here. After all, if you want to sail in the sea, a navigator is indispensable. Otherwise, you will be like a headless fly on this endless sea. Of course, as the first crew member Chun Fan wants to recruit, he must have strong skills or strength. Nami is not born yet. According to Chun Fan's understanding, at this stage, the only person he knows well is Lafitte, the future navigator of the Blackbeard Pirates. After a while, Chun Fan crossed the street and came to the Marine branch, looking at the magnificent Marine branch covering an area of tens of thousands of meters. Without hesitation, Chun Fan was about to walk in, but 2 Marine soldiers stopped him. "Who are you?" "This is the Marine branch. No one else is allowed to enter. Please leave immediately." Not too lazy to talk nonsense, Chun Fan's whole body shone with thunder, and he pointed toward the sky. In an instant, dark clouds gathered. Under the surprised expressions of the 2 Marine soldiers, 2 thunderbolts with thick arms fell from the sky and directly hit the 2 Marine soldiers. Boom! In an instant, 2 small craters were blasted out of the ground, and the 2 Marine soldiers were directly reduced to ashes. After doing all this, Chun Fan walked into the door of the Marine branch with a calm expression. The loud noise just now also attracted the attention of the soldiers in Marine Division 36. However, Chun Fan didn't care at all. As soon as he entered, he was surrounded by hundreds of Marine soldiers, holding long guns and shooting bullets at Chun Fan. However, Not only were these bullets not covered with armed domineering force, nor were they seafloor stone bullets. How could they possibly hurt Chin Fan? I saw Chun Fan's whole body shining with thunder, and his elemental body caused those bullets to pass directly through his body. Bang, bang. All fell to the ground. When the Marine soldiers saw this scene, they were stunned for a moment. They even thought that this guy was a monster. He could ignore bullet attacks and control thunder. Thunder God Chin Fan, why are you here? Lieutenant General Aguila looked at Chun Fan with a solemn expression. The others could not recognize Chin Fan. As a lieutenant general of the Marine branch, he had naturally seen Chun Fan's reward order. Coupled with the destructive thunder, he could recognize him at a glance. However, he didn't feel any excitement about being able to make a contribution. Aguila had just learned that even the Lieutenant General Brown Dolphin of his headquarters had been defeated by Chun Fan. If Lieutenant General Kazan hadn't arrived in time, he would have died at the hands of this guy. My strength is equivalent to that of a major general in my headquarters. Isn't it certain that I will lose against this guy? Seeing the strong man with short hair in front of him talking to him, Chun Fan didn't pay attention to him at all, but looked at the man wearing a black hat and holding a walking stick beside him. Lafitte, right? I'm here to invite you. Come with me if you want to board my pirate ship. Chun Fan went straight to the point of gate of opening and stated his purpose. Interesting. Why should I follow you? A smile appeared on Lafitte's face. He did not expect that Thunder God Chin Fan would invite him to become his crew member. Because I like you, I can take you to dominate the world. Chin Fan looked at Lafitte with a confident face and said, It's really interesting. As expected of Chun Fan, who is known as the God of Thunder, he wants me to betray Marine and follow you in just 2 sentences. Lafitte did not refuse directly, but found it interesting. At the same time, Aguila had already ordered his men to secretly go to his office and call the phone number to ask for help from Marine headquarters. Gulu Gulu, Marine Fleet Admiral Office. Cyborg Sora, who had just finished his work, heard the phone ringing and immediately answered it. Cyborg, Sora Fleet Admiral, I'm the Major of the West Blue Marine Branch 36. Thunder God Chun Fan appeared in our branch, asking for support. After hearing these words, Cyborg Kong looked a little angry, thinking that he had just sent people out to catch Chun Fan, and this guy actually appeared directly in his Marine branch. Tell the Lieutenant General on duty there to try to find a way to delay Chun Fan, and I will immediately send personnel to the nearest place for support. Copy that, Lord Fleet Admiral. After the colonel received this order, he immediately ran outside to report to Aguila. At the same time, Cyborg Sora hung up the phone and immediately started looking for Lieutenant General Marine, who was on a mission in West Blue at this time. Even Cyborg Kong looked a little anxious at the moment because he knew clearly, if a fight really breaks out, the branch's Lieutenant General will never be able to last 10 minutes under Chun Fan. If you want to defeat Chun Fan, you will need at least the combat power of an elite Lieutenant General. However, it is really difficult to find such a level of combat power in West Blue. Cyborg Kong looked for a long time and found no suitable candidate. He was currently on a mission in West Blue. Cyborg Kong thought for a while, and he could only send the fastest Porcelino to West Blue. He immediately called and instructed Porcelino to abandon the mission for the time being and head towards West Blue, Branch 36, as quickly as possible. Even if Chun Fan cannot be captured alive, he cannot be allowed to destroy the Marine branch. The other side of the phone bug. Thunder God Chun Fan, it's really terrifying. After receiving the order, Porcelino said with a lewd expression, and then turned into a flash of light and disappeared from the place, piercing the sky. Marine Division. Agura, who received the order at this moment, looked a little ugly. Cyborg. Sora. Didn't Fleet Admiral's order cost his life? If you want to hold Chun Fan back, you have to be able to hold him back. At this moment, Lafitte and the two were still chatting, and Chun Fan seemed not to pay attention to Marine in this branch at all. I'm the prosecutor of the Marine branch. Why should I go with you? Lafitte looked at Chun Fan. Although he was very interested in what Chun Fan said, it was also in line with his ambitions. However, if he wanted to leave with just a few words, it would be enough for an emperor to come over but the current Chun fan would not be able to do it. That's very simple. I'll just destroy this marine branch. I hate it when others reject me over and over again. If you reject me again, I'll kill you. Chun fan was about to lose his patience, and he was even thinking of taking action directly. Hearing this sentence, Lafitte didn't care about the second half of Chun fan's statement that he would kill him if he didn't agree. His face showed a very interested look. Interesting. Okay, as long as you destroy this marine branch, then I will go with you. Lafitte, what are you talking about? You are Marine's prosecutor. How can you say such a thing? Aguila questioned Lafitte directly. The Marine soldiers also looked at Lafitte with some confusion. Everyone has their own dream. I think being Marine's prosecutor is quite boring. Lafitte didn't care and just smiled. Opposite Chun fan, when he heard Lafitte agree, he also smiled. After all, he had no intention of letting go of these people in the Marine branch. He was a pirate and Marine was an enemy. The thunder of destruction broke out on him, and wisps of blue thunder surrounded him. He looked at Aguila with cold eyes. The chat is over. It's time for me to take action. The next second, Chun fan's fist was covered with terrifying thunder, and his body disappeared instantly like a ghost. The thunder fist blasted towards Aguila at an extremely fast speed. Although he knew he was no match, Aguila couldn't stay where he was and wait for death. Armed. Gun. In an instant, Aguila's right hand was covered with the second stage of armed domineering. His 5 fingers turned into claws, and his body rushed forward. Bang! The fists and claws intersected, and in an instant, the powerful force and the destructive thunder caused Aguila to step back more than 10 meters before barely stopping. Without any intention of holding back, Chun fan stepped forward again. When a Marine soldier saw it, they immediately pulled their pistols and fired hundreds of bullets at Chun fan. What some annoying bugs. Seeing this situation, Chun fan stopped. The terrifying thunder clung to his hands. The power of the thunder actually wrapped around the hundreds of bullets, and then he used both hands hard. The hundreds of bullets returned the same way they came, shooting straight at the Marine soldiers at extremely fast speeds. Their expressions were full of panic, and some Marine soldiers had no time to dodge. Under these more than 100 bullets, blood flowed out, and dozens of Marine soldiers turned into corpses and fell to the ground. No one is allowed to take action. He is not something you can deal with. Seeing this scene, Aguila's face was filled with anger, his fists clenched, veins bulging, and he rushed towards Chun fan. It's interesting. Are you angry? Chun fan had a sneer on his lips, and lightning flashed all over his body as he rushed straight up. Bang, bang. For a moment, the two figures kept colliding with each other, punching each other in a bloody fight, and drops of blood spilled on the ground. The moment they fought, Aguila was at an absolute disadvantage. No matter how angry he was, he could not close the huge gap. He only has one thought in his mind right now, to hold Chun fan back as long as possible. He believes that assistance from Marine headquarters will come soon. Unfortunately, Chun fan was too lazy to waste so much time with him. The darkness above his fist was covered with thunder, and he blasted towards Aguila's head at an extremely fast speed. With a frightened expression, the speed was too fast, and he couldn't avoid it. Aguila quickly blocked his arms with armed domineering force in front of him. The powerful force struck, Lafitte's body continued to retreat, and he even felt as if his arms were about to be broken. At the same time, Chun fan would not give him any time to breathe and rushed towards him again. Seeing this situation, Aguila could only grit his teeth and deal with it forcefully. The collision between fists made his hands, feet, brain, and any part of his body become weapons for the two people to attack. At this time, the two were fighting like wild beasts, but it was a one-sided crushing. If Aguila was a wolf, Chun fan was a tiger. The gap was too huge. As time went by, Aguila suffered more and more injuries, and his full strength was exhausted for a long time, and his physical strength was exhausted to the extreme. If this continues, he will be beaten to death by Chun fan before long. Your courage is commendable, but it's a pity that this world is dominated by the jungle. Chun fan kicked out with a thunderous kick and said, "Haha, Lousy is a Marine. You are a pirate, so don't be arrogant. Aguila also kicked out with a weapon-colored domineering force. During the collision, Aguila blocked Chun Fan's leg, but there was no joy in his expression, because he discovered that Chun Fan's thunder had a paralyzing effect. Every time he fought in close quarters, Chun Fan's attack would hit him. There will be residual thunder in his body. These tiny wisps of thunder make Aguila feel like he's being paralyzed. Originally, he was weaker than Chun Fan in physical skills and attack power, but now he felt that his body was paralyzed and his reflexes and speed were reduced. This seems to be a doomed situation, with no possibility of a comeback at all. The Marine soldiers behind also looked anxious. They saw Aguila, who now had more than a dozen wounds all over his body, and looked at Chun Fan with angry eyes, but there was nothing they could do. With the strength of the rest of them, rushing forward would not be able to help at all, and would even become a burden. Lafitte, the only one who had the strength to help, was watching the battle from the sidelines without any intention of taking action. This battle should be over. You are a good opponent. You have persisted under my hands for so long. Chun Fan knocked back Aguila again with one punch, and then floated in midair. 80 million volts. Brontosaurus. With thunder shining all over Chun Fan's body, he raised his hands upward, and suddenly, dark clouds filled the sky. A terrifying thunder dragon of more than 10 meters was born, carrying the power to destroy everything, and flooded towards Aguila below. Stop looking down on others. Lousy is a Marine. Aguila's eyes were full of determination, and he was not afraid of death at all. Armed. Extreme punch. In an instant, the veins in Aguila's right arm popped out, and the blood in his whole body boiled. Powerful power was concentrated on his right fist, which was covered with armed, domineering energy. Facing the charging Thunder Dragon, he swung his right fist forward and charged forward. Boom! The destructive Thunder Dragon and the dark fist collided in an instant, with terrible power. Aguila felt the terrible power and almost couldn't hold on. But as Marine's dignity, in order to protect the Marine branch, he didn't want to fail so easily. But no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't defeat him due to the huge disparity in strength. It seems that I can only go so far. Aguila's eyes were full of despair, just when he was about to give up and be overwhelmed by the Brontosaurus. Come on, Lieutenant General. Lieutenant General, we believe you can do it. Come on, Lieutenant General. We must get through this. The cheers and cheers of his soldiers could be heard below. Turning around and looking around, hearing these voices, Aguila felt that he shouldn't give up so easily. For a moment, he didn't know where he got the strength, and he directly surpassed the limit. With a roar, the blood energy in Aguila's body expanded again, and his strength climbed to the extreme. The black fist looked like it was about to blow away the Thunder Dragon. Is this the power of friendship and responsibility? It's really ridiculous, so let me break it myself. When Chun Fan saw this scene, he sneered, and the destructive thunder all over his body shone again. The giant Thunder Dragon that was about to disappear kept flickering and became even more terrifying. Under this absolute power, Aguila felt a deep sense of despair. He could no longer hold on. He had already reached his limit, and his body was about to collapse. In an instant, Aguila was completely submerged by the Thunder Dragon, turning into ashes and dissipating between heaven and earth. Boom! The Thunder Dragon also hit the Marine branch, creating a deep pit of more than 10 meters. Suddenly, dust and gravel flew everywhere. The Marine soldiers below saw their Lieutenant General being beaten to ashes by Chun Fan. Their faces were filled with anger, and their eyes were blood red as they stared at Chun Fan. Kill. Let's go together to avenge the Lieutenant General. Kill. Kill this pirate together. Brothers, let's rush together. Those Marine soldiers burst out with strong morale, and hundreds of them rushed towards Chun Fan. That kind of determination, that kind of fearless spirit, was moving. Chun Fan looked at all this with cold eyes. If you are looking for death, I will help you. Endless thunder punishment. In an instant, Chun Fan's whole body shone with thunder of destruction as he raised his hands upward. Suddenly, the sky was covered with dark clouds, streaks as big as arms, and blue thunder fell from the sky, directly drowning the Marine soldiers charging straight at him. The look was full of fear. The threat of death broke their blood. Along with the thunder, screams came one after another, and the Marine soldiers who were rushing towards them were constantly bombarded into pieces. With their strength, no one can stop this terrifying thunder, and the blood keeps flowing. The Marine soldiers hiding behind could not escape the fate of being destroyed by thunder. The entire Marine branch has completely turned into a hell on Earth, and Chun Fan is floating in the air, surrounded by thunder, like a thunder god in charge of life and death. Looking at all this lightly, he never had any kindness towards his enemies. The whole thunder penalty lasted for 2 or 3 minutes and ended because the entire Marine division. At this moment, no Marine soldier was left alive, including those in the rear. Lafitte, who was already crazy, looked up at Chun Fan, who looked like a devil, and couldn't help but feel a little fear in his heart. "Let's go." Chun Fan had no intention of staying any longer, but instead looked at Lafitte, who was standing proudly in midair, playing with the thunderball in his hand with a playful look on his face. However, his tone did not tolerate rejection at all. Lafitte knew very well that if he refused, he would definitely face death. However, Lafitte didn't want to refuse, and a smile appeared on his lips. "As you command, my captain." Taking off his hat and bowing, Lafitte behaved like a gentleman at this time. Then, Chun Fan fell from the sky, and wisps of terrifying thunder fell on the earth. After another second, the thunder around him dissipated, and he walked lightly towards the outside of the Marine branch. However, Lafitte followed obediently. With the speed of the two of them, they quickly arrived at the coast. At this moment, there was a pirate ship several meters away on the shore. It didn't look particularly luxurious, nor was it particularly big. This pirate ship was just what Chun Fan had snatched. The original flag on it was also torn off by him and replaced with a thunder flag. "Captain, how many people are there in our pirate group now?" Lafitte quickly adapted to his new identity and asked immediately. "2 people, just you and me." Kaido Chun Fan looks calm. Hearing that it was just the 2 of them, Lafitte felt a little speechless for a moment, wondering if he had boarded a pirate ship, but it seemed that he had no other choice. Later, Lafitte took the lead to walk to the boat and consciously assumed the role of helmsman. Fortunately, the boat was not a large ship, otherwise he would not be able to sail it alone. "Captain, I don't know. Where should we go first?" Lafitte turned around and asked Chun Fan, who was already doing push-ups on the deck. He thought to himself, is his captain a training fanatic? He just finished the fight and started exercising before taking a rest. Hearing this question, Chun Fan stopped exercising and stood up. He was thinking about whether to go directly to New World. After all, now that the navigator has been found, there is no need for him to rush around on the boat. Moreover, there are more powerful people in New World, so it is easier for you to find powerful crew members. Chun Fan's pirate group wants to take the elite route and recruit crew members who are either extremely strong or extremely talented. Just as Chun Fan was thinking about where to go as his first stop, a newspaper bird floated above him. The next second, thunder flashed, and Chun Fan's body disappeared instantly. When he came back, he already had a newspaper in his hand. Chun Fan originally planned to see how much his bounty had been increased after the last incident. However, as soon as he opened the newspaper, he was attracted by the headline above. Read the largest section of the newspaper. One Piece Roger was captured by Marine and executed in Roger Town, East Asia, see 1 month later. Chun Fan calculated the time and found that indeed this year happened to be the year that One Piece Roger surrendered. Seeing this, Chun Fan decided where to go as his first stop. One Piece Roger's execution was such a big scene, so naturally he couldn't miss it. The first stop is the East Asia Sea. Chun Fan looked at the sea in the distance and said, "Okay, Captain." Lafitte also noticed the content on the news, and his expression instantly became surprised. He did not expect that One Piece Roger would be captured by Marine. You must know that only a small number of people, like Chun Fan, know that One Piece Roger surrendered. As the sea breeze blew, the sun shone, and the waves kept undulating, the Thor headed towards the East Asia Sea. On the other side, at the Marine branch, just a few minutes after Chun Fan and the others left, Porcelino finally arrived at the branch, even though he was the owner of the Shining Fruit. But the distance was too far, and since Aguila and the others couldn't even hold on for 15 minutes, even Porcelino couldn't catch up. When he came over, he saw the miserable situation of the Marine branch, and Porcelino, who had always had a lewd expression on his face. At this time, his expression became extremely serious. He looked at the charred corpses underneath and the blood on the ground. It was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Porcelino knew that Chun Fan had killed everyone in the Marine branch. It's really terrible. This Thunder God Chun Fan is really too cruel. Porcelino's fists couldn't help but clenched, and he was a little angry. Coming down from midair, he saw that some of the blood had not even dried yet. It was obvious that Chun Fan and the others had just left not long ago. Without hesitation, Porcelino's whole body shone with light and disappeared instantly, piercing the sky and heading towards the shore. But when he arrived at the shore, there was no sign of Chun Fan's pirate ship, only the endless sea. Porcelino knew very well that he was still too late. It would be as difficult as climbing to the sky to find someone on this vast sea by himself. Afterwards, Porcelino took out a small phone from his pocket and dialed the number of Fleet Admiral's office, preparing to report to him the situation of the branch. At this time, Fleet Admiral offices. At this time, Cyborg Kong was also anxious and frowned because he called the branch, but no one answered. You need to know that your phone number is at the first level, but no one at the branch can answer it. This is not good news. Gulu Gulu. At this time, the phone rang, and Cyborg Sora quickly picked it up. Report to Fleet Admiral that the mission failed. When I arrived, Chun Fan and the others had already escaped. Before Porcelino could finish speaking, Cyborg Sora asked first, "How is the situation in the branch?" Well, the entire 36th Division was wiped out by Chun Fan. No Marine soldier, including Lieutenant General Aguila, survived. When Porcelino reported this situation, he also had a serious expression on his face. Hearing these words, Cyborg Kong's eyes were red and full of anger. You know, since he became Fleet Admiral, few things could make him so angry. Damn Chun Fan! Cyborg Kong roared angrily. The entire Marine headquarters can be heard. The Marine officers outside are all thinking what is going on with Fleet Admiral. After hanging up the phone, Cyborg Kong immediately called the guards in. Now, increased Chun Fan's bounty to 11 billion. Also, the Lieutenant General who is free near West Blue will do his best to search for Chun Fan. Remember, as soon as you find Chun Fan, request support immediately. No, if you are 2 generals or above, don't take action against Chun Fan. At this time, Cyborg Kong was extremely angry, and if it weren't for the generals, they would have basically sent out to escort One Piece Roger to Rog Town in the East Asia Sea. He even wanted to send generals directly to hunt down Chun Fan. It can be imagined how angry Cyborg Sora was, and he knew very well that if Chun Fan was allowed to grow up, it would definitely cause unimaginable consequences. 10 days later, time passed by like white sand. Waking up in the morning, the sun shines on the sea. Chun Fan and Chun Fan were currently on a small island in South Blue. Since they have traveled so far, they naturally have to go to the island to replenish supplies. During these 10 days, Lafitte also clearly understood why their captain Chun Fan was so young and had such strong strength. Cultivation lasts up to 14 hours a day. Most people simply cannot do this. Even if they can, their bodies may not be able to bear it. Let's go, Chun Fan said to Lafitte behind him. Then the two of them, one behind the other, walked together on the streets of the island. Afterwards, Lafitte took out a few pieces of gold and bought a lot of supplies, and then the two of them prepared to leave directly and return to the ship. After all, Chun Fan believed that there was no value in wasting time on this island. However, just as he was passing by the tavern, he saw a familiar young figure walking in, but he couldn't recognize it clearly. Wait a moment. Chun Fan called out to Lafitte with an indifferent expression. Lafitte did not ask. He knew very well that his captain must have a reason for stopping. Afterwards, Chun Fan walked into the tavern, and Lafitte also followed. As soon as we entered, there were many people sitting inside. Most of them looked fierce and had some special tattoo marks on their bodies. Obviously, this is not a normal bar. Chun Fan didn't care about this. After walking into the tavern, he sat on the table and said, "Get 2 glasses of rum." No one in the tavern cared about Chun Fan's arrival. Chun Fan also looked at the little girl with green hair sitting in the corner, sitting alone at a table. "Captain, did you enter this tavern just because of this little girl?" Lafitte asked Chun Fan. At this time, Chun Fan was sure that he had recognized the right person. This was Monet, the future person with the ability of Shue fruit, but now he looked only about 12 years old. After confirming it, Chun Fan thought he could try it to see if Monet had eaten the snow fruit. If it had been eaten, he would be interested in taking it into his crew. You know, this is also a Logia fruit, mainly because Monet's later development was too useless and his physical skills were too poor. Otherwise, her future strength should not be inferior to that of a lieutenant general. At this time, Lafitte on the side had no idea what Chun Fan was thinking, and he was a little surprised by Chun Fan's affirmative answer. Lafitte didn't expect that his captain would enter a tavern for a little Lolita. He is Adalilikan, right? Although he has only been in contact with him for more than 10 days, from the first day to now, especially the first day, Lafitte has an inherent impression of Chun Fan. He is indifferent, takes improving his strength as his own responsibility, thinks absolutely calmly when encountering problems, and will never show mercy to his enemies. Lafitte couldn't understand that such a person actually liked Lolita. Obviously, Chun Fan didn't know that Lafitte had misunderstood him and walked straight towards Monet's table. At this moment, Lafitte saw Chun Fan walking over and thought that what he was thinking was true, but he would not stop Chun Fan's decision. Arriving at Monet's table, Chun Fan sat down directly. "Brother, who are you? Do we know each other?" At this time, Monet had obviously drunk some wine, and his face was slightly red. "I don't know," Chun Fan replied in an indifferent tone. "Can you please go away? I'm in a bad mood." Monet was obviously not very happy at this time. "No, I want to make sure of one thing." Chun Fan refused directly. Seeing this guy sitting across from him inexplicably and refusing to leave even after being told to leave, Monet, who was already in a bad mood, instantly became a little angry. "If you don't leave, I'll beat you out." Monet looked at Chun Fan. The quarrel between the two also attracted the attention of other people in the tavern, and they looked forward at Chun Fan. When they saw Chun Fan sitting directly opposite Monet, "Did you see that? That guy seems to be new here. He's going to be in trouble. Oh, there are still people in this tavern who dare to provoke this little witch. They are really asking for trouble." That's right, the last person who went to trouble this little witch was turned into ice and died. The bandits and others in the tavern shook their heads, feeling sorry for Chun Fan when they saw him, feeling that he would be beaten out by the little witch in the next second. Only Lafitte's pale face was a little curious. He was wondering what on earth his captain was doing. Chun Fan was not angry when he heard the threat, but smiled. "You can try it." Seeing this scene, Monet couldn't bear it anymore. His fists were covered with ice and snow, and he attacked Chun Fan. Facing this attack, Chun Fan's expression remained as calm as ever. The black substance covered his right hand and stretched it forward. Everyone else in the tavern except Lafitte. At this time, they all had smiles on their lips, expecting Chun Fan to make a fool of themselves, because they had seen with their own eyes before that no matter whether it was a gunshot or a fist attack, they could not harm Monet, and they could not even touch her. The next second, the moment Monet's cold fist touched Chun Fan's right hand, Chun Fan directly grabbed Monet's right hand. Seeing that his fist was grabbed, Monet's face was full of surprise. As a child in his early 10 years, how did he know what arm domineering was? When the others saw this scene, they were also stunned. This was the first time they saw Monet's fist being caught. Only Lafitte kept a calm expression. Seeing the ice covering Monet's body, he had already guessed what his captain was going to do. "Follow me and be my crew." Chun Fan was sure that Monet had eaten the snow fruit and immediately recruited him. Why? Although Monet was a little surprised, why could the person in front of him catch him? However, she didn't want to give in like this, so her left fist was also covered with ice, and she blasted towards Shinfan. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he stretched out his left hand, which was as dark as before, and once again easily grabbed Monet's fist. Death or follow me. Chun Fan's expression became indifferent, and his eyes were as cold as ice. Hold Monet's fist with both hands and start to exert force. Ah! With a scream, Monet felt severe pain. No matter how stupid she was at this moment, she knew that the person in front of her was not something she could deal with. Looking at the look in the man's eyes again, the killing intent revealed is definitely not fake. Monet was certain that if she refused, she would really be greeted by death. As a little girl, she must be afraid of death. Brother, can you let go first? I promise you. Monet, who felt his hands were about to be crushed, quickly begged for mercy. Well, that's right. Chun Fan then smiled and slowly let go of his hands. Come with me. After that, Chun Fan stood up and said to Monet, but his eyes were full of threats. It seemed to be a warning to Monet not to think about escaping. Resigned to his fate, Monet did not dare to think about escaping at this moment, and obediently followed Chun Fan and Lafitte out of the tavern. Looking at Chun Fan, the bandits with surprised expressions were seen on the side, as if they were being pressed down by a huge mountain, not even daring to take a breath. Until Chun Fan and the other three walked out of the tavern. Everyone in the tavern gasped for air. It was so scary. That guy's eyes were so cold. After looking at him, I felt like my legs were weak. Yeah, the pressure is too strong. I feel like I'm being watched by Shinigami, and I don't dare to move. Those bandits all have a feeling of surviving a disaster. At the same time, 3 people walked all the way to the coast. Monet asked Chun Fan, who was standing aside, Brother, where are we going? And what do you do? Pirate. After Chun Fan said 2 simple words, he brought Monet aboard the ship. At this moment, Monet also knew that if he got on the boat with the man in front of him, he would most likely become a pirate and would leave this island. However, Monet didn't have much nostalgia for this island. After all, his family had long since passed away and were no longer on the island. There was only a missing sister, which made her somewhat nostalgic. If I hadn't been lucky enough to eat a devil fruit, it's hard to say whether I would have survived until now in this world. Starting from today, you will do some simple physical training in the morning and fruitful ability training in the afternoon. Remember, there is no need for waste on my pirate ship. Chun Fan looked at Monet with a serious face. After what happened just now, Monet didn't dare to refute Chun Fan. As the sea breeze blew, seagulls flew past from above, and the Thor continued to move towards the East Asia Sea. 10 days later, the scorching sun was in the sky, and the scorching sunlight shone on the sea. At this time, Chun Fan had just finished his physical training and was eating to replenish energy. The weak heat flow continued to spread through his internal organs, constantly repairing the strain on Chun Fan's body and slowly improving his physical fitness. It can be said that with such high-intensity training, if it weren't for Chun Fan's special abilities, even an Iron Man's body would collapse. Over the past 10 days, Monet's thoughts have been exactly the same as those of Lafitte. As a captain, she is really a training madman, practicing for more than 14 hours a day. You must know that she was forced by Chun Fan to train for 8 hours every day. She felt extremely tired, and her body was about to fall apart. It's hard to imagine how it could be done in more than 14 hours. At this time, besides admiring Chun Fan, Monet didn't want to escape as much as he did when he first got on the boat, because she found that under Chun Fan's devilish training, her strength was indeed improving, and she also learned a lot of knowledge. She also understood that the fruit she ate was a Logia fruit. The reason why others could not hit her was because her elementalization made her immune to most physical attacks. And Chun Fan found his own method, which was to use armed domineering. At this moment, it was thousands of meters away from the Thor. There's a huge marine warship moving, and it is not an accident that they appear here. After Chun Fan slaughtered the entire marine branch, he had raised the task of capturing Chun Fan to the first level, which was the highest except for the special level. In addition, Chun Fan did it because of his huge potential, not because he had the strength above that of a lieutenant general. This led many generals and lieutenants to unite to find traces of Chun Fan and want to capture Chun Fan. Major General, look, the person on that pirate ship seems to be the god of thunder, Chun Fan. A colonel held a telescope and said to the Major General wearing a helmet engraved with a two-headed dragon and a marine cape. Hearing the name of the thunder god Chun Fan, Ghost Spider quickly took the telescope and looked in the direction of the thunder god and saw that the man was indeed Chun Fan. The two people beside them immediately became excited and said, Huasha Shinmol, look, it seems that the three of us are very lucky, and we actually met the god of thunder, Chun Fan. Xiaoshan, who was tall with a beard, also quickly got a telescope from his subordinates and looked in the direction ahead. On the other side, Doberman, who had a curved beard on his face and flowing brown hair on his head, did the same. He picked up a telescope and looked over. Let's do it. Catch him. We will definitely get a lot of military glory. Ghost Spider said to the two of them again. Xiaoshan on the side looked full of fighting spirit. He couldn't wait to go over and catch Chun Fan. Only Doberman looked calmer. He said to the two of them, Do you want to ask for support first? Call nearby generals above the rank of Major General. This will give you greater certainty. What are you talking about? Doberman, that Chun Fan is also a lieutenant general in our headquarters. Although the three of us are only in the rank of Major General, our strength has reached the level of lieutenant general in our headquarters. 3 against 1. Why should we be afraid of him? Xiaoshan immediately laughed and looked at Doberman. That is to say, if other people come over, won't there be one more person to share the military merit? At this time, Ghost Spider also stood up and said. After hearing both of them say this, Doberman said nothing more. Go toward the pirate ship as quickly as possible. Then, Ghost Spider ordered to go down. The Marine soldiers under his command immediately began to drive the Marine warship towards the pirate ship at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, Lafitte, who was controlling the rudder of the ship, also discovered a Marine warship rushing towards them at an extremely fast speed. Captain, there's a Marine warship coming towards us, Lafitte said to Chun Fan behind him, putting down the food in his hand. Chun Fan looked forward and saw 3 generals standing on the deck. Although their current appearance is somewhat different from that of their future, the difference is not too big, and Chun Fan can recognize them immediately. Interesting, Ghost Spider, Doberman, and Xiaoshan. They look so anxious. It seems they are here to catch me. Chun Fan looked forward with a calm expression. Are we leaving? Lafitte then asked Chun Fan. No, just stretch your muscles. Chun Fan's eyes showed fighting intent. His strength had been stuck on the line between elite lieutenant general and lieutenant general for a long time. He knew that he needed to break through any of the 2-color hockey to the 3rd level, or further develop the Thunder Fruit, in order to reach the level of an elite lieutenant general. If you only rely on yourself to train, it will be too slow. You must put pressure on yourself from the outside world in order to go further. As for the 3 Dobermans, they should have had the strength of elite lieutenant generals at their peak, but even the 3 Porcelinos now only have the strength of elite lieutenant generals. The 3 of them are currently at the level of lieutenant general in the headquarters. With 1 against 3, Chun Fan feels that this can give him enough pressure. As for Monet at this time, he had never seen such a large warship. She knew that this was Marine, the one who caught pirates, and she couldn't help but feel a little flustered. However, when she looked at Chun Fan, he looked calm. Instantly, I felt a lot more at ease. At this time, on the Marine warship, which was only a few hundred meters away, Doberman and the others also discovered that Chun Fan and the others had definitely seen them. But when they saw Chun Fan and the others, they did not choose to run away, but simply stayed where they were, as if waiting for them. Be careful. I haven't seen the 2 guys next to Chun Fan. Doberman reminded the 2 of them. Naturally, he had never seen Lafitte from the Marine branch, and he didn't know that Lafitte had taken refuge with Chun Fan. After all, everyone in the Marine branch, except Lafitte, was dead at that time. Don't panic. There are only 2 more people in the situation. One looks so thin and pale as a dead person, and there's a little girl. What danger can there be? Don't worry. If the three of us attack together, Chun Fan will definitely not be able to defeat us unless he reaches the strength of an elite lieutenant general. Hua Xiaoshan said carelessly. As time went by, the sea breeze blew by, and a minute later, this huge marine warship was less than 100 meters away from Chun Fan and the others. Thunder God, Chun Fan, I heard that you are very cruel and calm. Why do I feel that you are not like the legend? You actually saw the three of us and still stayed where you were? Are you too confident in yourself? Hua Xiaoshan looked at Chun Fan and mocked. He felt that Sakazuki and Brown Dolphin must want him to fail. To put it nicely, they deliberately praised Chun Fan as being powerful. Three people are pretty good. They could just be my stepping stones. Chun Fan did not reply to Hua Xiaoshan's words, but looked at the master with arrogant eyes. It's really arrogant. You actually said that you want to use the three of us as stepping stones. You should think about how to survive today. A trace of anger appeared on Hua Xiaoshan's face. He had never been so underestimated. You'll find out if you try it. Wait a moment, and you two just protect yourselves. I'll deal with the three of them alone. Chun Fan's whole body shone with thunder, and his body disappeared instantly, standing proudly in the air. Hearing that Chun Fan didn't want his teammates to help, Doberman, who had always been calm, became a little angry at the moment. No one likes to be looked down upon. However, the three of them are not fools. They know that any one of them has no chance of winning against Chun Fan alone. Only three of them can join forces to catch Chun Fan. Let's go together, don't hold back, catch him as quickly as possible, Doberman said to the two of them. Then he pulled out his katana with his left hand and cast Moonwalk into the air. The ghost spider on the other side did not hesitate. He used Life Return and suddenly transformed into 6 black arms, holding 8 samurai swords in 8 hands, and used Moonwalk to come to Doberman's left. The same goes for Hua Xiaoshan. He drew out his katana with his right hand and used Moonwalk to reach Doberman's right. Seeing that the three of them took action together, and the ghost spider used Life Return from the beginning, it was obvious that the three of them were going to take action with all their strength. When Chun Fan saw this scene, he was not afraid at all. Instead, his face was full of excitement and fighting spirit. Only this kind of battle can allow him to break through his limits. Armed, Thunder Fist. With a flash of thunder, Chun Fan's body disappeared in an instant. He first rushed straight towards Dogman in the middle, and the terrifying Thunder Fist seemed to destroy everything. Seeing this situation, Doberman looked calm. The katana was covered with the second stage of arm domineering, and he slashed straight towards Chun Fan at an extremely fast speed. Bang! In an instant, the terrifying Thunder Fist collided with a long sword containing armed domineering force. Under this blow, Doberman immediately felt a powerful force, causing his body to retreat involuntarily. At the same time, Ghost Spider and Hua Xiaoshan each held long knives, which were also covered with the second stage of armed domineering, and attacked Chun Fan at extremely fast speeds. Facing the rapid attacks of the two men, Chun Fan showed no signs of panic. The power of destructive thunder erupted again. The powerful force actually forced Doberman back in an instant. Then, the power of thunder gathered in his hands, transforming into 2 blue thunder spears. The terrifying thunder blocked the weapons of the two men. The next second, with a flash of thunder and lightning, Chun Fan's body disappeared in an instant and appeared behind the two people in Hiwashishin. The sharp thunder spear was going to stab the two people's backs from top to bottom. Relying on the haki of seeing and hearing, the two people in Hua Xiaoshan reacted immediately and easily blocked the attack with their long knives covered with haki of arms. At the same time, Doberman's attack came from behind with endless power. Shave. Using the elemental form of his body to perform the 6th form of Marine, Chun Fan disappeared in place again, dodging Doberman's attack and causing it to hit the air. For a moment, the battle situation became extremely tense. Chun Fan was 1 against 3 and was temporarily unable to lose. However, such a high-intensity explosion, coupled with the fact that he has to exert his domineering energy to the extreme all the time, is a huge drain on his physical strength. The three of them also noticed this and joined forces to attack Chun Fan without giving him any chance to breathe. In midair, a sky-blue figure kept colliding with three figures, fighting fiercely, punches to the flesh, blood spilled on the ground, and the thunder of destruction filled the midair. On the floor below, Monet looked at this scene worriedly. She asked Lafitte on the side, "Do you think Big Brother can beat these three people?" Not necessarily, but although it seems to be evenly matched now, in fact, the captain has fallen into a disadvantage. Even our captain cannot last long with such high-intensity consumption. Lafitte's expression rarely became serious. Most of the Marine soldiers on the Marine warship did not see who had the upper hand. Only some of the school officers saw it, and they were already expecting that Doberman and the three major generals would defeat Chun Fan and that they would receive military merit and promotion. Midair, the ghost spider, who was holding a long knife to attack, looked at Chun Fan with an arrogant expression. "I admit that you are very strong. No one of us is an opponent against you, and even two of us may not be able to defeat you. But 1 against 3, you're too confident in your strength. How long can you last with such a high-intensity outburst? Just let us take you back." The ghost spider attacking from the right also mocked. "That's a lot of nonsense." Chun Fan looked indifferent and kept blasting his thunder fist forward. Facing the three people's rapid attacks, he kept resisting, and blood spilled on the ground. But his thunder fist will also hit the three of them. This is a physical competition. Looking at it this way, it is true that Chun Fan would lose if there were no big surprises. However, even so, Chun Fan was still full of strong self-confidence, and the thunder of destruction continued to erupt, breaking through the limit again and again. As time passed by, the injuries on the four people became more and more serious, and blood continued to spill on the sea. Chun Fan kept breathing heavily, and cold sweat kept flowing down his forehead. One can imagine how much physical exertion he had exerted. However, Doberman would not give him any chance to breathe. The three of them attacked Chun Fan once again with a violent attack. "You are looking for death." With cold eyes, Chun Fan continued to erupt with terrifying thunder, and his fists kept clashing with the long knife. Clang! The sound of collision kept ringing, and the four of them once again stood together anxiously. However, Chun Fan had gone from fighting back and forth at the beginning to being completely suppressed now, and could only defend constantly. There is no extra strength to fight back. Seeing this scene, Thunder God Chun Fan, who is going all out, should not be underestimated. Doberman shouted at the two of them, and then the aura on the three of them rose again. Although their physical strength is now somewhat depleted, it is much better than Chun Fan. With 1 against 3, Chun Fan was completely at a disadvantage under the intense exhaustion. Slowly, small scars appeared on his body. Monet below saw this scene and was extremely worried. "What should we do?" "Lafitte, the captain seems to be losing. There is no other way. We can only choose to trust the captain now." Lafitte knew very well that if the two of them took action, Marine, who was above the military level on the opposite side, would also take action. At that time, they would still be at a disadvantage. The battle continued, with sweat pouring out. Chun Fan kept waving his fists in response to the attacks, and the lightning shining on his body was fading. However, facing the siege of 3 people, Chun Fan's eyes were still full of determination, and the black substance on his fist seemed to be completely materialized. In a fierce fight, for a while fists, hands, feet, and any part of the body became weapons that Chun Fan could attack. The 3 Dobermans didn't seem to realize the seriousness of the matter. They kept attacking, trying to capture Chun Fan as quickly as possible. Under such a strong attack, their physical strength was constantly being consumed. In addition, they discovered a very serious problem. In close combat, as long as Chun Fan's destructive thunder collided with them, wisps of thunder would continue to remain in their bodies. Over time, their bodies would feel a trace of thunder. Paralysis. However, they didn't pay too much attention because they were the ones who had the upper hand now. That sharp long knife kept attacking. At this time, The black substance on Chun Fan's fist seemed to be completely materialized. Hua Xiaoshan held a knife in his left hand, covered with the second stage of armed domineering, and attacked Chun Fan at an extremely fast speed. Suddenly, Chun Fan was forced to retreat. At the same time, Doberman and his two men attacked again for both sides. At this moment, with a roar, the armed domineering power of Chun Fan's fist completely materialized and successfully broke through to the third level, and his power surged in an instant. Covered by the power of destructive thunder, Chun Fan forcibly retreated from Hiwashishin. Then, the left and right hands opened their bows, and the thunderous fists hit Doberman and the two like cannonballs. Clang! In an instant, the thunder fist collided with the black long knife, and the surrounding water exploded. The powerful force caused Doberman and Doberman to fly backwards one after another. Seeing the completely substantive arm color hockey, Doberman and the other three knew clearly that Chun Fan's arm color hockey had broken through, which made his combat power even higher. They also knew in their hearts what this meant, which meant that the outcome of the next battle was uncertain. After breaking through, Chun Fan had a smile on his face, full of fighting spirit, and actively attacked the three of them. Looking at the extremely dark fist covered with thunder, Doberman and the other three rushed forward without hesitation. The four figures collided together again, but this time they were evenly matched. Chun Fan faced the siege of three people, except for defense. The increase in strength allowed him to repel enemies faster, allowing him to defend faster against the attacks of the other two. This also allowed him to not lose at all for a while, and he could even constantly find opportunities to counterattack. The three Dobermans, who felt Chun Fan's huge increase in power, looked very ugly. They did not expect that this guy was so terrifying that he broke through during the battle. On the pirate ship below, Monet was a little afraid to look at it, but when he saw that Chun Fan was fighting with Doberman and the others again, and he was not losing at all, he immediately asked Lafitte on the side, "Lafitte, tell me, big brother, why did you suddenly become stronger? Suddenly, you can fight equally with those three guys." The captain's arm domination has reached the third level. The outcome of the next battle is uncertain. Lafitte kept looking at the battle above. He knew from the beginning that Chun Fan did not choose to retreat when faced with three Marines at the level of Lieutenant General. He definitely had his own ideas. If the faces of the two people were excited, then the expressions of the Marine soldiers on the Marine warship were uglier than eating shit. After all, how could they have imagined that such a change could happen? Midair, the battle between the four people continued, and they fought fiercely. There were constant sounds of explosions in the air, and thunder was shining. The three Dobermans knew clearly that if the fight continued like this, they would not be able to defeat Chun Fan, who was armed with a domineering breakthrough to the third level, using only close combat. "Don't waste any more time with him," Doberman said to the other two. Hiwashishin and Ghost Spider immediately understood what Doberman meant, and then Doberman rushed forward first, with the long knife containing powerful power. Chun Fan was not afraid of this blow at all, and punched forward, covering it with the power of thunder. Clang! At the moment of the collision, Doberman was knocked out. On the other side, Ghost Spider and Hua Xiaoshan were on the left and right, holding long knives and slashing at Chun Fan at extremely fast speeds. With a calm look on his face, Chun Fan's fist contained terrifying power, and he blasted forward. The three of them fell back dozens of meters after the collision. "Chun Fan, it's time to finish. Come on together." Armed, golden slash. Doberman's blood was boiling all over, and he was holding a long sword tightly in his right hand, which was extremely dark. As he waved the long sword, a golden sword energy emerged and slashed straight towards Chun Fan. Armed, spider silk slash. Armed, fiery slash. At the same time, Ghost Spider and Hua Xiaoshan's bodies were also bursting with blood, their hearts were beating, and their lives were being returned. The powerful power was contained in the long sword as black as ink, and they were waving forward. In an instant, a black sword energy of several meters, a red sword energy of several meters, and a golden sword energy of several meters slashed towards Chun Fan with terrifying power. You even want to defeat me. 120 million volts. Thunder Dragon. Looking at these three powerful attacks, Chun Fan's expression was still so indifferent, and he raised his hands upward. In an instant, the sky was covered with dark clouds. A series of terrifying thunders roared, and a blue dragon measuring more than 10 meters was born, destroying everything in its path, and fell from the sky in extremely fast speed. Boom! In an instant, the Thunder Dragon and the three-sword chi were like mountains colliding together. The sound of explosion sounded, everything around was annihilated, and circles of air waves spread out. This powerful aftermath directly knocked Chun Fan and Doberman away. The sea water continued to explode, and the huge warship below began to shake. Not to mention the Thor, it almost capsized. The four of them flew several hundred meters upside down before regaining their balance. Then, the four of them looked at each other. After hesitating for a moment, Chun Fan's body flashed with thunder, and he disappeared into the air first and landed on the Thor. At the same time, the three Dobermans looked at each other and returned to the warship. Go, get out of here. When Chun Fan returned to the Thor, his first words were to tell Lafitte to sail away. Upon hearing this order, Lafitte did not hesitate and immediately started the Thor and began to sail toward the distance. Marine on the warship saw Chun Fan and the others were leaving. Major General, do we want to pursue them? They are leaving. Several school officials asked quickly. No, let them go. Doberman just stood there without moving and said, and the other two people didn't speak either. 2 minutes later, the Thor, which was moving at full speed, drove thousands of meters away. Chun Fan finally couldn't help it. A mouthful of blood spurted out. He was already fighting to the limit, but the shock wave generated by the collision just now made his internal organs surge. In front of the three Dobermans just now, he was suppressing his discomfort. However, Chun Fan guessed that the injuries of the three of them must not be lighter than his own. Otherwise, how could he let them go? Of course, even if he knew they were injured, Chun Fan would not choose to fight desperately, because his goal had been achieved. After this battle, armed color hockey successfully broke through to the 3rd level. If the fight continues, even if Chun Fan can kill all three of them, there will still be a boatload of Marine soldiers and school officers. If you really continue to fight, there's a high probability that you will die together. Brother, how are you? Are you okay? Seeing Chun Fan's ugly face and spitting out blood, Monet quickly asked worriedly, Captain, are you okay? Should we speed up and leave? To avoid being caught up by Marine. Lafitte also asked, It's okay, don't worry. Those three guys are more seriously injured than me. After Chun Fan finished speaking, he took out a lot of food directly from the cabin and started eating. Wave after wave of slightly hot heat emanated from Chun Fan's body and poured into his internal organs, like nectar after the rain, constantly repairing his injuries. Afterwards, Chun Fan, who felt stable, picked up the bandage and tied it to the wound himself, closed his eyes, and rested. On the other side, on the Marine warship, they saw Chun Fan and his ship walking away. Puff! Doberman couldn't bear it any longer, and a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out. He was half kneeling on the ground. The burning mountain and ghost spiders on the side were even worse. His body completely reached the limit, as if it was about to collapse, and his whole body began to bleed. Seeing this situation, Marine's doctor did not dare to hesitate and immediately took the three people for treatment. At this time, Doberman regretted extremely why he did not insist on waiting for the support of other generals. He knew very well that Chun Fan was seriously injured in the end, otherwise he would not have been able to leave so quickly. As long as there was another lieutenant general level combatant, they could definitely arrest Chun Fan. It was a pity that there was no regret medicine in this world. 2 hours later, Doberman forced his seriously injured body to sit up. He used the phone bug to report the failure of their mission to capture Chun Fan. Fleet Admiral Office. When Cyborg Kong knew that Chun Fan's strength had improved so quickly, one person could actually equal the level of 3 lieutenant generals in his headquarters. This also means that his strength may have reached the level of an elite lieutenant general. Otherwise, it would be impossible to achieve it. Damn little guy, his strength has improved so fast. No, after finishing Roger's execution, I must strengthen his arrest level. Cyborg Kong thought, Chun Fan must not be allowed to grow up. This sea is already chaotic enough. But now, he can't take care of Chun Fan for the time being, because Marine's top priority right now is the public execution of One Piece Roger around the world in 10 days. Then, Cyborg Kong gave instructions to increase Chun Fan's bounty by another 100 million. A bounty of 1.1 billion is already a very scary figure for a boy less than 20 years old. As night falls, the sea breeze blows. Chun Fan had woken up at this time, and after 2 rounds of hot water, his injuries had almost recovered. Looking at the fully materialized, armed, domineering force on his fists, Chun Fan thought to himself that his strength is now almost infinitely equal to that of the elite lieutenant generals of his headquarters. Afterwards, Chun Fan compared the strength gap between him and Sakazuki. Shaking his head, there was still a certain gap. Chun Fan thought to himself that if he wanted to catch up with Sakazuki, he would have to reach the 3rd stage of his domineering power, and the development of Thunder Fruit needs to go further. Although Chun Fan has spent more than 4 hours a day developing the ability of the Thunder Fruit, coupled with his strong physical fitness, his progress has been rapid. However, the time for him to obtain the Thunder Fruit was still too short, only a few months. It is extremely difficult to develop the fruit to such an extent in such a short time. Fortunately, Chun Fan felt that he was already close to breaking through to the 3rd level. However, the development of Thunder Fruit has gone a step further and is unlikely to be possible within a month or 2. Thinking of this, Chun Fan temporarily put aside his hatred for Sakazuki. Then, he thought of another person, Lieutenant General of Marine Headquarters, Henry David, whom Budek had asked him to kill before he died. The reason why Chun Fan didn't go to find this guy before was because most of the Marine Headquarters Lieutenant Generals had the strength of elite Lieutenant Generals. If he went to seek revenge on him from the beginning, he would definitely be destined to die. Now, Chun Fan is planning to kill Henry David after One Piece Roger is executed. During this period, Chun Fan wants to break through the domineering power of knowledge and color to the 3rd level. Then, without thinking any more, the wounds on Chun Fan's body had scabbed off. He went directly to the deck and started some simple training. Lafitte and Monet, who saw the scene not far away, both showed surprised expressions. Brother, is he a monster? He suffered such a serious injury at noon, and it's only been 8 hours now. How come he feels almost completely healed? Let's start training directly. Monet's little mouth opened into an O shape in surprise. Interesting, a captain like this is worthy of my following. A smile appeared on Lafitte's pale face. Time passes day by day. 18 days later, in Donghai, Roger Town, there is still 1 day left before One Piece Roger is executed. Chun Fan and others were walking on the streets of Rog Town at the moment. The 3 of them were wearing big hats, covering half of their faces. At this time, Rogue Town was overcrowded, with a large group of pirates, as well as a large number of marine soldiers and generals maintaining order. Tomorrow is the day when Roger One Piece will be executed. Naturally, countless big pirates want to come and watch the end of a generation of heroes. However, these pirates, who were usually arrogant and domineering on the sea, did not act recklessly in Rog Town at this time, because Marine began to show their strong strength a few days ago. Marine hero Garp, Buddha Sengoku, Lieutenant General Tsuru, and Marine's 3 monster lieutenant generals all appear here, as well as a lot of lieutenant generals and major generals. It can be said that more than half of Marine's combat power is concentrated here. With these characters here, how dare the pirates make trouble? After all, the emperors among pirates, such as the Golden Lion, White Beard, and the Red Earl, did not appear here. At this moment, most of the people here are their crew members or other pirates. With their current strength, there is no way they can fight against strong men of Garp's level. Of course, they are not afraid that Marine Headquarters will come to arrest them. After all, the most important thing for Marine Headquarters now is to publicly execute Roger. They need to prevent other members of the Roger Pirates from coming to rescue people. Where else can they have the energy to catch the pirates? This is why Chun Fan dares to appear here. It can be said that as long as they don't rush forward to provoke, Marine headquarters will not take the initiative to catch pirates at this time. Brother, tell me, One Piece Roger is so strong. Why was he caught by Marine? Monet also heard a lot about One Piece Roger. Who knows? Maybe he surrendered. Chun Fan said this as a joke. Monet and Lafitte naturally regarded it as a joke. They definitely didn't believe that One Piece Roger would surrender. Looking at the two people's looks, Chun Fan knew that they didn't believe it, but he didn't say anything further. He couldn't say it because he knew that Roger was seriously injured and would not survive long. So he was preparing to die to start the Age of Discovery. Walking on the street, Chun Fan saw many famous pirates in the future, including Phoenix Marco and Doflamingo of the Whitebeard Pirates, and even the future world's best swordsman, Mihawk. However, Chun Fan did not come forward to say hello. He did not want to cause any trouble before One Piece was executed. I don't want to save One Piece Roger or anything. After all, he doesn't have that strength. Now Garp and Sengoku are in their prime. With his current strength as an elite lieutenant general in the headquarters, if he dares to cause trouble, he is seeking death. The three of them randomly found a pub and sat down. At this time, one of them was wearing a burgundy hat, a white shirt, and a red coat. The most important thing was the famous sword that was as tall as a person behind him. This person is Mihawk, and he just happened to walk in a tavern. Chun Fan looked at Mihawk, who was about the same age as himself, and thought to himself, what if he could recruit the future #1 swordsman in the world to the ship? Thinking of this, Chun Fan decided to give it a try. Although the chance of success was slim, what if it happened? You two sit here and wait for me. Chun Fan confessed, and then headed in the direction of Mihawk. Hello, my name is Chun Fan. After sitting down, Chun Fan said hello. Hearing this name, Mihawk raised his head. He had heard of this name, Thunder God Chun Fan, and most of the pirates in New World should know this name. Thunder God Chun Fan, what do you want from me? Eagle Eyes Mihawk's sharp eyes looked straight at Chun Fan like an eagle. I want to win you over and get on the ship. As long as you agree, I will be the deputy captain. Chun Fan said his invitation. I just want to be the world's greatest swordsman, and I don't want to get on your boat. Mihawk refused outright. After hearing this, Chun Fan was not discouraged. He naturally knew that it was not that easy to recruit Mihawk on board. You can make a request or a condition as long as you agree to get on the ship. Although Chun Fan still wanted to defeat Mihawk directly. However, this place was not suitable for a big fight now. If you can defeat me with swordsmanship, I will become your crew member, Mihawk said with an indifferent expression. Hearing this, Chun Fan knew that he could not achieve this. Needless to say, did Mihawk's current swordsmanship reach the level of a great swordsman? He doesn't know how to use a sword either. Just when Chun Fan was thinking about how to recruit Mihawk, Thunder God Chun Fan, an angry voice sounded. When Chun Fan heard someone calling him, he looked over and saw a wretched and short figure. Next to this wretched figure stood a tall beauty with long legs and exquisite facial features. Behind the two men were several Marine soldiers. This is the patrolling Brown Dolphin and Guillaume. Who did I think it was? It turned out to be you, a wretched dwarf. Chun Fan looked at Brown Dolphin with a mocking look on his face. How could the Brown Dolphin endure this taunt, especially in front of Goddess? Chun Fan, you dare to appear here. You are really seeking death. Do you believe that I will take you back now? The Brown Dolphin looked at Chun Fan with fierce eyes. Really? Do you dare to take action now? Moreover, you are just a defeated general. What qualifications do you have to say that you want to take me back? Ah, little dwarf. Chun Fan looked comfortable, lying on the armchair and looking at the Brown Dolphin with an arrogant expression. After hearing this, the Brown Dolphin couldn't hold it in any longer, so he directly pulled out his two guns and started to take action. At this time, Guillaume held his shoulders. Don't take action. Remember Fleet Admiral's order. During this period, the main task is to execute Roger One Piece. Don't cause unnecessary trouble. Hearing what his goddess said, Brown Dolphin could only suppress the anger in his heart. He glared at Chun Fan fiercely. If eyes could kill, Chun Fan might have died several times. Mihawk, believe me, you will join my ship one day. The person I like can't run away, so let's go. Chun Fan said to Mihawk with a smile on his face, and then called Lafitte and the two people sitting at the table next to him. Little dwarf, I look forward to seeing you next time. Before leaving, Chun Fan did not forget to mock the Brown Dolphin. Hearing this, Brown Dolphin's inner anger was like a volcano erupting. He clenched his fists, eager to fight Chun Fan, but now he could only hold back temporarily. Looking at Chun Fan's leaving figure, Guillaume was also very curious. What kind of man was he? He was able to escape from the Impel city, known as the Myth, and his strength increased so quickly. The most important thing is that he is too young. According to the information, this Chun Fan has done such earth-shattering things at the age of 17 and has extremely strong talent. It is hard to imagine that if such a pirate is allowed to grow up, there might be another emperor on the sea. Chun Fan took Monet and the two out of the tavern, and then immediately left the street. After all, the reason why he dared to provoke the Brown Dolphin so arrogantly was because the Brown Dolphin couldn't beat him. Even if he added a Guillaume, there was no way he could defeat him in a short time in a 2-on-1 situation. It would cause too much turmoil. This was the final reason why the two Brown Dolphins did not dare to take action. If it were Garp who came over, if Chun Fan dared to be so arrogant, Garp would have punched him. After all, with Chun Fan's current strength, he might not be able to make even a few moves against Garp at his peak. Brother, who is the person you recruited just now? Is he very strong? Monet asked curiously. It's quite strong. Now he might have the strength of a great swordsman. Chun Fan said with a smile, thinking that this guy was not averagely strong and would become the world's greatest swordsman in the future. Great swordsman, what is that? Lafitte, do you know? Monet, who came from West Blue, had just understood what domination was, so naturally he didn't know what a great swordsman was. You can understand that the great swordsman is a realm almost equivalent to the highest realm of swordsmanship above the sea. Legend has it that there is another realm above the great swordsman, but that is just a legend. Lafitte explained it to Monet. So powerful, no wonder my eldest brother wanted to recruit him. Monet thought to himself, that cold-looking young man turned out to be so strong. No longer chatting along the way, Chun Fan and the three of them found a place to stay, waiting for tomorrow's big scene. Although he was staying in a hotel, Chun Fan still carried out basic physical training. He kept doing push-ups, but the more he continued, the more troubled Chun Fan felt. Because no matter how many push-ups he does now, his body will not feel too tired. This is not good news. This shows that ordinary push-ups can no longer improve his physical fitness. He had to increase the difficulty for himself. Before, Chun Fan was doing push-ups and other basic training while carrying a huge boulder. However, this kind of weight is just enough for Chun Fan now, and it won't be enough until his physical fitness improves. You can't train with a big mountain behind you. Stopping to train, Chun Fan was thinking about how to increase the intensity of training. After thinking for a while, he suddenly thought that Marine seemed to have something called a gravity bracelet, which could adjust gravity up to several tons. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to go to a branch to grab a gravity bracelet and come back. Chun Fan thought to himself. Then, he disappeared from the hotel and turned into a bolt of thunder, heading towards the sky. In the sky, Chun Fan's whole body was shining with the thunder of destruction. Since there is no way to carry out high-intensity physical training in a hotel, then train to develop devil fruit abilities. Waves of blue thunder kept surrounding Chun Fan. He now wants to combine his previous blood rage with the fruit ability to develop a model that can enhance his strength. However, this is obviously not that simple. With the evening wind blowing, the night passed, and it was not until the first ray of sunshine in the morning that Chun Fan stopped developing the fruit's abilities and returned to the hotel. A night without sleep will not have a particularly big impact on him now. Afterwards, Chun Fan rinsed briefly and went downstairs to eat. Monet and Lafitte also came down at this time. A total of more than a dozen dishes were placed on the table for 3 people. Of course, it's not because Chun Fan is extravagant, but because he can really eat so much. The dozen or so dishes were gone in more than 10 minutes under Chun Fan's fast-picking speed. Fortunately, Lafitte and Monet don't have much appetite, otherwise they would have ordered more. A stream of mild heat emanated from Chun Fan's body, flowing from the blood into his internal organs, weakly enhancing his physical fitness. Even though it is only such a small amount, over time, it is extremely terrifying. It can be said that after a few years, or more than 10 years, Chun Fan's physical fitness may be comparable to Kaido's. After eating, Chun Fan and others left the hotel and headed towards the square of Rogtown. Today at 11 o'clock at noon is the time for One Piece to execute the pirates. By the time Chun Fan and the others arrived, the square in Rogtown was already crowded with people, and most of them were pirates. There are even some big pirates with bounties exceeding 1 billion appearing here. It can be said that such a scene may not be seen in the future. Even though there were so many pirates, no one rioted at this time, because on the high platform, several meters high in the center of the square, 2 people were sitting. One had a cropped haircut, was wearing a black suit, and was still eating donuts. The other one wore frog glasses, a long beard, and a seagull standing on his hat. It is none other than Marine Hero Garp and Marine General Buddha no Sengoku. With the strength of the 2 of them, just standing here, the big pirates below did not dare to act rashly. Because the only ones who can fight against them are the kings of the sea, like Marco the Phoenix, Mihawk, and Shanks. They're still too young in their eyes. The 3 Marine Lieutenant Generals standing next to the 2 of them, although compared to Garp and Sengoku, are all a bit immature. However, no one dares to underestimate them. The names of Marine's 3 monsters were determined by their strength. The 3 monsters of Logia, Sakazuki, Porosalino, Kazan, and Marine can be said to be the nightmare of most pirates in the New World. There are even rumors that when their strength becomes stronger, Marine will usher in the era of 3 great generals. However, today's protagonist is not any of them, but One Piece Gold, Roger. Under the scorching sun, everyone had been waiting below for an hour, but no one felt impatient, only anxious. At this time, everyone's eyes were looking at the high platform, including Chun Fan. Boom, boom. On the high platform, the sound of sea tower stone chains hitting the ground was heard, and a figure was escorted out by 2 Marine Lieutenant Generals. Although he didn't say a word and was locked up at the moment, this man still had a powerful aura, giving people a terrible sense of oppression. The 3 Sakazukis looked at this man at the same time. As One Piece Roger turned around and looked at each other with a pair of deep eyes. Even though they just glanced at each other, the 3 of them felt like they were facing a mountain. Now they are still too immature in front of One Piece Roger. Then, One Piece Roger looked down. It was such a magnificent era. Unfortunately, I didn't have the chance to see it. The 2 people sitting in the seats, Sengoku's face was serious, and Garp's head was lowered. He really couldn't understand why Roger wanted to surrender. As old rivals for more than 10 years, Garp and Roger have become friends and foes. When Roger was escorted to the beheading stage, 2 executioners stood beside him, even though they knew that he was about to die. One Piece Roger's expression is still full of indifference and no fear. This kind of calm attitude in the face of death is admirable. At this time, Buddha of Warring States stood up from his seat and began to tell One Piece Roger's sinful life. One Piece Roger, extremely vicious and extremely evil. The speech lasted for more than 10 minutes, but most of the people there were pirates, so how could they listen carefully to what he said to promote Marine? Most of the pirates looked like they were yawning, with impatient expressions on their faces, but they didn't dare to show up. After all, the strength of Warring States and Garp is there, as well as a lot of lieutenants and a lot of warships. It can be said that with such combat power, even if the Imperial Regiment comes over, there's nothing they can do. Now prepare to begin the execution. After finishing his speech, Buddha of the Warring States period immediately announced. At the same time, Garp also stood up. He wanted to prevent other members of the Roger Pirates from kidnapping Roger. Although he actually didn't want Roger to die like this, as a Marine, he had a bounden duty as a soldier. The pirates below are also looking forward to the direction of the high platform. They're looking forward to watching a good show. However, it was obvious that to disappoint them, no one from the Roger pirate ship showed up. On the contrary, at this time, among the crowd, a plain-looking man with purple haircut shouted loudly, "Hey, One Piece, where did you hide all the treasures you found? Is it really in the Grand Line? Did you get the legendary secret treasure, the One Piece?" One Piece Roger raised his head with a smile on his face. At this moment, countless broadcasters were targeting him. This grand ceremony of One Piece Roger's execution was broadcast by Marine all over the world. "Do you want my treasure? If you want it, I can give it all to you. Go find it. I put all the treasures there." One Piece Roger said this with a laughing expression, which was deafening and shocking. Hearing these words, Buddha's warring states period immediately became anxious. Do it quickly, kill him." The two executioners immediately waved down their sharp blades, and as the blood flowed, One Piece Roger's generation of heroes came to an end. He had started an era with his life. At this time, the pirates in the audience were all going crazy. The Marines who maintained order could not stop them at all. They were all going to find the treasure left by One Piece. Of course, there were some people among them who were all sad about the death of One Piece Roger. At this time, Shanks, who was only a teenager with red hair, was holding a straw hat and crying bitterly. Behind him, the crew members on the One Piece ship were desperately trying. I held him back for fear that he would be impulsive. The entire audience immediately rioted. There are so many Marines in this place, and they're all like this, but what about other places around the world? At this time, on an island, the shop owner who was selling things immediately threw away the things and stopped selling them in the store, preparing to go to sea. Some people even robbed people on the street just to buy a boat and go to sea. What's more, he abandoned his wife, ignored his children, and wanted to go to sea to find treasure. The entire sea became chaotic in an instant. Not to mention the pirates in New World. All of them are very ambitious and want to compete for the treasure of One Piece. Across the four seas, Marine branches in various places were attacked by pirates. In the Fleet Admiral office, Cyborg, who was Fleet Admiral, was very busy. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a thing, even though he was about to be promoted. For the most part, the Marine branch was unable to withstand the attacks of so many pirates, so they could only ask for help from the headquarters. The whole world fell into complete chaos for a while. Since then, the Age of Discovery has begun. Rogue Town. Chun Fan looked at this chaotic scene. He did not want to get involved, but looked at Lafitte and the two. "Let's go." Then, the three people left among the chaotic crowd. As they left, many pirates followed them. Hero Garp and Buddha's warring states. Here, after most of the pirates are excited, they will not seek death themselves and cause trouble here. A few minutes later, Chun Fan and the others returned to the Thor. "Captain, where are we going next?" Lafitte asked Chun Fan. "A new era has begun. This world is destined to be chaotic. The forces on the sea will begin to reshuffle. Let's set out for the new world. The next step is to become the king of the new world." Chun Fan smiled and looked at the endless sea. "I would like to follow the captain." After hearing his captain's words, Lafitte also took off his hat and said like a gentleman, "He just wants to turn this sea upside down. This is his goal. I'm also willing to follow Big Brother." Monet, who was still young at the side, still didn't know what the beginning of a new era meant. She only knew that she didn't want to escape now. It was quite nice to be on this ship, and it was much more exciting than the life she had lived before. As the sea breeze blew slightly, seagulls floated across the sky, and the Thor sailed on the East Dacia Sea at extremely fast speeds. An hour later, with the scorching sun shining brightly, Chun Fan was currently on the deck, exercising nonstop while carrying a boulder more than 3 meters high on his back. Sweat kept flowing from his forehead, but he still kept doing push-ups. 9,998 blows, 9,999 blows, 10,000 blows. Chun Fan stopped training until he felt his arms were so sore. He stood up and rested. After a while, he picked up the food and started eating. In a few minutes, he ate 5 plates of food. As waves of heat flowed into his body, the green energy continued to repair the damage to his body and relieve his fatigue. Just after eating for a while, Chun Fan felt that the swelling and pain in his arms disappeared. Lafitte and Monet watched this scene and became accustomed to it. Even under Chun Fan's subtle influence, the two of them began to increase the intensity and time of training. In particular, Monet has now learned the first form of the 6 marine forms, and his physical fitness has also been greatly improved. It can be said that his strength has doubled compared to before. Just when Chun Fan was about to continue training, he suddenly stopped because a giant sky-blue, flaming bird floated above the Thor. Chun Fan recognized him at a glance. "You guys wait for me here, I'll go over there." After another brief explanation, thunder flashed, and Chun Fan's body disappeared instantly. A ray of thunder streaked across the sky. Lafitte looked at this scene and thought that the captain must be chasing the giant sky-blue bird. But why is the captain chasing Phoenix Marco? Lafitte, what do you think Big Brother is going to do again? Monet asked. I don't know. We could just wait here. Lafitte shook his head. On the other side, in midair, Phoenix Marco also discovered that someone was following him. Then he stopped waving his wings, floated in the air, and turned around to look at the thundering figure. After he saw the person coming clearly, he asked, Thunder God Chun Fan, what's wrong with you following me? I want to spar with you, Phoenix Marco. Of course, Chun Fan didn't want Phoenix Marco to upload it. He knew that even if he killed Phoenix Marte, he would not betray Whitebeard. As for catching up to spar, Chun Fan just wanted to have a fierce battle to break through the 3rd stage of the domineering power of knowledge, or to speed up the breakthrough. Interesting, Thunder God Chun Fan. You actually want to spar with me. Are you so confident? Phoenix Marco's body burned with blue flames. Chun Fan looked at Marco, who was in his 20s at this time, and said slowly, Then you, the Whitebeard pirates, dare to accept my challenge? Hearing this, in the name of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco could not refuse to accept the challenge. Okay, I, Phoenix Marco, the leader of the Whitebeard pirates, accept your challenge. The next second, blue flames emanated from his body, and Marco the Phoenix immediately entered a half-beast state. The flame wings were spread out, and blue flames were burning continuously on his body. He had naturally heard of Chun Fan's deeds, so it was impossible for him to underestimate the guy in front of him who was several years younger than him. Thunder flashed, and Chun Fan looked directly at Marco, with no sign of contempt in his expression. Because he also knows that although Phoenix Marco has not yet reached his peak, he will definitely not be inferior to ordinary lieutenant generals, and may even reach the level of elite lieutenant generals. This is also the reason why Chun Fan has to come alone. If he can't beat him, with the terrifying speed of thunder, Phoenix Marte won't be able to catch up with him. Thunder Fist. Chun Fan did not hesitate. The destructive thunder, shining all over his body, gathered on his fist. His body disappeared quickly like a ghost. The fist contained powerful power and blasted straight towards Marco. Blue flame. Looking at this powerful thunder, Marco showed no fear on his face. The blue flames also gathered on his fist and blasted forward with a sonic boom. Boom! The two fists collided like dragons. Immortal flames and destructive thunder. Two powerful forces collided together. For a moment, the two bodies turned into two streams of light, constantly colliding. There was a fierce battle, a bloody fight, and fist to the flesh. From the beginning, the two of them had no intention of holding back. I saw Chun Fan's right leg, which contained thunder and the 3rd stage of armed domineering, slashing towards Marco like an Optimus pillar. With no fear in his expression, Marco's arms ignited with blue flames, and he blocked the leg with both arms in front of him. Then, he violently pushed Chun Fan back with an upward force. Seeing this, Chun Fan quickly rolled around in the air to regain his balance. At the same time, Marco's right hand became a claw with endless flames gathering on it, and he grabbed Chun Fan fiercely. With an indifferent expression, the thunder of destruction covered his fist, and Chun Fan also punched out with a powerful punch. Suddenly, blood spurted out. On Chun Fan's chest, a claw mark several centimeters deep appeared, with blue flames still remaining on it. Marco on the opposite side was also knocked back by Chun Fan's punch, and he stepped back dozens of meters before stopping. There was also a spot on his body that became extremely charred. Thunder God Chun Fan, no wonder you are called a monster by Marine. Your talent and strength are indeed terrifying. Marco looked at Chun Fan with a serious expression. Really? Then you have to work harder, and don't get beaten to death by me. Chun Fan had a sneer on his lips. Such a well-matched opponent showed him a strong fighting spirit. Kill me. What a joke. I'm a captain of the White-Beard Pirates. Marco's eyes turned cold, and endless blue flames broke out in an instant, leaving a stream of light in the sky and heading straight towards Chun Fan. Seeing this scene, Chun Fan also disappeared in an instant, and terrifying thunder erupted, shining continuously in the entire sky. Bang, bang. For a time, the two people fought nonstop with endless flames, destructive thunder, and the sound of explosions constantly ringing in the sky. Drops of blood fell on the sea, causing waves of waves. At the same time, thousands of meters away, Lafitte also noticed the movement and looked towards the direction where Chun Fan and the two were fighting. However, Lafitte had no intention of going there. He knew very well that Chun Fan did not ask him and Monet to go there together, so it must have been his intention. Time passed minute by minute, half an hour later. After a collision between the flame figure and the thunder figure, they both flew backwards. At this time, Chun Fan was panting heavily, covered in blood, and had scars all over his body, but the blue thunder on his body was still surrounding him, making sizzling sounds. At the same time, Marco the Phoenix on the other side was not much better. Scars began to appear on his body, cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and he was breathing heavily. You know, he is known as the Phoenix, and most of his injuries will recover instantly when his abilities recover. But now there are several ferocious and terrifying injuries on his body that cannot be recovered for a while. It is conceivable that the injuries he suffers now are not light. I admit that you are very strong, but is it not enough to defeat Lousy? Blue Flame Giant Bird. Immediately, the blue flames on Phoenix Marco's body expanded, as if to burn everything. As he raised his hands upward, a huge blue flame bird of more than 10 meters was born. Bah! With a sharp cry, the giant blue flame bird carried the power of burning everything and rushed towards Chun Fan at an extremely fast speed. The weak will always be weak, and the strong will always be strong. I will win this battle. 120 million volts. Brontosaurus. In an instant, destructive thunder exploded all over Chun Fan's body, and as he raised his hands upwards, dark clouds suddenly gathered. Zitsizi. A giant blue dragon stretched out its claws and descended from the sky, seeming to destroy everything in the world. Boom! In an instant, the thunder dragon and the flame bird collided together. A violent explosion sounded. Everything around was destroyed, the color of the sky changed, and waves of air scattered in all directions. Chun Fan and Chun Fan were both knocked upside down by this powerful shockwave. After several seconds, the shocking explosion finally ended. Chun Fan and Marco, who were knocked hundreds of meters away, also stabilized their bodies. At this moment, the two people's bodies were full of scars, and strands of blood did not stop. The two looked at each other and saw blazing flames and terrifying thunder confronting each other in the sky. After fighting for so long, the two of them knew that their strength was between equals. If the fight continued, it would be uncertain who would live and who would die. Obviously, neither of them had any intention of fighting to the death, but neither of them wanted to be the first to retreat. Just like this, Chun Fan and Marco stood proudly in the air and stood in a stalemate with each other, with no one planning to take action. After about a minute, he said, "Next time we meet, you will definitely become my defeated enemy." After Marco put down his harsh words, he left first, because he came to the East Asia Sea this time and had a mission assigned by his father, and he had no choice but to spend time with Chun Fan like this. Really? I hope you won't be pulled too far away by me, next time we meet." Chun Fan had a sneer on his lips and did not choose to chase after him. He knew very well that he was less than 60% sure that he could kill Marco. The most important thing is that this battle is for him to test his strength and accelerate his breakthrough to the third level of hegemony. Now Chun Fan has already felt the barrier of the third level of domineering power, and he believes that he can break through it as long as he trains for a few more days. Then, as thunder flashed in the air, Chun Fan also disappeared and headed towards the direction of the Thor. 2 minutes later, the thunder of destruction descended on the Thor. Looking at the wisps of blue thunder, the expressions of Lafitte and the two men were not frightened, because they knew clearly that this was their captain returning. As the thunder dissipated, Chun Fan appeared in front of the two men covered in blood. Looking at this scene, Monet was a little surprised. He didn't know that Chun Fan was fighting with someone just now. "Brother, what's wrong with you? Why do you want to go out? You're so seriously injured," Monet quickly asked with concern. "Nothing happened. I had a fight with someone because my hands were itchy," Chun Fan replied simply, then sat down on his own, picked up something, and started eating. Instantly, a stream of mild heat emanated from his body, constantly moisturizing his injuries. The wounds on the surface were also scabbing in a short period of time. Looking at this scene, Monet wondered if he was too useless. Why couldn't he help every battle? She clenched her little fists and couldn't help but think that she must train hard so that she could be of help next time. After staying on this ship for several months, Monet unconsciously developed a sense of belonging and even some dependence on Chun Fan. At the same time, on the other side, Marco, the phoenix, was soaring in the sky, with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He thought of the destructive thunder and couldn't help but look full of fear. The reason why he retreated first was not only because of the mission assigned by his father, but also because he was at a disadvantage in the battle just now. Although they looked evenly matched, Marco actually knew that his body was already feeling a little numb under the influence of the thunder. Although it doesn't matter at first, this paralysis effect will play a vital role in the battle of life and death. Thunder God Chun Fan, this guy's strength is really terrifying. It seems that you need to be more careful in the future. Phoenix Marco's face was full of fear, and then his body turned into a stream of blue light and disappeared into the sky. 2 months later, a pirate ship with a thunder flag flying high appears in the New World. Chun Fan was still training on the deck as before. After 2 months, his power of knowledge and color was achieved as expected, reaching the third level. His strength has truly reached the level of an elite lieutenant general in the headquarters. Next to him, Monet also strengthened his training during this period, from 8 hours of training to 10 hours a day, coupled with Chun Fan's guidance. She has even learned half of the 6 marine forms. The same goes for Lafitte. He will train whenever he has time. They all knew that if they didn't increase their strength quickly, it would only hinder Chun Fan. What's our next step? Captain. The main reason why Lafitte followed Chun Fan out was to turn the world upside down. Go kill a Marine Lieutenant General and give Marine a surprise. First find an island, go to the underground black market, and buy information about Lieutenant General Henry David. When Chun Fan said this, his expression became very cold. Copy that, Captain. Lafitte did not ask why this Lieutenant General, because it was not important to him. Then, the Thor moved forward at full speed. Chun Fan was about to continue training on the deck when he suddenly stopped because he saw a man sitting on a chair in front of him and others with a raft underneath him. There was only a piece of canvas on the raft. It's hard to imagine who dares to drive in the sea like this. When Chun Fan saw this man wearing a burgundy hat and carrying a famous sword on his back, a smile appeared on his lips. It seems that I really have a fate with Mihawk, and we can actually meet him here. A smile appeared on Chun Fan's lips, and then, with a flash of thunder, his body disappeared instantly. The next second, thunder came, and Chun Fan appeared directly on Mihawk's raft. Lafitte and Monet, who were originally on the Thor, also saw Mihawk. Tell me, big brother, what are you doing? Monet looked at Chun Fan, leaving, and asked directly to Lafitte, who was standing aside. Obviously, the ship wants to recruit this swordsman. Lafitte said slowly. What's the matter? Mihawk naturally recognized Chun Fan. Be my crew. Chun Fan solicited again. Beat me with your sword, or give me a reason to convince me. Although Mihawk is not averse to joining the pirate group, he is used to living alone. I will reach the final place and join my pirate group. You will meet many powerful swordsmen. Then you will be able to fight with them until you become the world's #1 swordsman. Chun Fan thought about it and realized that indeed he did not have any conditions that could impress Mihawk, so he could only say one condition, which was not a condition. Why should I trust you? In other words, your condition is not a condition at all. Mihawk's eagle-like, sharp eyes stared directly at Chun Fan. Indeed, it's not a condition, but I know there may be someone who has reached a level above the great swordsman. If you are willing to agree to join my pirate group, I will tell you. Chun Fan knew in his heart that people like Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, were not very tempted by him. He was born for the sword, and his goal was definitely to pursue the supreme realm. After hearing about the realm above the great swordsman, Mihawk's eyes finally changed. After hesitating for a few seconds, he said, "If you can tell me who has swordsmanship above the level of a great swordsman, I can join your pirate group. However, I have one more condition. If you want to defeat me, I can't accept someone weaker than me as the captain." As he spoke, Mihawk stared straight at Chun Fan. That's natural. As for the person above the great swordsman, that's... Chun Fan agreed and told Mihawk, the sword master among the 5 elders. Of course, Chun Fan didn't know whether that person had reached a realm above that of a great swordsman. However, he was certain that the old man's swordsmanship was definitely not low, so he didn't completely lie to Mihawk. Upon hearing this name and its identity, Mihawk did not have much doubt, but his expression fell into deep thought. Of course, he is not stupid enough to challenge one of the 5 elders now. He knows that he has only just reached the realm of a great swordsman. There is still a certain distance from the realm above this. Come on, let's have a fight. As I said just now, if you beat me, I will get you on board. With that said, Mihawk directly pulled out the legendary supreme sharp knife, one of the 12 skills, the black knife. Knight, looking at the mysterious and jet-black famous sword, Chun Fan said slowly, "Is this one of the supreme sharp swords?" After saying this, Chun Fan's whole body also shone with the thunder of destruction. In an instant, 2 momentums were competing against each other on the sea. On one side was the terrifying thunder, and on the other was the sword intent soaring to the sky. On top of Thor, Monet and the two naturally heard the conversation between the two just now. Lafitte, do you think Big Brother could defeat this Mihawk? Monet had never heard of this name, so he could only ask Lafitte, who was standing aside. This Mihawk is very strong and is known as the guy who is most likely to become the world's greatest swordsman today. However, our captain is called the monster among monsters. Lafitte said with a smile, this was one of the reasons why he wanted to follow Chun Fan. At the same time, in midair, the battle between Chun Fan and Mihawk has begun. At this time, Mihawk was performing a pace that was similar to the moonwalk of the 6th Marine Division. Thunder Fist, thunder flashed, and Chun Fan's body disappeared instantly, and he was surrounded by wisps of blue thunder. The thundering fist of destruction blasted directly towards Mihawk at an extremely fast speed, carrying extremely terrifying power. With a cold expression, he held a black knife tightly in his right hand, with the 3rd stage of armed domineering attached to it. Mihawk suddenly swung his sword forward. In an instant, a green sword energy of several meters destroyed everything in its path and slashed towards Chun Fan. Clang! In an instant, the thunder fist and the green sword energy collided like a dragon, and the two powerful forces caused the surrounding seawater to explode. Within a few seconds of the stalemate, Chun Fan's terrifying thunder fist directly dispersed the green sword energy. But at the same time, Mihawk also came at night with a black knife. In an instant, the two collided with each other. The sound of clashes between the thunder fist and the supreme sharp knife continued to sound, and the surrounding sea area continued to be blown up. At this time, the two of them were fighting with all their strength, without any reservations, fighting bloody and punching to the flesh. Sword, hands, feet. Everything in the body can become their weapon. With drops of blood spilling on the ground, the two of them fight faster and faster. Monet below could only see a green figure and a blue figure colliding in midair. Even Lafitte could only see the afterimage of the fight between the two. Time passed minute by minute. 15 minutes later, Chun Fan's right leg, which was as dark as an Optimus pillar, whipped directly towards Mihawk's head. With a cold expression, the black knife was covered with a weapon-colored domineering force, as black as ink, and he blocked upwards, blocking the leg abruptly. Then, Chun Fan's right fist contained terrifying thunder and blasted straight towards Mihawk's chest. Seeing this situation, Mihawk's expression still showed no fear, and he even had no idea of evasion. The extremely dark arm domineering energy covered the left fist, and it was also punched out. In an instant, both of them hit each other's chest with their fists. The powerful force caused the two people to retreat one after another. Your strength is really terrifying. No wonder you will be called the world's greatest swordsman in the future. Chun Fan sensed Mihawk's powerful strength and wanted to take him into his crew more and more. After all, having the world's greatest swordsman in the future as a crew member would definitely help his plan. Thunder God Chun Fan, monster, this evaluation is not an exaggeration at all for you. Mihawk was a little surprised at Chun Fan's strength. It was rare for him to see someone of his own age who could fight back and forth with him. However, I will win this battle after all, so just obediently become the captain of my battle squad. 150 million volts. Brontosaurus. A confident smile appeared on Chun Fan's lips, and then the thunder of destruction flashed out as he raised his hands upward. The sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Thunders roared inside. A huge blue thunder dragon stretched out its claws. It was extremely terrifying and had the power to destroy everything. It rushed straight towards the Mihawk below. You are too confident. One sword in the sky. Mihawk holds the black blade tightly in his hands, covered with completely substantial domineering energy. The sword intent soared into the sky, as if breaking through the clouds, turning into a powerful energy that surrounded Heidao Yi. Along with this, Mihawk waved the supreme sharp knife in his hand, and a dark green sword energy of more than 10 meters struck straight out as if to destroy everything. Boom! In an instant, the ultimate dark green sword energy and the terrifying thunder dragon collided together like a mountain, resulting in a violent explosion. Everything around them would be destroyed, the color of the sky and the earth changed, and sea pillars exploded above the sea. After a few seconds of stalemate, the green sword energy actually cut off the thunder dragon directly. Although the power was weakened, it still slashed straight towards Chun Fan at an extremely fast speed. Chun Fan looked surprised. He didn't expect Mihawk to be so powerful. Unable to dodge, Chun Fan could only block the darkness with his arms in front of him. The next second, the weakened green sword energy struck Chun Fan directly. The severe pain and tearing sensation came instantly, blood spurted out, and Chun Fan fell like a kite with its string broken. Watching this scene, Lafitte and Monet were a little surprised. This was the first time they saw the captain in such an embarrassing situation at the hands of his peers. What should I do? Hurry up and save your big brother. He is a devil fruit user and cannot fall into the sea. Monet is extremely anxious, but she hasn't learned moonwalk yet. Seeing this scene, Lafitte also rushed over to rescue him. Suddenly, he stopped because he saw that Chun Fan's body was covered with blue thunder again, and he looked stronger than before. When Chun Fan was only 1 foot away from jumping into the sea, his body suddenly stopped, and the destructive thunder on his body expanded in an instant. It's easy. The wisps of thunder surrounding it seemed to be turning into little thunder snakes. It's so powerful. No wonder he can become the world's greatest swordsman, but I won't lose. Chun Fan's eyes became cold, and thunder spread out, filling the surrounding sea area for hundreds of meters, and then continued to focus on him. Looking at this scene, Mihawk's expression also showed a hint of surprise. He did not expect that Chun Fan was so tenacious that he could bear his own sword. Moreover, the strength is still rising. Seems to have some trump card. However, Mihawk would not let Chun Fan use his trump card like this. As he waved the black sword in his hand, a green sword energy rushed towards Chun Fan at an extremely fast speed. With an indifferent expression, broken, a thunder spear appeared on Chun Fan's right hand, containing powerful power, and was thrown forward. Bang, bang. In an instant, the thunder spear collided with the green sword energy. The sound of explosions sounded, causing bursts of smoke, and the two attacks disappeared between heaven and earth. At the same time, the thunder all over Chun Fan's body had also gathered to the extreme. I saw a thunderous figure more than 10 meters high appearing on him. The terrifying thunder kept shining, looking like a thunder god. That's when the battle really begins. Chun Fan smiled, even though there were 2 ferocious sword wounds on his arms. But obviously, it did not have much impact on his combat status. Lafitte and Monet looked at the huge figure of the god of thunder with expressions full of surprise. They were wondering when their captain had unknowingly developed this move. Just the huge body and the surrounding thunder looked so powerful. Midair, on the other hand, although Mihawk said nothing, his expression was full of solemnity, and he clenched the black knife in his hands. Come and fight. In an instant, Chun Fan's body disappeared from the spot, and he clenched his fist and swung it forward. The same thing happened to the thunderous figure that appeared. It clenched its fists and carried extremely terrifying power, blasting towards Mihawk at an extremely fast speed. Facing the powerful punch, with an indifferent expression, Mihawk held the black sword knight, which was as black as ink, entwined with powerful sword intent, and swung it forward heavily. Clang! In an instant, the huge thunder fist and the supreme sword collided fiercely, causing circles of air waves, thunder splashing everywhere, and sword energy raging. With this blow, Mihawk's entire body flew backwards. When Chun Fan saw this situation, he said, bang. With the sound of an explosion of air, his body disappeared from the spot again, and he moved forward at an extremely fast speed. The huge body of the god of thunder continued to attack like a storm. For a while, Mihawk could only keep waving the black knife in his hand, fighting and retreating. Midair, the sky blue body and the dark green body are constantly colliding. The blue thunder continued to rage, and the boundless sword energy destroyed everything around it. Boom! As time passed by, there were fierce battles, bloody fights, and blood flowing continuously. With the powerful power of thunder, Chun Fan gradually gained the upper hand, with sword wounds all over his body. However, Mihawk's injuries were even more serious. His upper body was burnt black, and his whole body was covered in blood. You are strong, but I am stronger. Chun Fan looked at Mihawk with confidence. The thunder fist contained the power of destruction and hit his head hard. His expression was still so indifferent. Mihawk did not reply, but the black sword in his hand was covered with a substantial armed color, and the sword intent soared to the sky. Bang, bang. In an instant, the huge thunder fist and the black sword collided again like a dragon. Everything around them was destroyed, and the waves exploded into water columns. The next second, the two of them flew out one after another, and Chun Fan stopped only dozens of meters away. On the other hand, Mihawk rolled several times in the air and finally stabilized its footing nearly 100 meters away. The two of them looked at each other. The thunder of destruction filled half of the sky. The powerful sword intent also broke through the sky and filled the other half of the sky. Suddenly, two powerful forces collided fiercely. It's time to end this battle. Just prepare to be my crew member. 20 million volts. Brontosaurus. In an instant, Chun Fan's whole body shone with thunder of destruction, as if he was about to destroy everything. As he raised his hands upward, dark clouds suddenly filled the sky, hundreds of meters above the sky, and among the dark clouds, thunder continued to roar. It's easy. A huge thunder dragon tens of meters in size was born. The sharp dragon claws and the terrifying thunder surrounding it looked particularly scary. Carrying the power to destroy everything, the thunder dragon flooded towards Mihawk. I'll talk about it after we win. Looking at such a terrifying attack coming towards him, Mihawk still showed no fear in his expression. This is why he will become the world's greatest swordsman in the future. One sword in the sky. In an instant, Mihawk clenched the supreme sharp sword in his hands, and in the black knife night, the powerful sword intention soared into the sky, and at this moment, his energy and spirit were condensed to the extreme. Along with him, he waved the black sword in his hand, and a green sword energy of tens of meters burst out. Boom! The destructive thunder dragon and the ultimate green sword energy collided together in midair, causing a violent explosion. The waves on the sea surface were turbulent, and the sea water was constantly rolling. This scene seemed to be the same as before, except this time the enhanced version of the Thunder Dragon was not cut in half by the green sword energy. Instead, it directly used its sharp dragon claws to tear the tens of meters of green sword energy into pieces. The next second, the Thunder Dragon headed directly towards Mihawk at an extremely fast speed. Unable to escape, Mihawk's expression finally showed a trace of nervousness. He stood black blade in front of him. He knew very well that he lost this battle. The moment the Thunder Dragon was about to meet Mihawk the Hawkeye, Chun Fan roared angrily, and the thunder in his body exploded to the extreme. As he raised his hands upward again, the terrifying Thunder Dragon turned around and looked at the sky. Then boom! A violent explosion occurred, dissipating between heaven and earth. Chun Fan was also panting heavily and looked like he was physically exhausted. This showed that even if he wanted to change the direction of the Thunder Dragon, it would cost a lot. Looking at this scene, Mihawk knew clearly that he had completely lost. On top of Thor. But Monet couldn't understand this. Lafitte, tell me why the elder brother suddenly changed the direction of the Brontosaurus. It's very simple. Our captain's purpose is to conquer Mihawk, not to defeat him or injure him. Since we have won, that's enough, Lafitte said with a smile. Oh, Monet also looked like he was suddenly enlightened. In midair, Mihawk looked at Chun Fan and said seriously, I lost. I said before that if I lose, I will be your crew member, and I am willing to accept defeat. After finishing speaking, Mihawk came directly to the Thor and sat on the deck to rest. After all, this battle was also very draining for him. Seeing this scene, Chun Fan, who had always been indifferent, couldn't help but smile. Then, with the flash of thunder, he also returned to the Thor. Monet, go prepare some food. Chun Fan said to Monet beside him. Okay, big brother. Monet immediately ran into the cabin. Lafitte on the side brought out a medical kit and handed it to Hawkeye Mihawk. Not refusing the offer, Mihawk applied some medicine and bandaged the wound. Chun Fan on the other side also applied some medicine, but he did not use bandages to bandage all the wounds. He only bandaged up the 2 hideous sword wounds on his arms. After a few minutes, Monet brought out a large pile of food, but most of them were puffed foods or semi-finished products that could be cooked. Let's go together. Chun Fan smiled and looked at Hawkeye Mihawk and said, after all, he had agreed to be on the same boat, so Mihawk did not refuse. He sat on the right and started eating. At a table, for people sat in one direction and started enjoying other food. Chun Fan continued to eat voraciously as before. Streams of warm heat emanated from his body, like nectar after rain, constantly repairing his injuries. Soon, his wounds stopped bleeding and even began to scab over. Looking at this scene, Hawkeye Mihawk's expression changed slightly. With his personality, there are very few things that can make his expression change. How is it? Are you surprised? Our captain has a freak recovery ability, Lafitte said with a smile. With a simple one-word reply. Mihawk the Hawkeye also saw for the first time someone with such amazing recovery ability. He even wondered if Chun Fan belonged to a special tribe, such as giants or something like that. After the 4 of them finished their meal, with the sea breeze blowing, the Thor continued to sail towards the waters of the New World. 5 days later, the 13th island of Sabati Archipelago which is made up of giant mangroves. A medium-sized pirate ship was docked at the shore, with a thunder flag flying high on the pirate ship. Chun Fan and his 3 companions went directly to island number 13. This island was full of pirates, civilians, and marines. It could be said to be a very chaotic island. Chun Fan chose to come here as his first stop, naturally to inquire about Henry David's news. He vaguely remembered that there was a rip-off bar on the 13th island of the Sabati archipelago, and the proprietress of the bar had a good relationship with Pluton Rayleigh. However, Chun Fan did not want to meet Pluton Rayleigh this time. After all, with his current strength, he was no match for Pluton Rayleigh, who was at his peak. Although they are not enemies, accidents are inevitable. Walking on the street, Chun Fan and his friends could see that some slaves were locked in iron cages, and some were even being led around the street like dogs by the nobles. This scene shows the dark side of the One Piece world. Lafitte and Mihawk watched this scene calmly. They were used to it, and they also knew that they could not change anything with their own strength. Chun Fan looked at this scene with a cold expression. He knew clearly what this world was like, so he wanted to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger and becoming the strongest in this world could he control his own life and others. Destiny. Among the 4 people, only Monet looked at this scene with a sad expression. However, although she is young, she knows that this phenomenon occurs all over the world. 10 minutes later, Chun Fan and his 3 companions arrived in front of a pub. The sign above reads, Shakey's Rip-Off Bar. We're here, let's go in. Chun Fan turned around and said to the 3 of them. No one asked why, because they knew that Chun Fan didn't like others to question his orders. As everyone entered, the tavern was filled with tables, and most of the people on those tables were pirates, bandits, and the like. As you can imagine, this pub is definitely not simple. The proprietress of the tavern is a woman with mushroom hair and bright eyes. Thunder God Chun Fan, Hawkeye Mihawk. You 2 showed up at my bar, what's the matter? Shaki recognized Chun Fan at a glance, and her eyes stayed on Chun Fan for a few seconds. Because she originally thought that Chun Fan was as young as the information showed, but it turned out that he really looked less than 20 years old. It was hard to imagine that such a young age could have done so many big things. Find a person's whereabouts. Chun Fan went straight to the gate of opening and didn't want to waste any more time. Okay, come with me behind, Shaki said, and walked towards the back. Naturally, it is impossible to purchase intelligence materials at the bar counter of a pub. In this case, there is no privacy. Later, Chun Fan and others went to the back kitchen of the tavern with Shaki. Whose whereabouts do you want? Shaki asked directly. If someone comes to do business, she will naturally welcome it. The whereabouts of Marine Lieutenant General Henry David and his detailed information. Chun Fan said slowly. Do you have the whereabouts and information of the Marine Headquarters Lieutenant General? I don't know, 50 million berries. As a qualified information dealer, Shaki will not ask the customer why he wants this information. After hearing the price, Chun Fan took out a large piece of gold and threw it to Shaki without hesitation. Don't give me the rest. Just give me the information. It seems that the god of thunder, Chun Fan, not only possesses great strength and terrifying talent, he is also very generous in his attacks. After Shaki took the gold, he praised it, then left everyone's sight, came to a room, opened a piece of information, and looked at it. After pulling out one of the sheets, he put the information back and walked to the kitchen again. Brother, should we go and take a look? She might have run away. Monet watched Shaki leave the kitchen, a little worried. Need not. Chun Fan, who possesses thunderous speed, is not afraid of Shaki escaping at all. Another point is that Shaki has been able to open this tavern here for so long, which definitely still has credibility. Just after Chun Fan said no, Shaki had already walked in. The last time Henry David appeared was near the small garden one day ago, and now his warship is heading towards the Marine headquarters. If you set out now and intercept them on that route, you should be able to meet them. By the way, here are his photos and his detailed information. Shaki told Chun Fan the information about where Henry David is. Good. After Chun Fan took the photo and the information, he first looked at the photo. It showed a middle-aged man wearing a marine hat and a tall figure with a Wuxia character face. Afterwards, Chun Fan put down the photo and picked up the information to read. Henry David, Lieutenant General of Marine Headquarters, possesses the 3rd level of Haki of seeing and hearing, the 3rd level of Haki of armness, a strong physical practitioner, and a user of the animal-type Tiger Devil Fruit ability. The front of this information is an introduction to Henry David's abilities, and the back is his life story. Let's go. I hope you won't sell me false news, otherwise there will be consequences. Chun Fan put away the information and then looked at Shaki with cold eyes. Of course I don't dare. I have been doing business here for a long time. Shaki replied with a smile. That's good. After saying that, Chun Fan turned around and left. Watching their captain walking away from the tavern, Lafitte and the other 3 followed him. Hawkeye Mihawk actually joined the pirate group of Thunder God Chun Fan. Wow. If these 2 people fully grow up, this pirate group will probably become the Imperial group in the future. Shaki said in amazement as he watched the 2 people leave. 2 days later, the sun was shining brightly. The Thor was sailing on the sea, and Chun Fan and the others had been sailing on the route between Little Garden and Marine Headquarters for the past few days. In addition, Chun Fan can use natural fruits to elementalize, soar in the sky, and look around. His hard work paid off, and Chun Fan finally encountered it. With a flash of thunder, Chun Fan appeared on the Thor. Sail southeast. Chun Fan said to Lafitte. Copy that, Captain. Lafitte immediately steered the rudder and sailed in the southeast direction. He knew that his captain must have discovered the traces of the Marine Headquarters Lieutenant General. A few minutes later, the sea breeze blew, and seagulls flew above the Thor. The most important thing is that a huge warship appeared in front of the Thor. At the same time, on the Marine warship, the Marine soldier observing the surroundings also discovered the Thor pirate ship. When he saw the flag, there was a wisp of thunder. The Marine soldier immediately recognized it as the Thor, and he immediately hurried to the deck. At this time, Henry David was sitting on a chair enjoying delicious food. Seeing his subordinates looking very anxious, he immediately criticized. Soldier, what's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you not to panic when something happens? Report, Lieutenant General. I found the Thor right behind us. After hearing the soldier's report, Henry David, who had originally taught him not to get excited, immediately stood up excitedly. Bring the telescope. Henry David immediately said to the adjutant next to him. After taking the telescope, he looked directly in the rear direction. When he saw the pirate ship with the thunder flag, his expression immediately became excited. It seems I'm lucky enough to encounter the Thor here. Henry David had a smile on his face, and his face was full of confidence. This is not because he thinks he can definitely beat Chun Fan. Under normal circumstances, he would ask for help first, but today there is more than just him on the warship. Go and wake up Lieutenant General Kazan and tell him that we have met Thunder God Chun Fan. Henry David explained to the sergeant who just came up to report. At this time, he already felt that military glory was beckoning to him. Copy that, Lieutenant General. The soldier immediately walked towards the cabin, preparing to call Kazan, who was resting. Seeing that the soldiers had disembarked, Henry David immediately ordered the sergeant at the helm. Change the direction and catch up with the pirate ship at full speed. On the other side, Chun Fan saw Henry David chasing him at full speed and felt a little strange. Could it be that he was so confident in taking him down and was not prepared to wait for the support of other Marine generals? Chun Fan originally planned to make Henry David look like he was about to run away, forcing Henry David to catch up. As a result, before Chun Fan could do this, Henry David was already chasing after him with all his strength. At this moment, Chun Fan could never have imagined that something unexpected would happen beyond his plan. He looked at Henry David, who was chasing after him with all his strength. After hesitating for a moment, he told Lafitte to change direction and move up. No matter what, unless there is a general on the warship, Chun Fan believes that with the strength of him and Mihawk, even if there is another lieutenant general on the ship, there is no way to stop him from killing Henry David. As time went by, the Marine warship and the pirate ship got closer and closer, and were now less than 100 meters apart. On the warship, Kazan, who was resting in his room, was woken up at this time. His expression was a little angry, and even Kazan, who was always good-tempered, was angry. It can be imagined that during this period, the opening of the Age of Discovery led to riots in the world. How busy was Marine? The number of pirates around the world has increased rapidly, and correspondingly, the Marine workload has also greatly increased. Moreover, they have no good way to change the status quo for the time being. Lieutenant General Kazan, we have discovered Thunder God Chun Fan. The Marine soldier also felt the anger and quickly said with a trembling body, Hearing the name Thunder God Chun Fan, Kazan, who had always been lazy, also stood up. He knew very well that this man's talent was terrifying. If he was allowed to flourish, a new emperor might appear in the new world. Then he walked towards the deck. When Kazan came up, he saw that the warship was less than 100 meters away from the pirate ship. On the pirate ship, Chun Fan looked a little ugly when he saw Kazan's appearance. It seems that I have bad luck, but just a Kazan can't stop me from killing Henry David. Chun Fan was thankful in his heart that he had subdued Mihawk. Otherwise, with his own strength facing the combat power of 2 lieutenant generals in the headquarters, he would definitely be able to escape in despair. For a time, the Marine warship and the pirate group got closer and closer. When everyone on the Marine warship saw clearly the person standing behind Chun Fan, especially Henry David's face instantly became a little ugly. His eyes had been attracted by Chun Fan before, and he didn't pay attention to his crew members. After all, according to previous intelligence, Chun Fan's 2 crew members have always been cheating. But now, Henry David saw Mihawk appearing on Chun Fan's pirate ship. Although Mihawk has not yet become the world's #1 swordsman, his current bounty is 1 billion. Can you imagine how strong he is? Lieutenant General Kazan, do you think we should continue to fight? Henry David asked Kazan on the side, although he was more senior than Kazan. But he knew very well that the person standing next to him was a monster-like figure. There are even rumors in Marine headquarters that the next Marine will have 3 generals, one of whom is Lieutenant General Kazan next to him. Beat, send a message, and ask the surrounding generals above Major General Marine to come over for support. In this situation, even if we want to retreat, Chun Fan and the others will not be able to let us retreat. Kazan looked at the menacing Chun Fan, and there was no trace of laziness in his expression. Chun Fan and Kazan looked at each other like this. The thunder seemed to be raging vaguely, and the extreme ice seemed to be almost unbearable. It's a pity that Chun Fan's target this time is not Kazan, and he also knew very well that if he chose to fight Kazan, let alone whether he could win, even if he can win, there is absolutely no way to defeat him within a certain period of time. If Marine comes to support later, the situation of the battle will be reversed in an instant. You stay here until we start fighting and turn around and leave. Mihawk, please help me hold Kazan off for 20 minutes, and I will get rid of Henry David as quickly as possible. Chun Fan said to Mihawk on the side that he believed that with Mihawk's current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to hold Kazan back. Good. Mihawk responded, his sharp eyes like an eagle looking directly at Kazan. At the same time, thunder flashed, and Chun Fan floated directly in the air, surrounded by wisps of blue thunder. He stretched out his finger, looked at Henry and David with a provocative look, and said, "Aren't you Marines going to catch me? You clowns can catch me, too." Upon hearing the ridicule, anger immediately appeared on the faces of Henry David and the Marine soldiers. Only Kazan looked calm, superior. However, this does not mean that he does not want to take action. Although he does not know what Chun Fan's purpose is, he knows that this is an opportunity to capture or kill Chun Fan. In an instant, the ice raged, and Kazan directly transformed into elements and disappeared in place. At the same time, Henry David saw that Kazan was already on the side and immediately used Moonwalk to follow him. In midair, Kazan's whole body was covered with ice, and 2 ice spears appeared on his hands, taking the lead to kill Chun Fan. Seeing this situation, Chun Fan still stood proudly on the spot, his expression full of calm. When Kazan was less than 10 meters away from Chun Fan, a black figure appeared to block him. The supreme sharp knife, Black Blade Yi, directly collided with the ice spear. Suddenly the ice cracked, and Kazan was not surprised to see Mihawk take action. Kazan would be surprised if Mihawk appeared on Chun Fan's ship and didn't take action under such circumstances. While the two were fighting, thunder flashed, and Chun Fan's body disappeared instantly. The terrifying thunder covered his fist, and he attacked Henry David directly. Seeing this scene, Henry David was a little confused. Why was this guy hitting him? Shouldn't he be fighting Mihawk himself? Armed. Gun. However, this terrifying momentum did not allow him to hesitate. Henry David's 5 fingers turned into claws, covered with the 3rd stage of armed domineering, and he grabbed straight away. In an instant, the fists and claws met, and thunder raged. The powerful power of thunder made Henry David take 2 steps back. At this moment, Kazan also guessed what Chun Fan was going to do. He wanted to kill Henry David. Fight me and don't get distracted. The sword intent burst into the sky, covering the dark night of black swords. Mihawk held the supreme sharp knife. With his hands waving rapidly, the sharp blade continued to attack Kazan. Seeing the situation, Kazan, who originally wanted to go to support, could only cover his body with ice. The frozen spear appeared on his hands again, resisting Mihawk's violent slashes. He knew very well that Mihawk would never let him go so easily. It seemed that he had to find a way to get rid of this guy quickly. Otherwise, Henry David might not be able to block Chun Fan's attack. Without hesitation, the cold ice spread out, the surrounding temperature dropped several degrees, and the attack on Kazan's hand became more violent. For a moment, the offense and defense switched, and Mihawk was directly suppressed. At the same time, on the other side, Chun Fan knew very well that the outcome of this battle depended on who could finish off his opponent faster. Thor mode. Suddenly, Chun Fan's body-destroying thunder burst out, and then the sky was filled with blue thunder, making the whole scene look particularly scary. Zitzizi. The roar of thunder continued, and Henry David on the opposite side was stunned for a moment. He was wondering if he knew this guy. Why did he look so bitter and bitter towards me as soon as he came here? And he looked like he wanted to cut himself into pieces. The terrifying thunder in midair kept raging, and finally the thunder continued to flow into Chun Fan's body, and a figure of the god of thunder appeared, which was more than 10 meters tall. His huge body was raging with blue thunder, which looked particularly scary. At this time, Marine below saw this scene and was a little frightened. They had never seen such a magical scene. What the hell is this? Is this still a human being? What is this huge thunder giant? It looks too scary. Is Lieutenant General Henry David the opponent of this thunder figure? Those Marines all felt the terrifying oppression coming from the figure of the god of thunder. By the way, should we catch up? The remaining 2 people on the Thor seemed to be running away. A Marine sergeant pointed at the Thor, which had turned around and headed towards the rear. Lieutenant General David, do we want to pursue him? Henry David, who was about to rush forward to attack, was stopped by this shout. Do I still need to tell you? All pirates must be arrested. Henry David roared down below. Okay, pursue the Thor with all your strength. After giving the order, the Marine warships, oars turned, and immediately headed towards the Thor at an extremely fast speed. Let's see who dares. Just looking at Chun Fan pointing upward, a thunderbolt as thick as an arm struck directly in front of the Marine warship. Suddenly, an explosion formed on the sea surface, and a water column exploded. The Marine soldiers watching this scene all looked at Chun Fan angrily. Chun Fan, you're looking for death. Henry David's expression was also filled with anger, and the terrifying power in his body burst out. If you dare to pursue me, I will kill you all first. Believe me, if I want to kill you, no matter it is your Lieutenant General Henry David. Not even Lieutenant General Kazan could stop me, but Lieutenant General Henry David. Chun Fan looked at Henry David with a smile on his face. Gritting his teeth and clenching his fists, Henry David knew that what Chun Fan said was true, although he didn't want to admit it. However, He knew very well that with Chun Fan's terrifying speed and the terrifying power of thunder, if he insisted on killing the soldiers on the marine warship, he would not be able to stop him. As the general of the ship, if all the soldiers on the warship died, he would not be able to escape his involvement, but he did not want to be manipulated by Chun Fan like this. Just when Henry David was hesitating, "Stop the pursuit," Kazan said while fighting. After hearing what Kazan said, Henry David could only say, "Stay where you are and stop pursuing." Receive. The soldiers below also immediately stopped the warship's advance. Midair. Okay, now I can focus on taking care of you. Chun Fan's Thunder Fist was covered with the third stage of armed domineering. Thor attacked Henry David at an extremely fast speed. Stop looking down on others. Before you were born, Laozi was sailing on this sea. Half animal form. Henry David also had his own arrogance. In an instant, his hands turned into sharp claws, and his entire body expanded to more than 3 meters tall. His strength also increased by more than 50%. The whole person turned into a half-man, half-tiger form. Bang! The body disappeared in place, and Henry David's sharp claws were covered with armed domineering and swatted forward. Boom! In an instant, fists and claws intersected, terrifying thunder, sharp tiger claws, and powerful power caused ripples and circles. Facing this terrifying and huge body of the god of thunder, Henry David did not retreat, but carried it down forcefully. Can you imagine how powerful the animal devil fruit is in adding strength? In an instant, the two people collided fiercely, fighting bloody, punching to the flesh. Blood kept falling on the sea, and thunder continued to wreak havoc in the air. At the same time, Mihawk, the Hawkeye on the other side, was also having a fierce battle with Kazan. The two of them couldn't tell the difference for the time being. Kazan's cold ice seemed to freeze everything. However, all attacks were easily resolved by Mihawk slashes. Although Kazan seemed to have the slight upper hand in the battle, he also knew in his heart that this battle was a speed battle, and he and Shinemo were competing to see who could finish off their opponent first. Kazan waved his right hand upwards, and ice picks covered Mihawk like a violent storm. Looking at the overwhelming attack, his expression was unafraid. Mihawk, Hawkeye, was holding the supreme sharp knife, the Black Knife Knight. It was extremely dark above. The sharp blade continuously cuts through the ice, and wisps of ice fall on the sea surface, causing the sea water to freeze into ice cubes. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, Kazan was not surprised, and his elemental body immediately disappeared from the place. Then, while Mihawk was resisting the attacks of the ice picks, the ice spear appeared on his right hand and stabbed Mihawk back at an extremely fast speed. Relying on the third stage of hegemony, Mihawk reacted immediately and took a step back to the right to avoid the attack of the ice spear. Then he turned around. The sharp black sword contained powerful power and soaring sword intent, and he wanted to slash Kazan directly. Seeing that Mihawk's domineering power was so strong, Kazan instantly felt that this opponent was a bit difficult to deal with. Facing the upcoming attack, he once again transformed into an element and disappeared in place, dodging this powerful sword. However, the next second, Mihawk pursued him again, and his fierce attacks kept coming straight towards Kazan. Without hesitation, Kazan directly chose to fight head-on with his fist, which was covered with ice and the third stage of armed domineering force. Clang! The sound of collision between the ice fist and the supreme sharp knife kept ringing, and countless pieces of ice shattered and fell to the sea, forming ice. Small streams of sword energy also spread out in all directions, causing the sea water to explode into waves. The two of them continued to attack, and every move was a deadly blow, without any reservation. On the other side, the Thor, which had sailed several thousand meters at this time, stopped. Monet turned around and looked at the looming thunder and ice in the sky. She couldn't help but look a little guilty. Monet asked Lafitte next to him, "Lafitte, do you think I'm useless? I can't help my big brother every time." "No, you're still very talented and work very hard. As long as you train diligently, you'll be able to help sooner or later." Lafitte said with a smile on his pale face. Monet clenched her fists. She decided to train harder in the future. She couldn't just stay away every time she encountered a battle and couldn't help. In midair, the terrifying god of thunder has completely suppressed the tiger. At this time, Henry David's whole body was covered in blood. He really couldn't understand why this little guy was so perverted. Whether it was the fruit development ability, the two-color domineering force, or the physical skills, he had reached the level of an elite lieutenant general in this department. The strength that he was so proud of could not suppress him at all. This situation made Henry David feel like he was fighting a six-dimensional fighter. Chun Fan looked at Henry David, who was covered in scars and bleeding with blood, with an expression full of excitement and rage. "Do you remember Lieutenant General Budek?" Chun Fan's tone was full of indifference, and the fists of the thunder god's body kept beat ********G. Hearing this long-lost name, Henry David immediately remembered it. Faced with Thor's violent attack, he resisted with difficulty. "What is your relationship with that traitor general?" "He is my master, and I came here specifically to kill you today." A smile appeared on Chun Fan's lips, and the destructive thunder erupted again, and the terrifying thunder fist directly hit Henry David's chest heavily at an extremely fast speed. With a frightened look on his face and no time to resist, Henry David was hit hard and flew dozens of meters away, rolling several times in the sky before he stopped. It turns out it's that useless apprentice. No wonder he looks like he wants to cut me into pieces. His wife and daughter really make me feel comfortable. Henry David wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He tried to provoke Chun Fan and make him full of anger, so as to find an opportunity to fight back. Unfortunately, he overestimated his own strength and underestimated Chun Fan's strength. "If you wanted to anger me, congratulations, you succeeded. Today, you will definitely die. No one can stop you." Veins popped up all over Chun Fan's body, and the body of the god of thunder expanded again to a height of 20 meters. He was directly overloaded with strength and reached the limit, and his heart beat faster. 20 million volts. Brontosaurus. In an instant, the huge thunder god's body raised his hands upwards. Suddenly, the sky hundreds of meters above was covered with dark clouds, and streaks of blue thunder were raging inside. Then, a sky-blue thunder dragon of more than 10 meters appeared out of the sky, carrying extremely terrifying power and drowning towards Henry David below. Seeing this scene that destroyed everything, Henry David instantly regretted having angered Chun Fan. However, now he has no regrets. "Damn it, even a little guy like you wants to kill me. When Lousy was on the sea, we didn't know what you were doing." "Ah!" Henry David roared. His body expanded, his energy and blood exploded. He swung his claws forward and slashed 2 meters to form a tiger figure of more than 10 meters, which rushed upwards. Armed. Tiger slash. Boom! In an instant, the terrifying thunder dragon and the golden tiger collided together. Everything around them was destroyed, and the sound of explosions sounded. The seawater below continued to explode, and circles of air waves spread out. I saw the 2 front legs of the thunder dragon directly piercing the body of the golden tiger, and then rush straight towards Henry David at an extremely fast speed. "How is it possible? How can you little guy defeat me?" With an expression full of fear, Henry David could not avoid it at all, so he could only block it with his arms covered with domineering force. Suddenly, the sound of explosion sounded, thunder raged, and dust flew everywhere. In the smoke, Henry David, who was covered in scars, fell from midair like a falling stone. The generals, seeing this scene, immediately rushed forward and took Henry David to the warship. At this time, Henry David's breath was extremely weak. More than 20 bones were broken in his body, and the appearance of his body was even more charred. He felt severe pain just by raising his hand, and his whole breath was extremely weak. The Marine soldiers looked at this scene with surprise. They didn't expect Chun Fan to be so strong and defeated their lieutenant general in less than 20 minutes. Then, they looked at Chun Fan, who is now full of scars. Although it is full of scars, The huge thunder god seems to be sending down punishment from heaven, which makes people feel fear. On the other side, Kazan also discovered that Henry David had been defeated. He looked at Mihawk, who was still capable of fighting even though his body was covered with scars, and his expression was full of solemnity. The power of ice exploded, and he punched forward. He wanted to break away from Mihawk and go back for rescue. But how could Mihawk let him go back for rescue? Hey, Daoi blocked in front of him. After blocking the ice fist, the next second, he waved the black knife in his hand and attacked again. For a while, Kazan was entangled by it again and could only fight and retreat. However, Chun Fan had already disappeared in place at this time, and thunder scattered on the Marine warship. Many Marine soldiers looked at this thunderous figure with fear in their eyes. For a while, no one dared to rush forward and take action. Chun Fan's expression was full of indifference. His extremely cold eyes looked forward, and he walked towards Henry David step by step. The colonel who had just rescued Henry David also had a face full of fear, but he held the sword tightly in his hand as he remembered his responsibilities as a Marine. This senior colonel, who looked to be in his 20s, had a young face full of perseverance. He held the sword tightly in both hands and looked at Chun Fan, who was walking towards him step by step. "Stop pirates! I, Harry Flynn, as Colonel Marine, can't let you hurt my commander like this. We Marine represent justice. Ah." With a roar, as if to increase his confidence, Harry Flynn directly attacked Chun Fan with a long knife. Justice is ridiculous. Chun Fan didn't care about the youthful spirit or appreciation. His destructive thunder directly covered his fist and punched forward. As the blood spurted out, Harry Flynn's head was directly smashed, and his entire body turned into a headless corpse and fell to the ground. The connection between the body and the neck was still bleeding. "Anyone who stands in my way will die." Chun Fan walked towards Henry David step by step. This time, the Marine soldiers' expressions were full of fear, their bodies were trembling, and for a while no one dared to stop them. They were all frightened by Chun Fan's move just now. Most of them are afraid of death. They know very well that if they rush forward now, they will die. The lesson learned by the young Colonel Marine just now is right in front of them. At this moment, Henry David looked at Chun Fan, who was approaching step by step, and he shouted crazily, "Come on, hurry up. He can't hold it anymore. I'm your Lieutenant General. If you don't come, you want to go to a military court, right?" Henry David shouted at the top of his lungs. However, those Marine soldiers looked at Chun Fan at this moment. Although his body was covered with scars, he looked like he had exhausted a lot of energy. However, the thunder of destruction covered the whole body, and the powerful sense of oppression made it look like he was unable to fight anymore. Despite their hesitation, no one of them dared to rush forward. Looking at Chun Fan, who was already close at hand, Henry David's eyes were full of fear and terror. He regretted very much why he didn't kill Budek directly in the first place. He wanted to fight back, but the severe injuries on his body made it impossible for him to even stand up. Soon, Chun Fan came to Henry David and said, "You are so lucky to die so easily." Chun Fan looked at Henry David with a smile on his face, but to Henry David, this smile looked like a devil's smile. The next second, Chun Fan's terrifying thunder fist hit Henry David's head directly. "No!" Henry David roared unwillingly. At the same time, Kazan also rushed over. Seeing this scene, he quickly threw a spear of ice condensed in his right hand forward, trying to stop Chun Fan. But how could it be possible to stop Chun Fan with such an attack? Chun Fan didn't even look back. His left hand was covered with thunder, and he easily grabbed the ice spear. Bang! As the brain and pulp exploded out, Henry David's head was directly blown flat by Chun Fan, and his whole body became silent. He could no longer die. Before dying, Henry David felt endless fear and regret. If he was given another chance, he would definitely try his best to kill Budek. He never imagined that Budek, who entered Impel Down City, could teach an apprentice and come out to seek revenge on him. "Master, I have avenged you. Don't worry, there will be another one soon." Chun Fan suddenly crushed the ice spear and stared straight ahead. Thinking of the magma figure, he couldn't help clenching his fists. In midair, Kazan looked at Henry David, whose head had become shattered, and his expression also showed anger. Although he has always been lazy, Chun Fan killed a Marine headquarters lieutenant in front of him, which he could not tolerate. Looking at the angry Kazan, thunder flashed. Chun Fan floated in the air and said with a playful look, "What? Do you still want to fight? Lieutenant General Kazan, are you sure you can beat the two of us? Even if you are sure, can you protect them?" As Chun Fan spoke, blue lightning of destruction condensed on his right hand, looking like it was about to strike down at any time. Kazan, who was furious, looked at Chun Fan in front of him, whose whole body was filled with thunder, and Mihawk, who, although his body was full of scars, still had a sword in the sky. Reason told him that if the fight continued with 1 against 2, he might not be able to win. Moreover, the most important thing is Marine on the warship. If Chun Fan wants to take action, with Mihawk as his eagle eye, he will not be able to stop him. But if you don't take action, let Chun Fan run away like this. Even if you can't win 1 against 2, as long as you drag it on, support will arrive in a few minutes. By then, at least one of Chun Fan will be left here. Just when Kazan was hesitant. "What? Lieutenant General Kazan, are you trying to delay time? I will not follow your wishes. Mihawk will hold him back. Next, I will ask Lieutenant General Kazan to watch a killing feast." After saying that, Chun Fan turned around and looked directly at Marine on top of the warship with cold eyes, as well as the giant blue thunderball in his hand that was about to be thrown down at any time. The Marine soldiers looked at this scene and thought of Chun Fan's terrifying figure just now. They couldn't help but feel a little scared. Even the strongest major general among them did not dare to rush forward at this time. He knew very well that he could block a few moves if he rushed forward, but only a few. What a shame. Kazan, who was always calm, couldn't help but curse when he saw this, thinking that these guys really embarrassed Marine. How did Lieutenant General Henry David lead his soldiers? Wait a minute, let's retreat now. Kazan gave up. He still couldn't sacrifice the lives of soldiers on an entire warship in exchange for keeping Chun Fan and Mihawk. That's right. I hope we have another chance, and see you next time. Chun Fan looked at Kazan with a smile on his face, and then came to Mihawk's side. There was no reply. Kazan's expression was full of anger, but he could only suppress his anger. He knew that he lost this time, and he lost completely. He could not sacrifice everything, including the lives of his companions, like Sakazuki, in order to catch the pirates. Later, Kazan also came to the warship in elemental form. "Let's go, Lieutenant General Kazan. Remember not to catch up. Otherwise, if we can't all be saved, what will I do?" Chun Fan threatened Kazan, and then called Mihawk, who was standing aside, to leave because he knew very well that Marine support was coming soon. He had already killed Henry David, so there was no point in staying any longer. As for killing Kazan, Chun Fan was not sure with his current strength. Looking at the thunder and black figure dissipating in the sky, Kazan, who had always been calm, clenched his fists and was filled with anger. "Lieutenant General Kazan, what should we do next?" After seeing Chun Fan and the other 2 people leaving, the thin adjutant stood up and said, seeing that the only guy in the whole ship who had the strength to block Chun Fan's attacks didn't even dare to make a move, although Kazan understood in his heart that this was human nature, who wanted to die. The most important thing is that dying will not have any effect. It seems that he has done nothing wrong, but as a Marine, Kazan is still too lazy to talk nonsense to such a person. He walked back to the cabin, leaving only a group of Marine soldiers messy on the deck, and Henry David's headless body on it. On the other side, Chun Fan and Mihawk also returned to the Thor. Seeing Chun Fan coming back covered in blood, Monet immediately rushed forward and hugged him. "Sorry, big brother, I can't help every time." "It's okay. If you work harder in the future, you'll be able to help sooner or later." Chun Fan gave a rare moment of comfort, and then said to Lafitte, "Marine support is coming soon. Leave here at full speed." "Roger that, Captain." After receiving the order, Lafitte immediately drove the Thor and sailed forward at the fastest speed. Chun Fan and Mihawk also sat aside to heal their injuries. Mihawk picked up a medicine box and began to tie bandages on himself and apply medicine. As for Chun Fan, he casually tied a bandage, then took out a lot of food from the cabin and started eating. In an instant, a weak stream of heat was generated in his body, like dew after the rain, constantly nourishing his body's injuries. After a while, the wounds on his body began to scab slowly. In this case, it would not take long for his injuries to be fully recovered. The three people on the boat looked at Chun Fan's monster-like resilience. They had seen it more than once, so they were not as surprised now as before. However, Chun Fan looked at Mihawk, who was lying aside and resting at the moment, and thought to himself that although he had the existence of green heat flow, he could repair his injuries by supplementing food. However, other people on the ship do not have this ability. If they are seriously injured, they may not be able to recover with just a simple bandage and application of medicine. Moreover, if one day I am seriously injured and fall into a coma, others don't know that I can recover from the injury by eating food and generating heat flow. In this case, I can only rely on my own recovery power to bear it. Thinking of this, Chun Fan felt that he still needed to find a ship doctor. 10 minutes later, the sea breeze blew slightly, and the sun shone on the sea. Behind Henry David's warship, there was a larger warship coming quickly. On the deck of the warship stood a burly man with purple hair. This man was none other than Marine General Zifa. Although he was now the chief instructor of the Marine Academy, he still held the position of general. When he saw the body on the warship, the gloomy expressions of the Marine soldiers on the deck, and the calm sea, he immediately had a bad feeling and knew that he might be late. Zifa, who was on the deck, couldn't wait for the warship to approach, but directly used moonwalk to reach another warship. What happened? Where is Thunder God Chun Fan? How did Lieutenant General David die? Isn't that little guy Kazan also there? Even though they both joined forces, they couldn't defeat Chun Fan? And that kid Kazan, where is he now? Zifa asked a series of questions and scanned everyone with his majestic eyes. The adjutant stood up with some fear and replied, General Zifa and Lieutenant General David were killed by that Chun Fan. As for Lieutenant General Kazan, he was stopped by Mihawk and could not save Lieutenant General David. The Thunder God Chun Fan had left 10 minutes ago. Hearing that Chun Fan actually killed Henry David in such a short time by himself, Zifa's face instantly became solemn. He calculated that it took about 30 minutes from the time he received the call bug to the time he arrived. However, Chun Fan left 10 minutes ago, which means that this boy Chun Fan defeated Lieutenant General Henry David in 20 minutes. This speed of strength growth surprised even Zifa. He taught Sakazuki and the others. Zifa originally thought that the talents of these three little guys were already monsters. Unexpectedly, this Chun Fan is even more terrifying. If Sakazuki and the others are monsters, this guy Chun Fan is the monster among monsters. Such a talented monster who became a pirate is definitely a big threat to Marine. Hearing Zifa's voice, Kazan, who was resting in the cabin, also came out. That Chun Fan has really grown to this point and killed Henry David in 20 minutes. Zifa asked Kazan, who had just come up at this time. Yes, Teacher Zifa. Although I did not fight against Chun Fan, he did kill Lieutenant General David within 20 minutes. Even I may not be his opponent now. Kazan thought for a moment and said, I heard even Kazan said that he might not be able to beat Chun Fan. Zifa fell in a deep thought. He knew that if Chun Fan was really allowed to grow up, there would be one more emperor in the sea. The sun sets over the West Mountain, and it is almost dark now. The two warships returned to Marine headquarters, Marineland. The Marine soldiers patrolling the coast saw only General Zifa and Lieutenant General Kazan coming down. These soldiers all looked respectful and saluted. However, Zifa now looked anxious and walked towards the Fleet Admiral office of Marine headquarters as quickly as possible, with Kazan following behind. At the speed of the two of them, they arrived at the Fleet Admiral office in a short while. As Zifa pushed the gate of opening in, at this time, the Fleet Admiral office was already full of people, and Cyborg was sitting empty behind the desk. Garp and Sengoku were sitting on the sofa near the wall, one eating donuts and the other eating senbei. Lieutenant General, he was also sitting on a sofa next to him, while Sakazuki and Porcellino were sitting there. These are the mainstays of Marine. They are gathered here today to discuss how to capture Chun-Fan. At this moment, Cyborg Sora had just listened to Kazan's report in the afternoon, and now at night. His face has never looked better, because he realized that Chun-Fan seemed to be almost completely grown up and could no longer let him go like this. Now the new world is already in chaos. If another big pirate appears, it will make the sea even more chaotic. After listening to the report in the afternoon, Cyborg Kong first demoted all the generals on Lieutenant General Henry David's ship. No matter what the reason is, as a Marine who is so greedy for life and afraid of death, he must be punished. Otherwise, what should we do if all Marine soldiers in the future are like this? Afterwards, Cyborg Kong immediately summoned Zifa and the others to discuss how to capture Chun-Fan. If Chun-Fan knew that Marine had made such a big fuss in order to capture him, I don't know what he would think. Everyone is here. Let's talk about your thoughts. Should we implement the highest level arrest warrant for Chun-Fan? Cyborg Kong looked at everyone and said. At this time, Sakazuki stood up. Chun-Fan is a guy with terrifying talent. If he is allowed to grow any longer, the consequences will be disastrous. I suggest that the highest level of arrest warrant be issued against him, and that a general lead a team to arrest him. After hearing these words, a female voice sounded, I don't agree with this opinion. The death of One Piece Roger has caused the new world to become extremely chaotic. Whitebeard and Red Earl, the two kings of the sea, are watching with eager eyes, as well as Kaido and Charlotte. Lean Lean's recent invasion of territory also shows their ambitions. At this stage, we must send many general-level experts to guard the new world. There are no extra general-level experts to hunt down Chun-Fan. And if we really send a general-level strongman to hunt down Chun-Fan, it will be okay in the short term, but what about the long term? What if Chun-Fan keeps hiding? After hearing what Lieutenant General he said, Cyborg Kong felt it made sense. However, he also felt that it would be difficult to catch Chun-Fan without sending a general. If Chun-Fan was allowed to grow up, it would also be a huge threat. What do the rest of you think? Cyborg Sora asked the others. I agree with what Xiao has said. At this time, Garp was eating donuts and talking, and I don't know if he listened carefully. Seeing Garp like this, Cyborg Kong wanted to drive him out. Xiao is right. We really can't send a general-level combat force to capture Chun-Fan. There are too many unknowns. I suggest that Porcellino lead 2 lieutenant generals from the headquarters to form a team to capture Chun-Fan, and the other generals and Marines will be on standby for support at any time. As soon as the team found Chun-Fan, they requested support. The 2 headquarters lieutenants held back Mihawk, while Porcellino was responsible for holding back Chun-Fan. The most difficult thing about Chun-Fan is his thunderous speed. Among us, Porcellino can completely keep up with his speed, and he is also the most suitable person to hold Chun-Fan back. Warring States saw Cyborg Sora's hesitation and immediately came up with a suitable plan. After hearing this plan, Cyborg Sora finally stopped looking worried and looked at Sengoku with a pleased expression, thinking that indeed he was right to be considered as the candidate for the future Marine Fleet Admiral. Afterwards, Cyborg Kong immediately looked at everyone and said, Okay, this plan of the Warring States period is good. Porcellino is indeed the most suitable candidate to hold Chun-Fan back. He led the team to arrest Chun-Fan. The rest of you have others. Any opinions? Sakazuki's face was a little ugly. He still thought that Marine headquarters could send a general to arrest Chun-Fan. However, his current status was far inferior to that of Garp and he had no say. So he didn't say anything about his inner thoughts, but his face became a little gloomy. At this time, Porcellino had a very ugly expression on his wretched face. He had been counting the time, thinking about when he could get off work. As a result, he was suddenly assigned an important task for no apparent reason. Porcellino, do you have any other comments? Cyborg Kong looked at Porcellino with a majestic gaze. Porcellino, who originally just wanted to clock out and get off work, couldn't refuse Fleet Admiral's order. Yes, Fleet Admiral, I have no objections. Porcelino said with a lewd expression. Okay, let's implement the plan of the Warring States period, and Porcelino will lead the team to arrest Chun Fan. By the way, Chun Fan's bounty is raised to 1.4 billion, and Mihawk's bounty is raised to 1.2 billion. The marine trader Lafitte has a bounty of 500 million, and the Logia Shue fruit user has a bounty of 100 million. Cyborg Kong watched everyone finalize the final plan and increase the bounties for Chun Fan and the 4 people on the ship. At this time, Chun Fan, who was sailing on the Thor on the sea, did not know that Marine had already sent a team composed of 2 Marine lieutenant generals led by Porcelino to hunt him down. He is still the same as before, carrying a huge boulder on his back and continuing to exercise. However, after just doing a few push-ups, Chun Fan stood up, lifted the 4-meter-high stone on his back above his head, and then threw it heavily towards the sky. This huge stone flew hundreds of meters away, causing waves to explode with a bang. At this time, the stone, which weighed several tons, could no longer satisfy Chun Fan's usual training. As for changing to a bigger stone, Chun Fan was not interested, mainly because it was too inconvenient. He decided to grab a gravity bracelet and bring it back. Afterwards, Chun Fan said to the 3 Lafitte people, "Wait for me on the small island we passed by just now. I'll go to Judiciary Island and give me the record pointer." Chun Fan decided to go to Judiciary Island by himself to grab a gravity bracelet. He originally wanted to go with everyone on the Thor, but after thinking about it, for things like grabbing things, it would be more convenient if there were fewer people. After all, at his own speed, not many people could catch up. "Okay, Captain." Lafitte never questioned Chun Fan's decision. He gave Chun Fan the record pointer. Mihawk replied indifferently, and then waved the supreme sharp knife, Black Blade Knight. Monet asked reluctantly, "Brother, why do you want to go to Judiciary Island? Take me there with you. You keep training, I'll come as soon as I go." Naturally, Chun Fan couldn't bring Monet there. If he had to bring him, it would be better to bring Mihawk. Monet was too young and too weak to help. After getting the record pointer, Chun Fan was about to leave. Suddenly, he thought for a moment. Judiciary Island was too close to Marine headquarters. What if something unexpected happened? It would be safer to have one more person. "Mihawk, you come with me on this trip," Chun Fan said to Mihawk. "Can." Without rejection, Mihawk stopped training. Then, Chun Fan's whole body shone with thunder and disappeared. Mihawk did the same and flew into the air. Monet wanted to say something else, but before he could say anything, Chun Fan and Mihawk had already left. She could only pouted, a little angry, turned her anger into strength, and then started training the 6 Marine styles. 5 days later, the sun was blazing on a medium-sized island. At this time, Chun Fan had just obtained the record pointer to Judiciary Island from the black market on an island. With the speed of Chun Fan and Mihawk, they could not find their direction for 5 days and wandered around on the sea. This is why the first thing Chun Fan did when he went to sea was to find a navigator. Afterwards, Chun Fan did not set off immediately, but took a rest. After all, he could transform into elements and fly in the sky without much physical strength. However, Mihawk is different. He uses his skills to fly in mid-air, which requires a lot of energy and cannot be done for a long time. However, Chun Fan did not regret asking Mihawk to come out with him. After all, even Luffy could force his way into Judiciary Island. However, after all, he has the aura of the protagonist. If something unexpected happens to Chun Fan in the past, having an elite lieutenant general level strongman beside him will give him more confidence. The most important thing is that Chun Fan not only wants to get the gravity bracelet on this trip, but also robs the treasures in Judiciary Island, such as the devil fruit knife. After resting, Chun Fan and Mihawk headed towards Judiciary Island. The next day, the sun shines on the sea. Chun Fan and Mihawk stood proudly in the midair, and the largest island with a large number of buildings on it appeared in front of them. This island has a circle in the middle and a small island in front and behind. This is the Island of Justice, known as the Island that Never Sleeps. At this moment on the front island, the guards who were patrolling on wolf-like police dogs also discovered two figures, but before they could see them clearly. These two figures appeared on the island. Thunder fell on the ground, and two figures walked out of the blue thunder. When the patrolling guard saw the person clearly, his expression immediately became surprised. Thunder God Chun Fan, Hawkeye Mihawk. No, hurry up and report to Chief Spandam, Thunder God Chun Fan, for attacking Judiciary Island. The captain of the guard team immediately shouted, but before he could notify him, Chun Fan's whole body was shining with thunder. He pointed upward, and a wisp of thunder fell from the sky at an extremely fast speed. The guard chief couldn't resist at all. With the panic on his face, he didn't even shout for help. He was overwhelmed by the thunder and turned into a ball of ashes, including the police dog underneath him. The remaining guards were stunned when they saw this scene, their eyes full of fear. "You meet me here. I'll go in and get something." Chun Fan said to Mihawk, who was standing beside him, that he had no intention of wasting time. The moment he finished speaking, a giant thunderball appeared on his right hand. Chun Fan threw it forward. The several-meter-long thunderball flew directly towards the dozen guards ahead. "Help! Help! Enemy attack! Thunder God Chun Fan has attacked Judiciary Island." The guards shouted crazily. They knew the terror of Thunder God Chun Fan and did not dare to resist. They ran away desperately. But how could their speed be as fast as thunder? In just a moment, the giant thunderball submerged the dozen guards. Accompanied by screams, the dozen or so guards, except for the one who ran at the front, all fell to the ground blackened and made no sound. Looking at this scene, Mihawk didn't say anything. He was not the first year to come out of the sea. He knew very well that kindness to the enemy was cruelty to himself. At the same time, the sound caused by the huge destruction and the guards' cries for help attracted the attention of other guards on the former island. They immediately raised the alarm and notified the people on the central island that there was an enemy sneak attack. Chun Fan didn't care about this. Thunder flashed, and he came to the guard who was running away frantically. "Where's the treasure house of Justice Island? If you know it, you will live. If you don't know it, you will die." Chun Fan directly grabbed the guard's clothes, lifted him up, and looked at him with cold eyes. The guard looked at the thundering figure in front of him, fearful, and his body was trembling. "Where's the place where Barry and the treasures are stored on Judiciary Island? Show me the way and take me there, otherwise you will die." Chun Fan's extremely cold voice sounded. Feeling the shocking killing intent, the guard did not dare to resist. Cold sweat kept flowing from his forehead, and he said quickly, "It's on the island in the middle behind the tower. I'll show you the way. Don't kill me." After hearing this, Chun Fan's whole body shone with thunder and disappeared, and the entire Judiciary Island's police bells rang loudly. On the other side, on the middle island, Spangdine, who was resting in the office, heard an enemy attack and walked out slowly. He thought it was some blind little pirate. As a result, when he saw the thundering figure, a recently famous name immediately came to mind, Thunder God Chun Fan. Spangdine immediately realized that something was wrong, so he hurried back to the office and dialed the phone number. On the other side, Fleet Admiral offices, Cyborg Sora, who had just finished his work, was about to take a break when he saw the emergency phone on the table ringing. Without thinking much, Cyborg Sora immediately picked up. "Cyborg. Kong Fleet Admiral, I am Spangdine. Thunder God Chun Fan is currently attacking Judiciary Island, along with Mihawk. Please support, please support." Spandis said in a hurry. "What?" Hearing this, Cyborg Kong's face was full of anger. He didn't expect Chun Fan to be so cool and unrestrained, provoking their Marine's bottom line again and again. "Hold it as long as you can, and I'll send someone over immediately to support you." Cyborg Sora put the phone bug aside and then picked up another phone bug next to the table. Horacelino, who was sitting lazily in the office, heard the phone in his arms ring. After yawning, he picked it up. "Horacelino, you are at Marine headquarters now, right? Go to Judiciary Island as quickly as possible. Thunder God Chun Fan is attacking Judiciary Island with Hawkeye Mihawk at the moment. You're the first to go there and hold them back." I will send Kazan to follow. General Zifa has just completed his mission. I will inform him not to return. The Marine headquarters will go directly to the direction of Judiciary Island. You only need to hold it for half an hour. Cyborg Sora said anxiously. Receive. Poor Celino didn't expect that before he even went to find Chun Fan, the god of thunder, Chun Fan, would come to his door. As the light shone, poor Celino immediately disappeared in place. An array of light appeared in the sky. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chun Fan has arrived at the middle island, and he easily kills the guards along the way who dare to stop him. Chun Fan felt thunder raging all over his body and shook his head. No wonder Luffy would be able to break into Judiciary Island in the future. This judicial island is known as Marine's Courthouse. It is really not a bit worse than Impel Down City and Marine headquarters. At this moment, Spangdine looked at the figure filled with thunder. He huddled directly in the office, not even daring to stop him. He had heard of Chun Fan's evil reputation. This guy had just killed a Marine headquarters lieutenant general. 3 minutes later, Chun Fan came to a warehouse with a large locked door and 2 guards in front. Not bothering to waste time, Chun Fan pointed forward with his right hand, and in an instant, 2 wisps of thunder as thick as arms attacked the 2 guards at extremely fast speeds. With expressions full of panic and fear, the 2 guards wanted to escape, but it was too late. With 2 screams, the 2 guards were completely reduced to ashes. Seeing this scene, the guard standing next to Chun Fan was so frightened that he even peed. The treasure house is ahead. You said you would let me go, right? The thin guard asked shakily. I'll teach you a lesson. Don't believe what your enemies say. After Chun Fan finished speaking, his expression was full of indifference. His right hand contained thunder and hit the guard directly at an extremely fast speed. The pupils were enlarged, and before the guard could finish speaking, his whole head was blown to pieces by Chun Fan. Then, Chun Fan didn't hesitate and punched directly towards the treasure house door. Bang! With a loud noise, the iron door was blown open by Chun Fan's punch. Then, thunder flashed, and Chun Fan disappeared. As soon as he entered the treasure house, he saw wooden boxes, a 5-layer shelf, and a weapons rack. Chun Fan first opened the wooden boxes and saw that they were filled with buried gold and the like. He shook his head. It's not that Chun Fan isn't interested, but it's just that he can't bring so many things. It's too troublesome. After all, this place is too close to the Marine headquarters. Chun Fan didn't want to waste too much time. Then, he skipped these boxes and came to the 5-layer shelf. There are some treasures like devil fruits, swords, and the like on them. Chun Fan glanced at it casually and collected all the 7 devil fruits worth. Then, he took a look at the precious knives. They were not very valuable, and the best one was only a 21-piece sharp knife. Without thinking much, Chun Fan put away the 372 speed knives and the large sharp knife. Finally, he came to the weapons rack again and looked at the guns and shells. Chun Fan didn't have much interest in them in the second row. He finally found the boxes stacked with gravity wrists. On them were 3 tons, 5 tons, 8 tons, 10 tons, and the highest was 20 tons. Chun Fan thought for a while, and with his current strength, he took away 2 sets of 10 tons and 20 tons and kept the rest. After looking around, there really wasn't anything of much value, plus Chun Fan already had full baggage. Without hesitation, he immediately took the bundle and disappeared. Thunder was raging, and although Chun Fan wanted to destroy the Judiciary Island, he knew very well that the longer it stayed, the more dangerous it would be. Let's go. With Chun Fan's speed, he arrived at the shore in no time. As for Spangdine, who was currently in the office and trembling with fear, he didn't dare to come out to stop him. He wished these 2 evil gods would leave quickly. As for Marine Fleet Admiral, the order to delay as much as possible is not as important as your own life. Looking at Chun Fan's full package, Mihawk also knew that he came to Judiciary Island to loot supplies. Then, the 2 were about to leave, with thunder shining and Mihawk also using his move that could briefly soar in midair. But just as the 2 of them were in the air, a beam of light shot towards Chun Fan at an extremely fast speed. With his powerful power of knowledge, Chun Fan easily dodged this attack. Then, a shining figure appeared in front of the two people. Porous Salino. Chun Fan's expression became serious. He didn't expect Marine's support to be so fast. It's so scary, Thunder God Chun Fan. Polisano looked lewd. Looking at Porous Salino's expression of wanting to be beaten, Chun Fan thought to himself that some people are born to be naughty. You alone want to stop us too? Let's go. When Chun Fan saw that Polisano was the only one coming, he immediately asked Mihawk to go with him. He didn't want to fight in this place. Then, the two of them disappeared in an instant, but just flew away a few hundred meters away. The wretched figure with a whole body shining brightly appeared in front of them again. Your Excellency Chun Fan just wants to leave like this. Isn't it too disrespectful to me? Porcelino said with a smile. Chun Fan knew very well that his speed might not be faster than Polisano's, plus there was Hawkeye. If this guy insists on chasing him, he won't be able to get rid of him. Mihawk, you put your things on the rocks below, and we'll have some fun with the Lieutenant General. Chun Fan looked indifferent. He knew in his heart that Porcelino's purpose was to hold the two of them back and wait for reinforcements to arrive. Without hesitation, Mihawk was also aware of the current situation. He immediately went below and placed the baggage on the rocks. Let's go together and get rid of this guy as quickly as possible. Chun Fan is well aware of the power of Porcelino, and he knows that he has little chance of winning against him alone. Only by adding Mihawk and the two of them working together can they have a chance to defeat Porcelino in a short time. Thor mode. Chun Fan's whole body shone with thunder of destruction. For a moment, the entire sky was covered with blue thunder, and then it continuously gathered on Chun Fan's body. In just a few seconds, Chun Fan appeared as a thunder giant more than 10 meters tall. The whole body was surrounded by blue thunder, which looked particularly terrifying. Mihawk on the side did the same. He pulled out the supreme sharp sword, Black Blade Knight, and the powerful sword intent rose into the sky, seeming to cut through everything in the world. Both Chun Fan and Chun Fan knew very well that the longer they stayed in this place, the higher the danger. It's really scary. You two guys actually chose to attack with all your strength from the beginning. Porcelino's always wretched expression also became a little serious. He knew very well that if he was not serious when facing these two guys, he might really capsize in the gutter. Light God outfit. The next second, his whole body was shining with particles of light, and the whole sky was shining with light. Powerful power continuously gathered on him, which seemed to be similar to Chun Fan's Thunder God mode. However, Porcelino's whole body was covered with light, while Chun Fan expanded the thunder and turned into a thunder giant. Kill. The huge fist of the thunder giant contained powerful power, and it rushed towards Porcelino at an extremely fast speed. Tian Songyin's sword. A sword of light appeared on Brusolino's hands, and he immediately grabbed it and slashed forward. The next second, clang! The thunder fist and the sword of light collided together, causing circles of air waves to scatter in all directions. At the same time, Mihawk's attack also came, and the extremely sharp black knife struck directly at Porcelino's head. Without daring to hesitate, Porcelino immediately burst out with powerful force and forced Chun Fan back, and then Tian Songyin's sword blocked the Black Sword Knight. Clang! The sound of weapons clashing sounded, and then the two of them kept waving their weapons and colliding. Chun Fan on the other side also waved his fist and attacked again. In an instant, Porcelino, who was 1 against 2, fell into a disadvantage. Although he is stronger than the two of them, there is nothing he can do about it. 1 against 2, and his physical skills are his weakness. Porcelino knew very well that he could not continue fighting like this, otherwise he would really probably lose. With his whole body transformed into elements, Polisano turned into a flash of light to avoid the attacks of the two, and then fled into the distance, trying to distance himself. But the next second, a huge thunder fist came towards him. Looking at this terrifying blow, Porcelino looked solemn. He held the Tian Songyin's sword in front of him and blocked the punch forcefully, sending his body flying back several meters. He forgot that one of these two guys was not slower than him at all. It was basically difficult for him to keep the distance. Porcelino's face was extremely ugly at this time. He relied on his strong advantage of speed to always play tricks on others. Now that the advantage of speed was gone, he didn't know what to do for a while. However, Chun Fan and Mihawk would not give him time to think. Their current thoughts were very clear. Even if he uses all his strength to severely damage Porcelino in the shortest possible time, he will not be able to hold himself back. Thunder raged, sword energy broke through the sky, and Chun Fan and the two attacked Porcelino like an overwhelming force. For a moment, Porcelino's whole body was shining with light, and he used all his strength to resist, facing the two men's full attack and siege. Even if he was as strong as Porcelino, scars were constantly appearing on his body at this time, and drops of blood were spilled on the ground. In this scene, Spangdine, who was watching the battle with a telescope, was full of surprise. He originally thought that Lieutenant General Porcelino appeared, and these two guys were finished. After all, Lieutenant General Porcelino is very likely to become the next general. As a result, Spangdane now saw that Porcelino was suppressed instead, with scars appearing on his body. He was immediately glad that he had not gone out to die just now. At this time, the battle in midair was still continuing. Thunder covered half of the sky hundreds of meters above the sea, and the other half was filled with shining light. Even though physical skills were a weak point, even when faced with the siege of the two men, Porcelino still forcibly blocked their attacks. This is why Porcelino will become one of the 3 Marine generals in the future. Chun Fan and Mihawk also became increasingly impatient because they discovered that a few hundred meters away, a figure covered with ice had appeared. "Give up, Thunder God Chun Fan, Hawkeye Mihawk. You two must stay here today." Porcelino's face looked like he needed a beating. Although his body was full of scars, none of them were serious. It can be said that his current combat effectiveness is still around 90%. This is the terrifying thing about Porcelino. If Mihawk is at the level of an elite lieutenant general, Chun Fan is better. Porcelino is infinitely close to the strength of a would-be general. Is this why he can fight 1 against 2? Not weak in the short term. That's it, you want us to surrender. Chun Fan said disdainfully, and the terrifying thunder in his body erupted again. The two of them attacked Porcelino again, and the destructive thunder spear appeared on his right hand. The extremely sharp and supreme sword, Heidao Yi, slashed out at an extremely fast speed. For a moment, Porcelino's expression became serious when facing the attacks of the two men. He held the Taian Kanjian sword with both hands and slashed forward, trying to block the attacks of the two men. Clang! Facing the terrifying attacks of the two men, Porcelino kept retreating. Seizing the opportunity, the Thunder Giant's huge left fist hit Porcelino directly. There was no time to dodge. Porcelino wanted to escape through elementalization, but it was already too late. On the right arm, the third stage of arm domination is covered. Bang! Porcelino fell heavily. Chun Fan and Mihawk seized the opportunity and continued to attack. But a huge ice bird, carrying the power of freezing everything, rushed towards them. Seeing the situation, Chun Fan and the other two could only dodge to the left and right. The nearly 10-meter giant ice bird then disappeared into the sky. Boom! Then, with an explosion, it turned into countless pieces of ice and scattered on the sea surface, causing pieces of sea water to freeze into ice cubes. At this moment, Porcelino also stabilized his figure. Chun Fan watched this wave of attacks by himself and Mihawk, but they failed to seize the opportunity and seriously injured Porcelino. Now this matter is difficult to handle. At this moment, Kazan's whole body was covered with ice, and he had already appeared beside Porcelino. Look for a chance to escape. If you have a chance, take that package with you. If you don't, forget it. Chun Fan whispered to Mihawk, who was standing beside him. You can't leave. Kazan's expression was full of indifference. Although he was usually a bit lazy, he suffered a loss at the hands of Chun Fan last time, and everyone wanted to avenge his previous humiliation. Just as Kazan was about to take action against Chun Fan, a hand stretched out to stop him. You go and deal with Mihawk, and I'll deal with Thunder God Chun Fan. You can't catch up with Chun Fan to prevent him from running away. There was some anger on Porcelino's wretched face. He was naturally angry after being suppressed and beaten for so long. Good. Kazan did not object. He knew that his speed was indeed no match for Chun Fan. This is also the reason why Warring States and Cyborg chose Porcelino instead of him and Sakazuki to capture Chun Fan. The next second, the light flashed, and Porcelino's body disappeared instantly. He held the Taikanjian sword and killed Chun Fan at an extremely fast speed. With a serious look on his face, Chun Fan knew that this battle was inevitable. The terrifying thunder exploded, and the huge fist of the thunder giant blasted forward directly. Boom! The two attacks collided instantly. Thunder raged and rays of light shone. Bloody fights, fierce battles, the two of them kept engaging in close combat. Although Porcelino was a little injured at this moment, he was still fighting equally with Chun Fan. On the other side, Kazan's body was also covered with cold ice, and two ice spears appeared on his hands, attacking Mihawk. The supreme sharp sword Hido-Oi kept colliding with the ice spear, and the ice continued to break. But it just resumed in the next second, and the two of them were attacking with all their strength without reservation. Although Kazan is stronger than the current Mihawk, it is not that simple to decide the winner. Spangdine from a distance looked at this scene with great excitement. He originally thought that if the contents of the treasure house were lost, as the person in charge of Judiciary Island, he would definitely be scolded or even demoted. Now that Kazan and Porcelino are here, these two guys will definitely not be able to escape. Spangdine smiled proudly, completely forgetting that he didn't even dare to go out just now, and he was so scared that he peed his shit. Midair, the battle between the four people continued. Three forces of nature continued to erupt in the sky, causing bursts of air explosions, and the sea below became even more turbulent. Mihawk's powerful sword intent seems to break through the sky. For a time, the four people who were fighting fiercely couldn't tell the winner in a short time. However, the more this happened, the more ugly the faces of Chun Fan and Mihawk became. They knew that although it seemed to be evenly matched now, in a life and death battle, their side's chance of winning was only 40%. Unfortunately, Chun Fan and the other two didn't know that a bigger crisis was coming towards them. General Zifa was on his way here at this time. Panting sounds were heard. Fighting with all his strength until now, Chun Fan's physical strength was also exhausted. Of course, Porcelino on the other side was not much better. He was still breathing heavily and even had multiple wounds on his body. In order to hold Chun Fan back, Porcelino could only keep fighting at close range with Chun Fan. However, hand-to-hand combat was not Porcelino's strong point. Coupled with the injury just now, Porcelino was slightly stronger than Chun Fan for a while. On the contrary, I feel slightly at a disadvantage. On the other side, after a long battle, coupled with the fact that Mihawk had just been exhausted, Kazan finally gained the upper hand with his strong strength. At this time, Chun Fan looked a little ugly. This situation seemed a bit difficult to deal with. Moreover, he found that neither Porcelino nor Kazan was in trouble. Although the two of them were attacking with all their strength, they didn't look like they were engaging in a life-and-death fight. They seemed to just want to hold themselves and Mihawk back. After thinking about it carefully, it was not difficult for Chun Fan to guess that these two guys must be waiting for reinforcements, so there was no need to fight against him. However, the reinforcement that can keep the two of them waiting is likely to be a general. Now, facing Porcelino and Kazan, both Chun Fan and Chun Fan have only a 40% chance of winning. If another Marine general appears, he will definitely die. Break through with all your strength. Run separately. Chun Fan yelled at Mihawk, then made a quick decision, picked up the package, and ran to the right with Thunder Flash. He already had a countermeasure in his mind. Mihawk, the eagle eye on the other side, also realized that something was wrong. He ran towards the left without hesitation. Looking at the two people escaping, Porcelino, and Kuzan looked at each other and chased their opponents respectively. They couldn't let Chen Fan and the others run away so easily this time. The light was shining and ice was covering it. Not long after Chun Fan ran out, he found a body shining with light behind him, chasing him. Obviously, his speed is indeed comparable to that of Porcelino, and no one can keep away from the other. On the horizon, a golden stream of light and a blue stream of light cut through the sky. Two streams of light, one chasing and the other escaping. Yada mirror. Porcelino's whole body was seen to be shining with light, and then it converged on his right hand, forming something like a mirror of light. The next second, a beam of light was emitted from the mirror of light. A Z-shaped orbit was formed, and that orbit was ultimately in front of Chun Fan. Porcelino's body quickly disappeared in place, and through this trajectory, he caught up with Chun Fan and stood in front of him. Chun Fan, have you ever been kicked by Guang? Porcelino still had the same tone that he didn't want to be beaten. Light continued to gather on his right leg, and then he kicked Chun Fan at an extremely fast speed. Oh, have you ever been struck by thunder? Armed thunder fist. Facing this quick blow, Chun Fan looked indifferent, and his fist was covered with destructive thunder and blasted forward. Boom! Terrifying thunder and extreme light collided like dragons at this moment. Suddenly, bursts of air explosions sounded in the air. How many meters did Chun Fan and Porcelino fly backwards? However, Chun Fan had no intention of fighting at all. With the flash of thunder, he transformed into elements and fled towards the horizon. But how could Porcelino just let him escape like this? The shining light kept attacking Chun Fan. At this moment, Chun Fan could only fight and retreat at the same time. The speed was very slow. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before marine support would definitely catch up. Thunder God Chun Fan, you can't run away this time, or give up and be captured by me. After all, your strength is too terrifying, and I don't want to fight you. Porcelino looked like he was in need of a beating. As he spoke, his right foot, which was condensed with light, contained powerful power and blasted towards Chun Fan's head. Then you might as well let me go. The terrifying thunder all over Chun Fan's body gathered on his right leg and swung it forward. Bang! For a moment, the two people's right feet carrying terrifying power collided together, radiating light and thunder. This won't work. Your talent and strength are too terrifying. Let you go. I won't be able to handle Fleet Admiral's affairs. Porcelino still looked like he needed a beating. Seeing Porcelino like this, Chun Fan was also a little speechless. He kept saying, "You are really scary, and you are more ruthless than anyone else." Too lazy to continue talking nonsense to him, Chun Fan's whole body shone with thunder, and then he ran away into the distance. Looking at this scene, Porcelino was a little confused. After all, Chun Fan can't get rid of him. At this speed, it won't take long for our support to catch up. What is his purpose? At this moment, Chun Fan also knew very well that he couldn't get rid of Porcelino at all. However, his purpose was never to get rid of Porcelino. Meanwhile, on the other side, at this time, Mihawk has been caught up by Kazan. Mihawk looked at Kazan, who was standing in front of him and covered with ice. He knew that there was no way he could run. Moreover, blindly escaping is not his style. Holding the supreme sharp sword, Black Blade Knight, Hawkeye Mihawk's sword intent has reached its peak. Feeling this extremely sharp momentum, Kazan did not dare to underestimate it at all. The cold ice exploded in an instant, and even the surrounding temperature dropped. Ice skates. Kazan exhaled a breath of cold air from his mouth, and then the wisp of cold air turned into an ice blade. Holding the ice blade tightly in his hand, Kazan's body transformed into elements, and he slashed towards Mihawk at an extremely fast speed. With a cold expression and eagle eyes, Mihawk also held the black sword tightly in his right hand. It was extremely dark, and powerful power was contained in it, and he headed straight forward. Clang! In an instant, the cold ice knife collided with the sharp black knife, and the sound of fighting and iron horses sounded, causing waves of air. Both of them are the type who don't talk much. For a moment, the two figures kept colliding in midair. A wisp of ice fell to the sea surface and condensed into small ice cubes. Streams of sword energy scattered on the sea, and countless waves exploded. Both of them tried their best, without any reservation, as time passed by. Bloody fighting, fierce fighting, punches to the flesh. Drops of blood flow into the sea. Two very heavy gasps sounded, and there was a ferocious sword wound on Kazan's chest, while Mihawk was even more embarrassed, with scars covering his body. There are some places on his arms and legs that have been frozen by ice. Even with his strength, there is nothing he can do to melt them away in a short time. Although it seems that the battle between the two is evenly matched, if the fight continues, Hawkeye and Mihawk's body will gradually be completely frozen by the ice. If this continues, the person who wins in the end will most likely be Kazan. Mihawk's expression was solemn, and Mihawk also knew this. He was thinking about how to deal with this predicament. However, Kazan would not give him time to think. Call out. The body disappeared instantly, and as the ice raged, two frozen spears appeared on the hands. Kazan held a frozen spear and attacked Mihawk at an extremely fast speed. There was no time to hesitate. Mihawk held the supreme sharp knife tightly in both hands, covered it with the third stage of arm domineering, and attacked directly. Clang! In an instant, ice splashed everywhere. The two started fighting again, and the sound of explosions in the sky continued to sound. The speed of the two was so fast that if an ordinary person were here, they would only see two afterimages constantly colliding. On the other side, Chun Fan kept running away into the distance at this moment, and his body was already covered with tiny wounds. There's no way. The strength is originally between the two. One runs away and the other attacks. It is easy to imagine who will be at a disadvantage. At this time, Porcelino still didn't understand what Chun Fan was thinking, but he was not in a hurry and just chased Chun Fan, because everyone in Zifa is about to rush over through the paper of life. It's terrible, Thunder God Chun Fan, so strong at such a young age. However, you'll most likely have to stay here today. A lewd smile appeared on the corner of Porcelino's mouth, and he stretched out his hands and moved forward. In an instant, two laser beams contained powerful power and attacked Chun Fan at extremely fast speeds. Chun Fan had no intention of confronting him head-on. With his body elementalized, Chun Fan relied on his powerful domineering power to dodge these two attacks. Boom! The next second, these two laser beams produced a violent explosion in the sky, causing a burst of smoke. Seeing the mocking and lewd look on Porcelino's face, Chun Fan looked a little ugly, thinking that this guy really deserves a beating. If I wasn't afraid of the marine reinforcements coming, I would have had a good fight with this guy and left him with some injuries. Just when Porcelino behind him was about to continue his attack, Chun Fan suddenly stopped escaping towards the horizon and rushed directly downwards. When he saw the 79 islands formed by the mangrove trunks, Porcelino's expression suddenly became ugly, because he probably guessed why Chun Fan was running away frantically. It is very likely that Chun Fan wants to use the lives of ordinary people to threaten himself. At this moment, Chun Fan had a smile on his face. After running for so long, he finally arrived. He headed straight for the nearest island. Porcelino, who was behind, chased closely, his whole body shining with light, and holding the Taikanjian sword in his right hand, he attacked Chun Fan at an extremely fast speed. With a cold expression and the power of thunder gathered on his fist, Chun Fan turned around and punched forward with his right fist containing great power. Boom! In an instant, the two attacks collided with each other like dragons, causing an explosion, and the two men flew back several meters. Afterwards, without any hesitation, Chun Fan, with lightning flashing, rushed towards the island full of buildings below at the fastest speed. At this moment, on Island 73, there are ordinary people, as well as pirates, merchants, nobles, etc. The sound of the explosion just now also attracted the attention of people walking on the streets of the island. They all looked up and saw a thunderous figure and a shining figure, one fleeing and the other chasing. Who are those two up there? They're actually flying in the sky, and one of them is covered in lightning. I know the one behind him. He seems to be Marine Vice Admiral Borsellino. As for the one being chased, I don't know who he is. You don't know this? That's the recently famous thunder god, Chun Fan. It is said that he is the only one who broke the myth of Impel down. I've heard of him too. He's less than 20 years old, but he already has the ability to defeat a lieutenant general. Such talent is too terrifying. The people below were discussing the identities of the two people. At the same time, Chun Fan also arrived at a place 100 meters away from the island. Endless thunder punishment. Blue thunder gathered all over his body, and Chun Fan waved his hands upwards. Suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky, and thunder flashed in it. The next second, wisps of lightning as thick as arms fell from the sky, carrying terrible power and blasting towards the people on the island. The people, nobles, and pirates on the island were stunned by the scene that seemed to destroy the island, and they immediately fled frantically. On the other side, Borsellino looked at this scene with an extremely ugly expression. He didn't expect Chun Fan to really do this. Without hesitation, his body turned into an element and immediately appeared several meters above the island. Laser beam. Borsellino's whole body was shining with light. He waved his hands forward, and in an instant, beams of light shot out and rushed straight towards the destructive thunder. Boom! Thunder and light collided continuously. The sound of explosions continued to ring out, causing ripples in the air, smoke rising, and the sky and the earth changing color. Countless tiny bolts of lightning fell down, and the houses on the street collapsed, turning into ruins. Some unlucky people were even affected, crushed by houses, or hit by tiny bolts of lightning. Suddenly, help, who will save me? Help, I don't want to die yet. Who saves me? I will give him all my money. Screams and calls for help continued to sound below. At this moment, Borsellino's face was extremely ugly. Although he could block Chun Fan's attack, the aftermath of the two attacks alone was not something that these ordinary people could withstand. How about it? Now call Kazan and ask him to let Mihawk go. You have to disappear from my sight and let me go. Or there is another option to choose all the people on this island to be buried with me. A smile appeared on Chun Fan's lips, wisps of thunder surrounded his body, and a giant thunderball of several meters was born on his right hand, looking like it was about to be struck down at any time. His expression fell into hesitation, and Borsellino knew that if he couldn't catch Chun Fan this time, it would be even more difficult next time. And with this guy's terrifying talent, if there are no accidents, his power will only get stronger every time. For a moment, even Borsellino had no idea. After pondering for a second, he immediately took out the phone bug in his arms and started dialing. Fleet Admiral Office saw it was a red phone bug. He immediately borrowed it. Fleet Admiral, Chun Fan is currently in the Sabati Islands, threatening me with the lives of ordinary people on this island to let him go with Mihawk. Otherwise, he will let the whole island be buried with the two of them. Borsellino quickly reported the situation. Hearing this situation, Cyborg Kong's face instantly turned ugly. He didn't expect that Chun Fan would be so ruthless at such a young age, threatening them with the people of an island. How well have you considered it? If you don't make a decision quickly, all the people on this island will die here. Chun Fan said with a smile on his face. He clearly knew that the longer time passed, the more dangerous he would be. Fleet Admiral, Office. After hesitating for a few seconds, Cyborg Kong felt that it was not a bad deal to sacrifice the lives of ordinary people on an island to kill Chun Fan. After all, if Chun Fan grows up in the future, the threat to Marine will be more than just an island. Thinking of this, Cyborg Sora gave an order to Borsellino. Don't worry about it. To save the lives of ordinary people on this island, we must hold this guy Chun Fan back and prevent him from escaping. Zifa is almost here. Hearing this, Borsellino's face was a little ugly. He didn't expect Cyborg Sora to choose this. However, after much hesitation, he still chose to obey the order. Receive. After hanging up the phone, Porcelino's whole body shone with light, and the Tian Tsung-Yun sword appeared on his right hand. On the other side, Chun Fan looked at this scene with an ugly expression. He had already guessed the outcome. He didn't expect Marine to be so cruel. Your world government, what justice it is really ridiculous. I think you are just the lackeys of the celestial dragons. Chun Fan mocked. Needless to say, so much. You will definitely stay here today. Porcelino rarely speaks in a normal tone, which shows that he also has some opinions on Cyborg Sora Fleet Admiral's decision. Well, let the ordinary people on these islands bury me with me. As thunder surrounded him, Chun Fan's body disappeared instantly, preparing to let the ordinary people on the island below be buried with him. Although I know that my plan is likely to fail, I still want to try and see if Marine is fooling me. The moment Chun Fan rushed down, Porcelino's whole body shone with light, and he chased after him. When they were about to reach the island ground, their expressions changed at the same time. Chun Fan was excited, while Porcelino's face was very ugly, because the two of them saw a man in the house at the same time, wearing a bubble hood and white clothes, huddled in the corner. Only the Tianlong people in one piece would wear this kind of outfit. Holy Roswader was walking arrogantly on the street with two guards, but he encountered a fight between Porcelino and Chun Fan, and his two guards were directly blasted into ashes in the aftermath of the battle. As a result, he was stunned for a while and could only stay in the house at a loss. Without hesitation, Chun Fan thought to himself that he seemed to be lucky. He immediately rushed towards the Tianlong man as fast as possible. At this moment, Porcelino couldn't catch up at all. He originally thought of opening a distance to hold Chun Fan down, so he didn't chase too closely. Now it was impossible to catch up at the last moment. But when Chun Fan was less than 100 meters away from St. Roswader, an extremely strong sense of death threat came from behind Chun Fan. Without daring to hesitate, Chun Fan immediately turned around. A black fist covered with the fourth stage of armed domineering energy, carrying the power to destroy all things, blasted towards him at an extremely fast speed. The person who took action was Zifa, who had just arrived. As soon as he came over, he saw that Chun Fan was going to catch the Tianlong man, so he took action with all his strength. This terrifying power made Chun Fan feel death. His instinct told him that he could not block it forcefully. You must know that Zifa has not lost his arm yet, nor is he old and frail in the future. He is still a general-level combatant. The power of Zifa's full punch can be imagined. With an extremely ugly face and tense nerves, Chun Fan wanted to leave in elemental form, but at such a close distance, it seemed a bit too late. Am I about to die? No. I haven't become the king of this world yet. I haven't reached the top yet. I can't die like this. Facing the threat of death, a powerful force in Chun Fan's body seemed to break through the barrier and burst out. A force like a spiritual attack spread to the surroundings, and the powerful aura caused ordinary people hundreds of meters around to fall into a coma. At the same time, Zifa, who was about to punch him, paused for a few tenths of a second. In these few tenths of a second, Chun Fan's body completely transformed into elements. Lightning flashed and disappeared from the place. He awakened Conqueror's Haki at the last moment. Boom! The black fist containing terrifying power hit the ground heavily. In an instant, the ground shook and mountains shook. Countless gravel flew across, dust flew everywhere, and a deep pit of more than 10 meters appeared on the entire ground. It can be seen from this that how powerful is Zifa's punch. If Chun Fan received this punch firmly, he would be seriously injured even if he was not dead. On the other side, Chun Fan, who had awakened Conqueror's Haki at the critical moment and dodged the blow, had arrived next to St. Roswader 100 meters away. Under his somewhat frightened expression, Chun Fan directly held his neck and lifted him up, his eyes full of indifference. However, Chun Fan did not use much force. He just wanted to trap Roswader's Saint and prevent him from escaping. Otherwise, if you accidentally kill this guy, your bargaining chip will be gone. On the other side, Zifa and Porcelino, who were watching this scene, looked extremely ugly and a little surprised. especially Zifa. He didn't expect this little guy to awaken Conqueror's Haki. Even though he was unprepared, he was shocked for a few tenths of a second. What surprised him the most was this little guy's Conqueror's Haki. He had just awakened, but he was very strong. Otherwise, even if I am completely unprepared, it is impossible to shock me for a few tenths of a second. Let me go, you humble slave, Bug. I am a descendant of the noble creator. If you let me go, I can spare your life and let you be my slave. Saint Roswaiter tried hard to take Chun Fan's hand away with both hands. But how could it be possible with his strength? What a waste. Chun Fan looked at Saint Roswaiter with an indifferent expression. Just this look in his eyes made Saint Roswaiter feel fear and fear. One of you is a general, and the other is a lieutenant general, right? Please help me. I'm a celestial dragon. Saint Roswald quickly asked Zifa and Porisolino for help. Chun Fan, let go of the Tianlong people. Zifa looked at Chun Fan with majestic eyes, and the powerful aura on his body pressed against him. However, it has no effect on Chun Fan. General Zifa, what kind of joke are you talking about? This is what I need to survive. How could I let it go? I have to say, I am so lucky to come across this kind of miscellaneous food. Chun Fan looked at the two of them with a smile on his face. Let me go, you humble ant. I'm a noble god. Saint Roswaiter is still babbling nonstop. Chun Fan was a little irritated when he heard this, so he squeezed Saint Roswaiter's neck with a little force. For a moment, Saint Roswaiter was speechless. His face began to turn livid, and he kept struggling with his hands and feet. Seeing this scene, Zifa and Porisolino, who looked ugly, quickly shouted to stop. Wait a minute. How can you let the Tianlong people go? Zifa clenched his fists and looked at Chun Fan with some reluctance in his eyes. He knew that the next initiative was likely to be in Chun Fan's hands. Zifa and Porisolino wanted to kill this Tianlong man at this time. They were almost successful, but you guys showed up here, and Chun Fan directly reversed the situation. It's very simple. Let me go, and now call Kazan and let my crew, Hawkeye and Mihawk, go, so that I can let this Draco go. Otherwise, prepare to collect his body. Chun Fan looked at the two of them with a smile on his face and stopped using his right hand. Call. Saint Roswaiter kept breathing heavily. The feeling of suffocation just now really made him almost die. Zifa and Porisolino looked hesitant. They did not want to miss this opportunity. Oh, why are you still thinking about this? You have to hurry up, otherwise I'm afraid I might accidentally force myself. Chun Fan smiled and looked at the two of Porisolino, and then looked at Saint Roswaiter. It seems that those two don't want you to survive, so I'll send you on your way. You two Marine are sick, right? Lousy is a noble celestial dragon. If anything happens to Lousy, you will all be dead. Saint Roswaiter has learned his lesson now and does not dare to yell at Chun Fan, but he still dares to deal with Marine. Faced with such insults, Zifa and Porisolino looked a little ugly. However, as Marines, it is also one of their responsibilities to protect the celestial dragons, which leaves them with no choice. Porisolino, call Fleet Admiral and explain the situation. Zifa forcibly suppressed his anger and said, feeling helpless, Porisolino could only take out the microphone from his arms again and start playing. Hurry, my patience is limited. Chun Fan looked at the two of them with a smile on his face. At this moment, Zifa wanted to rush over and kill Chun Fan directly, but looking at the Tianlong man tightly grasped by him, he could only endure it. Fleet Admiral Office. At this moment, Cyborg Sora was also waiting anxiously. When he saw the call from the phone bug, he thought it was good news and immediately picked up the call. After the call was connected, Brusolino's voice came from the other side of the phone. Fleet Admiral, something unexpected happened. A celestial dragon appeared here. Chun Fan caught him and threatened us that if we don't let him and Mihawk go, the celestial dragon will be buried with him. What did you say? The Tianlong people were captured. Hearing this, Cyborg Kong was stunned for a moment. Yes, empty Fleet Admiral, what do we do now? Porisolino changed his usual wretched tone and adopted a very serious tone. At this time, Cyborg Sora was deep in thought, clenching his fists. He was unwilling to let Chun Fan go with such a good opportunity, But if the Tianlong people died under Chun Fan's hands, I can explain myself in front of the five elders. Hesitating all the time, Cyborg Kong had no choice but to make a decision immediately. Other side, hurry up, have we discussed it yet? Otherwise, this guy will die here. Chun Fan urged the two of them, and then looked at Saint Roswaiter with a fierce expression. That cold look in his eyes was like that of Tiger. Saint Roswaiter was immediately frightened, and he immediately shouted, "What are you Marines thinking? Your world government needs to protect us Dracos. What are you losers hesitating about? Hurry up and promise him to save me." Hearing these insults, Zifa and the two looked very ugly. Cyborg Kong, who was far away in the Fleet Admiral office, also heard it through the phone bug. Well, sighing, Cyborg Sora finally decided that there was nothing he could do. If a celestial dragon died because we Marine did not save him, he would have no way to explain to the five elders. Let go Mihawk and Chun Fan. Save the Tianlong people. When Cyborg Sora said this order, his face was full of reluctance and his fists were clenched. Receive. Poor Celino originally wanted to say something, but after thinking about it for a while, he still didn't say it and just replied, "Copy that." Did you hear that? Fleet Admiral has announced an order. As long as you ensure the safety of the Draco people, we will let you go with Mihawk. Zifa also clenched his fists, looking like he wanted to take action but could only hold back, and looked at Chun Fan and said, "It's really interesting. Just now, I threatened the civilians of an island, and you didn't even hesitate. You were ready to take action after hesitating. Now that I'm just a Tianlong, you actually chose to let me go. World government is worthy of being a symbol of justice." Chun Fan mocked. "Okay, what should our world government do? It's not your turn as a pirate to speak." Zifa also felt a little ashamed at his heart. The same goes for Porcelino on the side. Porcelino called Kazan and asked him to let Mihawk go. Zifa said to Porcelino, who was standing aside. Knowing he had no choice, Porcelino dialed his tiny phone again. At this moment, on the other side, the battle between Kazan and Mihawk has come to an end. At this time, Mihawk's body was full of scars, and blood was constantly flowing from his body. Panting heavily, his hands holding Heideoi were shaking a little, but his eyes were still so sharp. Although Kazan on the opposite side was also injured and had several ferocious sword wounds on his body, his condition was much better than that of Mihawk. Until now, Kazan has the upper hand in the battle. If this continues, Mihawk will be defeated soon. The two faced each other in mid-air, even though they knew they would probably lose. However, with the character of Mihawk, he would never surrender. He held the black knife forcibly, with the sword intent on his body, soaring to the sky, as if he was ready to fight again. The same goes for Kazan on the opposite side. Cold ice covered his whole body, and a strong sense of oppression swept over him. Gulu gulu. At this time, the phone bug in Kazan's arms rang. After thinking for a while, he picked it up because it was a black phone bug. The phone is ringing, which means there is an emergency. "I'm capturing Mihawk. What's wrong?" Kazan answered the call, looking directly at Mihawk. "Let go, Mihawk. Chun Fan captured the celestial dragons and threatened us to let them go. This is Fleet Admiral's order." Porcelino's obscene voice sounded from the other side. Hearing this, Kazan was stunned for a second. Mihawk would not let go of this opportunity. He held the black knife and was about to attack. Suddenly, the phone bug in his arms rang. Thinking that not many people knew his phone number, Mihawk also stopped and answered the phone. "I've captured the Tianlong people and threatened Marine to let us go. You can leave directly. Kazan doesn't dare to chase you. If he continues to chase you, call me immediately." "Good." Hearing what his captain said, Mihawk responded, glanced at Kazan, and found that after he answered the phone, he really had no intention of doing anything again. Then Mihawk turned around and left. Although he would not admit defeat, it did not mean that he wanted to die. Kazan on the opposite side looked at this scene with some reluctance, but he could not disobey Fleet Admiral's order. A few minutes later, the other side. Zifa looked at Chun Fan, who was arrogant at this time, and couldn't help it. "Is it okay now? Mihawk has left safely. Can you let the Tianlong people go?" "That's right, let me go." Before Chun Fan could speak, Saint Roswaiter, who was firmly grasped by him, shouted anxiously, "Shut up! If you say one more nonsense, I will break your neck." Chun Fan stared directly at Saint Roswaiter with his fierce eyes. Seeing that devil-like gaze, Saint Roswaiter immediately shut up. Although he was arrogant, he was not a fool. He still cherished his life. "Of course you can let him go, but you two have to leave. Get out of my sight. Otherwise, if I let this Tianlong man go, if you catch up again, I won't be able to escape." Chun Fan said to the two of them with a smile on his face, "It's impossible. If both of us are gone, we can't guarantee the safety of the Tianlong people. If you kill the Tianlong people, then we won't be able to stop you." Zifa refused directly. "In that case, Porcelino is out of my sight. General Zifa, you stay here and I will hand over the heavenly dragons to you. Otherwise, let's die together." Chun Fan's expression became fierce. He didn't want to waste any more time. He knew that if he wasted too much time, it was very likely that Marine would form a circle around him, and he would really not be able to escape. "Okay, Porcelino, you leave first." Zifa gritted his teeth and said this. At this time, he wanted to punch this Tianlong man to death. He was a great general because this Tianlong man was completely led by this little guy. This was a great shame and humiliation for Zifa. Porcelino on the side heard what General Zifa said, and he could only leave obediently. The golden light shining all over his body, and the next second, Porcelino disappeared in the sky. After 5 or 6 minutes, until no more shadows could be seen at all, Chun Fan relaxed a little. "Is that okay now?" Zifa looked at Chun Fan. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to help but take action. "Of course you can." Chun Fan smiled, and then looked at the Tianlong people. At this moment, the Tianlong people looked at this malicious look and panicked. "What are you going to do? Didn't you say you want to let me go?" "Of course I have to let you go." After Chun Fan finished speaking, he directly threw the Tianlong man towards the sea. "Call out." Then the thunder flashed and flew directly into the sky. Zifa, who was on the opposite side, did not expect Chun Fan to do this. He originally thought that after Chun Fan released the Tianlong people, he would use all his strength to chase him and see if he could catch up. Zifa did not expect this situation now. He looked at the Tianlong people who were about to fall into the sea, and then looked at the thundering figure that was about to disappear into the horizon. After hesitating for a second, Zifa still chose to save the Tianlong people. Bang! In an instant, Zifa's whole body was surging with blood, and his body disappeared instantly. It can be imagined that if he explodes to the limit in a short period of time, his speed will definitely be very scary in a short period of time. When the Tianlong man was about to fall into the sea water, Zifa appeared on the sea surface in time, grabbed his clothes with one hand, and brought him to the shore. "You trash! It took you so long to save me. Lousy is a celestial dragon. What if I get hurt? It's all over for you." After being rescued, Saint Roswaiter continued to curse. As a Marine general, Zifa had a look of displeasure on his face. He could only pretend that he didn't hear him, put him on the island, then made a phone call, ordered someone to pick him up, and left directly. Zifa didn't want to listen to this be D talking anymore. On the other side, Chun Fan did not dare to stop at all. Thunder surrounded him at extremely fast speeds. He looked at the baggage behind him and thought that fortunately Porcelino didn't want these things to be destroyed or scattered during the battle. Otherwise, I have no choice but to carry this burden while fighting. After about 20 minutes, Chun Fan was sure that no one from Marine was catching up, and then he slowly stopped. When he was on the road just now, he had already called Mihawk to wait for him on a small island that they had previously recorded with a recording pointer. Now Chun Fan has arrived on this small island. The island is in the middle of the sea, only a few thousand meters square, with dense forests on it, and half of the entire island is green. Without hesitation, Chun Fan immediately descended in the direction of the island. As the thunder came, Mihawk, who was sitting on a rock to rest, noticed the movement and was about to stand up. He immediately felt the terrifying power of thunder and then continued to do it. How about it? Chun Fan looked at Mihawk, who was covered in injuries, and thought that he really had to find a ship doctor. It's okay, nothing serious. Mihawk replied coldly. Although he seemed to have many wounds on his body, they were not fatal. When Mihawk said that there was no serious injury, Chun Fan's whole body flashed with thunder and disappeared, heading towards the forest. A few minutes later, he came back with the carcass of an elephant. Then, Chun Fan started to light a fire and cook barbecue. After a few minutes, the smell of meat came to my nose. Okay, let's eat together. Chun Fan said to Mihawk. There was no refusal. Mihawk, who had been fighting for so long, naturally felt hungry. Then we sat down together and started enjoying the food. Chun Fan beside you has been very hungry for a long time, and you've already begun to eat meat. The moment you eat the food, a tiny stream of heat emanated from Chun Fan's body, like dew after the rain, continuously repairing his injuries and weakly enhancing his physical fitness. Although it is only a little bit, over time, it will definitely reach a very terrifying point. Half an hour later, Mihawk was full after eating only 5 or 6 kilograms. Chun Fan ate most of the entire elephant by himself. You can imagine how much he ate. However, Chun Fan didn't care about this, because many powerful people in the pirate world have big appetites. On the other side, Marine headquarters. In Fleet Admiral's office, Cyborg Sora's face was very gloomy at this time. He did not expect such a good opportunity, and he could seize the opportunity together with Thunder God Chun Fan and Hawkeye Mihawk, and he was just given up by that Tianlong man. Destroyed. Cyborg was so angry that he wanted to scold his mother. Zifa and Porus and Eno, who were sitting across from him, also had very ugly expressions. Even Paulius and Eno, who had always been lazy, felt a little pity. After all, he was mainly responsible for this matter. If he didn't catch it this time, he would have to put in more effort to do it next time. It's really troublesome. Poor Salino sighed secretly, thinking to himself that he just wanted to clock out. Why is it so difficult? No, this Chun Fan's talent is too terrifying. If he continues like this, when he grows up, he will definitely become another formidable enemy of our Marine. Moreover, this guy will do whatever it takes to stay alive, even threatening us with the lives of civilians. We cannot let him grow any longer. Now, Chun Fan will be arrested at the highest level. Zafeu will lead the team to arrest Chun Fan and increase his bounty to 1.4 billion. After much hesitation, Cyborg Kong finally decided to let a general spend his time to capture Chun Fan. He didn't want to see how Chun Fan would grow up in the future. Yes, Zifa also knows how unscrupulous this little guy Chun Fan is, so he must not let such a person grow up. Poor Salino, who was on the side, was still a little happy when he heard Cyborg Sora's decision. At least now, he didn't have to be responsible for this trouble. 2 days later, the sun was scorching in the sky, the sea breeze was blowing, and the Thor was soaring in the New World. At this time, 2 figures rushed towards the Thor from the horizon. As the thunder scattered, Monet, who was training, already knew that Chun Fan was back. Brother, are you injured in any way? Monet immediately rushed forward and hugged Chun Fan. Don't worry, no, Chun Fan replied, and then after getting rid of Monet, he unpacked the baggage he brought this time. He first looked at the 7 devil fruits, and then said to Lafitte beside him, choose a devil fruit. There are 2 paramecia fruits and 5 animal fruits. I suggest you choose this one, door fruit. Why did Chun Fan know what these devil fruits were? Of course, he found a devil fruit illustrated book along the way. When he saw that one of the paramecia devil fruits turned out to be the gate fruit, he was instantly surprised. He thought to himself that he was lucky. This fruit seemed to have been eaten by one of the CP9 people. Now in this timeline, that guy probably hasn't eaten it yet, and he just happened to get it. Chun Fan originally wanted to give this door fruit to Mihawk. In this case, its strength can be further improved. As for the question of whether he would be surpassed, Chun Fan didn't panic at all. At his current age, he is still in the period of rapid growth in strength, plus the thunder fruit and the cheat that slowly increases his physical fitness. And if you train for more than 13 hours a day, if you can't compare to others, you can just kill yourself with a piece of tofu. However, When Mihawk learned about the effect of this fruit, he hesitated for a few seconds and said, this fruit was not suitable for him, so he rejected Chun-Fan. Chun-Fan thought about it and was right. Mihawk was so powerful that he became the world's greatest swordsman, and he didn't find a single devil fruit to eat. There are only two possibilities. First, he doesn't want to eat devil fruit, and second, his requirements are extremely high. Lafitte looked at the dragon fruit-like devil fruit that Chun-Fan recommended to him, and he took it in his hand. Afterwards, Chun-Fan introduced Lafitte to the effect of this devil fruit and its development direction. Is it the door fruit? It's pretty good. Lafitte looked at this devil fruit and listened to Chun-Fan's development direction. I was also moved, and after thinking for a few seconds, I ate the door fruit. When he took the first bite, Lafitte immediately felt the unpleasant taste like shit spreading in his mouth, and he almost couldn't help but vomit. Ha 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 ha! Seeing this scene, Monet fell to the ground and laughed. She had also eaten a devil fruit, so she naturally knew how unpalatable this devil fruit was. After a while, Lafitte finally came to his senses. Later, Lafitte began to test the ability of this devil fruit. He stretched out his right hand and touched the air in front of him. In an instant, a gate appeared. However, it only lasted for a few seconds before the gate disappeared. There was no way Lafitte had just eaten the devil fruit, so he could only do this. Lafitte looked at the ability to appear a gate out of thin air and Chun-Fan's introduction just now. He couldn't help but look forward to how powerful this fruit would be after it was developed. What about me, big brother? Monet saw that Lafitte had a devil fruit and wondered if he had a gift. Hearing that Monet was asking for something, Chun-Fan took out a gravity bracelet from his bag. I brought this for you. Chun-Fan handed the gravity bracelet to Monet. Brother, what is this? Monet looked at this round gravity bracelet with great curiosity. This is a gravity bracelet. Do you see the button in the middle? As long as you press it, you can feel gravity. The two buttons on the left and right are for adjusting gravity. Of course, you can't use it yet. The lightest one is 10 tons, and the maximum can be adjusted to 15 tons. Chun-Fan said to him that he forgot to bring a lighter one to Monet. All right. Although Monet heard that he couldn't use it yet, his face was still full of happiness. After all, there was a gift. Chun-Fan looked at the endless sea and the Thor on the sea. He was quite satisfied with the talent and strength of the 3 crew members he had recruited. As a navigator, Lafitte is already extremely good at possessing such combat power. Although Monet originally recruited her, because of the Shueshue fruit, this little guy trains very seriously and hard every day. In a few years, maybe it will really be a big help to me. As for Mihawk, let alone the future #1 in the world, a great swordsman, his potential is undoubted, and his current strength has reached the level of an elite lieutenant general. It can be said that he is his biggest helper now. Captain, where are we going next? Lafitte asked, looking at Chun-Fan, who was looking at the sea in the distance. Hearing this question, Chun-Fan fell into deep thought. This time, Marine directly sent Porcelino and General Zifa to arrest him. If I hadn't temporarily realized Conqueror's Haki and met that idiot Tianlong, this time was really bad. Moreover, if he escapes this time, Marine will definitely increase his arrest efforts and may even directly send a general to catch him. If he continues to cause a big sensation in the New World, with his current strength as an elite lieutenant general, the risk factor is too high. It's better to develop a wave and increase my strength. If there is no news from Marine for too long, it will definitely reduce the intensity of capture. First, find an uninhabited island and train to increase your strength. Chun-Fan said to the 3 of them. The 3 of them didn't have any objections. They also knew that they were still too immature and at the height of their popularity. It would be too dangerous if they continued. Copy that, Captain. Lafitte began to drive the Thor toward the rear. At the same time, Zifa continued to search for traces of Chun-Fan in the New World. During this period, he gave up accepting all other tasks. But Chun-Fan and his Thunder God pirates seemed to have disappeared on the sea, with no news at all. 2 months later, the New World became increasingly chaotic. Cyborg and Kong had no choice but to ask Zifa to terminate the mission of capturing Chun Fan and concentrate on dealing with other big pirates. A year and a half later, West Blue, an unknown small island. The island was filled with endless thunder. A streak of blue thunder was concentrated on a young man in the center of the island who had black hair and delicate features like those cut by a knife. Along with that, the young man sitting in the center of the island opened his eyes, and those eyes contained thunder of destruction, which emanated from conquerors. In an instant, all creatures on the island felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, a deep sense of fear in their hearts. Most of the animals in the forest fainted directly, and some of the stronger ones fell to their knees and trembled continuously. The thunder of destruction kept flashing in the sky, and the entire island seemed to have turned into a world of thunder. What a terrible scene it was. In the center of countless thunders, Chun Fan slowly stood up. Part of the thunder surrounding him was actually purple. The next second, endless thunder gathered on Chun Fan at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Accompanied by the roar of thunder. In an instant, Chun Fan's whole body seemed to be covered with a thunder coat, and the surrounding was shining with destructive thunder. At this moment, Chun Fan was floating in the air, and he could feel that the thunder was completely controlled by him at will. Standing proudly in the air, there was a large dark cloud above Chun Fan, with thunder roaring continuously, and the island below had turned into a sea of thunder. Chun Fan's whole body was shining with the thunder of destruction. His pupils were blue, his hair was flying wildly, and he stood in the middle like a thunder god. After a year and a half, Chun Fan not only cultivated his observation haki and armament haki to the third stage peak, but also his understanding of Conqueror's haki became deeper. The most important thing is that the Thor mode has also been developed to the second stage. On the coast, Monet and Lafitte, who were sitting on the Thor, were a little confused when they saw Chun Fan, who was like a thunder god in the center of thunder. Only Hawkeye Mihawk remained a little calm. Big brother, this is too scary. I feel like the destructive thunder was completely used by you, big brother. Monet couldn't help but sigh. The captain is getting stronger and stronger. I really hope we can stir up trouble on this sea soon. Lafitte smiled. He joined the Thunder God Pirates because Chun Fan told him that he wanted to change the world. This sea would definitely be rebuilt in the chaos. That's why Lafitte came on board. Mihawk, the eagle eye standing by, did not show any surprise on his face, but he knew best about Chun Fan's current strength and his terrifying talent. During this year and a half, the two of them had fought and sparred with each other dozens of times, and without exception, Mihawk was always slightly inferior to Chun Fan. Now, this Thor mode, which contains powerful strength, can't help but make Hawkeye Mihawk feel a sense of urgency. He doesn't want to be pulled further away. Above the center of the island, after testing the second stage of Thor's mode, Chun Fan fell directly from midair. Thunder scattered across the earth, and as a godlike and devil-like figure walked out, the thunder on the entire island slowly dissipated, and the king's aura also slowly dissipated. The animals that were still awake in the forest also felt that the mountain that was pressing on their bodies had disappeared. After they were able to move again, they immediately ran towards the edge of the island, not daring to stop for a moment. After returning to the island, Chun Fan stood there, covered with powerful, domineering energy. In an instant, the flow of animal aura on the entire island was completely felt by him. Although this island is a small island, it is at least tens of thousands of meters long. How did Chun Fan, who is only at the third stage of his knowledge and domination, reach such a far distance? In the past year and a half, Chun Fan spent most of his time developing the Thunderfruit ability. In addition to developing the second stage of the Thunder God mode, he also developed the Heart Network. Of course, there's another magical function. Chun Fan had a whim a year ago and wondered if he could try using thunder to refine his body. As he kept trying, within 2 months, Chun Fan was able to use thunder to exercise his body. Trace amounts of thunder entered the body and continuously stimulated the activity of the body and cells. This thunder body refining combined with the green heat flow can be said to have caused earth-shaking changes in Chun Fan's physical fitness. The most intuitive expression is that a year and a half ago, Chun Fan was almost able to train with a 10-ton gravity bracelet. Now he has doubled his weight and needs to use a 20-ton gravity bracelet to train. It can be said that a year and a half ago, Chun Fan was weaker than Sakazuki in terms of physical skills and physical fitness due to his age. Now it can be said that it is not bad at all or even surpassed. You must know that Chun Fan is only 18 years old this year, and his physical fitness and strength are still in the ascending stage. With the dual blessing of Thunder Body, Forging, and Green Heat Flow, it is difficult to imagine what level Chun Fan's physical strength will reach in a few years. Then he might have a chance to match Kaido's physical fitness. After putting away his heart net, Chun Fan clenched his fists and felt the powerful power of his body. A year and a half ago, he was only at the level of an elite lieutenant general. Now, he has reached the peak of the third stage of dual domineering, coupled with the increase in physical fitness and the development of the second stage of Thor mode. Chun Fan can now be said to have reached the combat power of a quasi-general. As the thunder dissipated, Monet and the other three also ran over from the ship. "Big brother, you become stronger again. So powerful," Monet said and rushed over to hug Chun Fan. Chun Fan looked at Monet hugging him, feeling a little helpless. He thought to himself why he felt that this little girl was getting more and more clingy to him. "Captain, where should we go next? And then train on this island?" Lafitte asked. Mihawk, who was on the side, also turned around. He couldn't wait to find a sword master for a duel, but now he felt a bottleneck. If you continue training, it will take a long time to make a big breakthrough. The same goes for Chun Fan at this moment. He wants to break through the two-color domineering to the fourth stage. If he continues training blindly, it will take a long time. It is necessary to go through fierce battles and break through the limits, so as to speed up the breakthrough and further enhance the strength. Hearing this question, Chun Fan looked ahead at the blue sea. In this year and a half, in addition to his own strength, he has reached the level of quasi-general. Lafitte's strength has also reached the level of a lieutenant general in his headquarters. As for Hawkeye, Mihawk is a little weaker than himself, falling between the line between a quasi-general and an elite lieutenant general. Even the weakest Monet learned all 6 marine styles in Life Return in this year and a half. It can be said that all of them have improved compared to a year and a half ago. Chun Fan thought that it had been a year and a half since there was no news about the Thor pirates on this sea. Maybe some people would think that they fell into this sea. After thinking about it, Chun Fan turned around, looked at everyone, and said, "It's time to leave and set off for the new world. In this chaotic era, one of the emperors must be left to us, the Thor pirates." "Okay, great. We can finally go out for a walk." Monet's face was full of excitement. Lafitte and Mihawk also felt a little excited. Lafitte is because he can go to the sea to stir up troubles again. Mihawk is looking forward to a duel with a master of swordsmanship. Then, with the sea breeze blowing and the blue water flowing, the Thor sailed in the direction of New World. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. At this time, Chun Fan, who was training with thunder and lightning on the deck, suddenly stopped and looked in front of him, because Chun Fan, through the Heart Network, discovered that there was a huge battle fluctuation right in front of him. Later, Chun Fan saw a dozen warships 10,000 meters directly in front of him. The most important thing was that they were all bombarding an island. It seems that he wants to destroy the entire island and make it disappear on the sea. This scene, combined with the current time, reminded Chun Fan that it was Marine who made the buster call to O'Hara. Boom, boom. With the loudest sound of artillery shells, the 3 Mihawks also noticed it, and they all looked forward. "Captain, there are more than a dozen warships ahead. Do we need to turn around and retreat?" Lafitte asked Chun Fan, who was standing aside. "Nature is about to pass. It's time for this sea to remember the name of our Thor pirates again. Otherwise, if we remain silent for too long, some people may forget it." Chun Fan looked at O'Hara, who was being destroyed, with a smile on his face. According to Chun Fan's memory, The two lieutenant generals leading the team this time were Sakazuki and Kazan. This is also one of the reasons why Chun Fan chose the past. He just wanted to try. How strong is Sakazuki now? Do we have a chance to kill him? There's a second reason. That is, Chun Fan is also interested in knowing what is recorded in the historical text. So naturally, he needs to find an expert. Copy that, Captain. After receiving the order, Lafitte drove the pirate ship in the direction of O'Hara as quickly as possible. When they were approaching O'Hara Island, the dozen or so warships also discovered this pirate ship. On the marine warship at the front, some soldiers did not recognize the pirate ship. What the hell is that pirate ship? Is it looking for death? Don't you see the dozen or so warships on our side? How dare you get close? It's just that these pirates are not only extremely vicious, but they also have bad brains. That's good. After completing the mission, you can also destroy a pirate ship. Some soldiers talked freely and felt that this pirate ship came here to seek death. At this time, some veterans saw the thunder flag hanging high on the pirate ship, and their pupils immediately changed, and they recognized it. No, this is the Thor pirates, and Thunder God Chun Fan and Hawkeye Mihawk are also on board at this time. A soldier shouted instantly. This shout attracted many Marine soldiers who were just talking. They also remembered this name, Thunder God Pirates. All of a sudden, most of the Marines' faces changed drastically, and they no longer had the smiles they had before. They all knew that Chun Fan's methods were horrific. Not only did he kill a lieutenant general of the Marine headquarters, he also directly destroyed a Marine branch. Most importantly, he broke the myth that no one escaped from the Impel down city. Major General, what should we do now? Lieutenant General Sakazuki and Lieutenant General Kazan are both on the island right now. A Marine soldier said hurriedly to the Major General, "Wait for me to notify Lieutenant General Sakazuki and his men to come back. Don't act rashly. Thunder God Chun Fan is not someone we can handle." After the burly Major General with a crew cut finished speaking, he immediately took out a miniature Den Mushi from his arms. He first called Sakazuki's Den Mushi. At this moment, O'Hara is among them. Gurgle gurgle. Sakazuki, who had just destroyed the library's materials with magma, heard the miniature Den Mushi in his arms ringing. Without hesitation, Sakazuki immediately picked up the Den Mushi. Vice Admiral Sakazuki, the Thor has appeared in front of our fleet and is now less than a few kilometers away from us. Thor Chun Fan and Hawkeye Mihawk are both on board now, requesting support. After the call was connected, the Major General's anxious voice was soon heard. What? Sakazuki heard that the Thunder God Pirates and Chun Fan, who had disappeared for more than a year, suddenly appeared. After being stunned for a second, Sakazuki's expression became fierce, and he clenched his fists, thinking, "Chun Fan, you were hiding, and I couldn't find you. Now you show up to seek death, then I'll send you on your way." Then, he instructed the Major General on the other end of the Den Mushi. "Major General Michael, do your best to hold back Thunder God Chun Fan. Don't let him escape. I'll be there in a few minutes. Also contact Lieutenant General Kazan." After saying that, Sakazuki hung up the Den Mushi. His entire body transformed into elements, turned into magma, and flew out of the island. He doesn't care how much it will cost Michael and the others to hold Chun Fan back. In his eyes, as long as he can catch the most heinous pirates, it is worth making a little sacrifice. At this time, Michael on the warship heard Sakazuki's order and looked embarrassed. He knew very well that although they now had more than a dozen warships, they were of little use to Thunder God Chun Fan. If Thunder God Chun Fan and Hawkeye Mihawk really launched an attack on their fleet, they would not be able to hold out for long. The only way to hold back Thunder God Chun Fan is to rely on human lives. But they had to obey Lieutenant General Sakazuki's orders. After all, Lieutenant General Sakazuki was the commander-in-chief of this operation. Looking at the Thunder God Pirates getting closer and closer to their fleet, Michael thought about contacting Vice Admiral Kazan first. Otherwise, even Lieutenant General Sakazuki would be helpless against two at one. Then, Michael dialed Den Mushi. At this time, on the coast of O'Hara, there were two people standing. One was covered with ice, and the other had a huge body. The two looked at each other and didn't speak for a while. At this time, gurgle gurgle. The din mushy in Kazan's arms sounded. Kazan, who was usually indifferent, felt a little annoyed when he heard the phone call. However, I still picked it up. Lieutenant General Kazan, the Thor pirates appeared in front of our warship. Thunder God Chun Fan and Hawkeye Mihawk are on top of it. Lieutenant General Sakazuki has already rushed back and needs support. On the other end of the phone, Michael's anxious voice came. When Kazan heard the news, he was surprised that the Thor pirates appeared here. I also wanted to use this reason to let go of my friend Sarone and the little girl who was desperately running away at this time. After much hesitation, as a Marine, Kazan couldn't do this due to his responsibilities. My more important thing here is to capture Marine's rebellious Lieutenant General Sarone. You tell Sakazuki that I've finished solving the problem here and will go over to help. Then Kazan hung up the phone. Sarone on the other side also heard these words. He smiled bitterly and said nothing. He knew that everyone had their own ideas. Kazan's principle as a Marine is that even if he is his friend, Kazan will never let him go. On the other side, Michael's face was a little ugly after he hung up the phone. He looked at the Thor pirates getting closer and closer to the fleet, thinking about how to hold them back. At this time, the Thor pirates are on board. Chun Fan looked at the dozen or so warships ahead and frowned, because through his mind network, he discovered that neither Sakazuki nor Kazan was on top of the dozen or so warships at this time. Obviously, Sakazuki and Kazan should be on the island at this time. After thinking for a while, Chun Fan decided to go directly to the coast of the island. Turn around, go to the right, and go to the coast of this O'Hara Island. Chun Fan said to Lafitte, "Copy that, Captain." Although Lafitte was a little confused as to why he suddenly changed direction and headed for O'Hara. However, Lafitte did not ask, but turned the boat around because he knew that Chun Fan hated it when others questioned his decision. Then, accompanied by the sound of the propeller turning the sea water, the Thor directly changed direction and headed towards the coast of O'Hara Island at an extremely fast speed. On the other side, the Marine soldiers and officers who were waiting in full formation were also a little confused when they looked at the Thor that suddenly changed direction. However, Michael was relieved. At least now that Chun Fan was heading towards the island, he and others did not have to fight so hard. On the other side, Sakazuki was already heading away from the island at full speed. Gulu Gulu. Hearing the phone bug's voice ring again, he didn't hesitate and immediately picked up the phone bug. Lieutenant General Sakazuki. The Thor suddenly changed direction and headed towards the coast of O'Hara. On the warship, Michael immediately reported the situation. Hearing this, Sakazuki was a little confused. Why did Chun Fan go to O'Hara? Could it be that these scholars on O'Hara are related in some way? After thinking for a few seconds, Sakazuki stopped thinking and hung up the phone. He didn't care what Chun Fan's purpose was in going to O'Hara. He must catch him this time. Boom! Countless boulders flew across the ground. The ground cracked, and flames burned. At this moment, O'Hara is still being bombarded by artillery fire. If this continues, in less than 10 minutes, the entire O'Hara will completely disappear into the ocean. O'Hara, on the coast, Kazan and Sarone have begun fighting, and this battle is completely one-sided. However, Kazan, considering his past friendship, has always been merciful and not cruel. He was still persuading Sarone. Sarone, please go back with me now, and I can intercede with Fleet Admiral on your behalf. Ha! No need, Kazan. When you understand the darkness of world government like me, you will think the same as me. Sarone laughed and said that it was impossible for him to go back to Marine at this time. His mind had already changed. At the same time, on the other side, Nico Robin, who was only 8 years old, was running desperately towards the ocean. There was a small wooden boat prepared for her by Sarone on the sea. Kazan, whose whole body was covered with ice, looked at the obsessed Sarone and Nico Robin who was about to escape. His fists clenched and his expression changed somewhat. He finally decided not to hold back. As the extreme ice on Kazan's body completely spread, the surrounding temperature dropped a lot. Looking at Kazan's state, Salon knew that Kazan was about to attack with all his strength, which also meant that he might die soon. But he didn't regret it. He just hoped that Nico Robin could run out and leave the last spark of fire for O'Hara. I'm asking you one last time, Sarone. Surrender and come back with me. Take that little girl back personally. I will intercede on your behalf. Kazan looked directly at Salon. As a friend, he still wanted to give Salon one last chance. No need, Kazan. This child is O'Hara's last hope. I hope you can spare her life. Sarone said to Kazan with a smile, seemingly not afraid of his own life or death. After hearing this, Kazan stopped trying to persuade him. In an instant, an ice spear appeared on his right hand. The next second, his body transformed into elements, and Kazan disappeared from the spot in an instant, attacking Sarone. Although Sarone, whose body was covered with scars, knew that he was no match, he still had to fight to the death to give Nico Robin a chance to escape. The huge fist was covered with the second stage of arm domineering, and Sarone's pitch-black fist blasted forward. Bang! The ice spear and the huge fist collided together, and the powerful force caused Sarone to fall back. Then, Kazan continued his attack, and an ice spear appeared on his left hand. 2 ice spears were thrown towards Sarong at extremely fast speeds and containing powerful power. With no time to dodge, Sarong could only block in front of him with arm domineering covering his arms. Bang bang. Terrible power, ice splashing everywhere. Sarong kept retreating, with ice remaining on his arms. The moment they fought, Sarong was completely at a disadvantage. There was nothing that could be done about it. Kazan's strength was already half a step away from reaching the quasi-general level, while Sarong was only an ordinary lieutenant general in the headquarters. The strength gap between the two was too huge. In addition, Sarong had been injured just now, so he seemed to have no strength to fight back during the fight. Before Sarong could stabilize his figure, Kazan's attack struck again. His fist was covered with ice, and his right fist slammed hard at Sarong's body. There was no way to avoid it. Bang. The terrifying power of ice caused Sarong's huge body to stumble back several steps. After stabilizing his body, poof! Salong spurted out a mouthful of blood, but thinking about the blow just now, he was seriously injured.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.